minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Well, I'm glad you asked. Welcome, Rookie will be joining us shortly. He said, I quote, "I'm coming." Now, I might have been misreading that, actually. This is awkward. Anyway, I saw the Marvels. But before we get into that, because Rookie already had similar consensus, and I'm attempting to grift the grifters, so I had to plug in ISOM in here in some way, including his Captain Marvel knockoff, Yaira, in the thumbnail. I thought it'd be a little fun. But this is essentially All American Beef, the weekly show. So there will be beefy topics that will probably come up We have time. I'm off tomorrow, so got a full window, potentially long game for this stream, but it is essentially the Marvels review with me and the Rookster. About to start addressing you on the chat. Thank you. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, follow on Twitter at Angus Reviews. I am feeling good. I'm feeling good. And the Marvels, I gotta tell you, it's not the woke disaster you've been told. I was expecting cringe, and it was cringe in a like woman way. Before dig into it, we're gonna hear a little just, right off the bat, thought. What's your feeling? What's an adjective you would describe this film experience? And then we'll start saying hi to the chat.
Okay. I think it's not the worst Marvel film. There are ones that are below it, but it's still not good. I can't say it's good, but there's a lot of potential in it, surprisingly. It's like Love and Thunder is way worse than the Marvels, surprisingly. But maybe it's because I don't really have any attachment to these characters. So it's, like whatever. Brie Larson's she's actually probably one of the better parts of the film. Oddly enough,
pretty hot in here. I couldn't help notice she's still got no ass. She's probably worked a bit on it.
No
but it's
Hera,
the workout has helped. Her boobs are boobier in this film.
A little bit. They still could have done better, of course, but so I don't know. That my overall is that it's not great. It's really, of course, not even close to good, really, but it has more potential than other stuff. I think I prefer it over the first Captain Marvel movie, if that says anything.
Definitely.
There's things in it. I'm just like, God, there's so much crap, but there's like enough of like. There's one moment that I smiled a little bit. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, it surprised me. I didn't even think I would. I was just like, this is kind of funny. I don't know why. Okay. We'll get to that stuff, though. I don't recommend anybody really watch it still. But, yeah, it's not... I wouldn't describe this as a woke movie. It does try to do girl power. I didn't see Barbie, but like how Angus kind of describes Barbie, that's what I kind of see. This is like aiming it to be...
Okay. That's right, guys. No. Do not put this in the realm of the great Barbie.
I'm saying in terms of aiming it for women, essentially. This felt like this was targeted at teenage girls.
Okay.
So that's what I
guess. And I'm watching this, and I feel like, men, we are prone to want to be egalitarian. All right. Mm-hmm. It's only when you actually equate society that you get like this woke feminazi crap where it's like you give women an inch out of the kindness of our hearts because men are like, well, yeah, sure, women could be a doctor with no problem,
We've never had more deaths on the bed since we let women be doctors.
Jesus Christ, never. Why do we do this? It all goes back to voting. Slippery slope.
You may or may not have.
But I was watching this, and I'm like, I would like to. I mean, I really feel like Dick Masterson. It's like what I was getting at is, honestly, men, we're the ones that allowed equality, egalitarianism. We allowed that collectively in the West. If we didn't, women would not be equal or have a chance to be, whatever your degree of view on equality is. It's only because men allow it. And I'm watching this and I'm like, what is this? Are we going to like this? Like Barbie's very obvious. Even Black Widow, there is girly shit in that where it's like, I don't think guys would get it necessarily, but like I said, I really appreciate that little wrinkle of character with White Widow, where it's like, oh, you like my jacket? Look at all the pockets. It's like she's an assassin. This is all she's done. It's all she knows. She's indoctrinated. She's in essentially a cult, but she's still a girl. And within the nature of a girl's mind, she applies it in her field of expertise. So it's like, oh, look at my I got this cool jacket to be in a set. I can put all these look at all my pockets.
Well, yeah,
you know,
I mean,
like that's
in
what
this-
okay, like I get that's nice. This
Yeah.
one I'm like, if anything, it's so surface level.
It is
I'm
that's actually a good description of the film. It's very surface level. Like anything in this, it's all surface level. There's no depth. It's just all surface. That's this movie.
They should have got the same guy did Ex Machina and Annihilation. Great movie. He did the movie Man.
But
it's like that has I read the synopsis. That movie has a point, however wacky and woke it is. I wish if they're going to be woke, it wasn't like Captain Marvel. Or so like flat. It's like limp dick feminism.
Yeah.
Or you know, Barbie isn't even really it's really a good catch-all entertaining film. I wish they would go with like a men thing where it's like, actually give me a reason to be pissed off that you made a feminist film, not just what is this?
Yeah.
This is the Bud Light of feminism.
Right.
But let me say hi to the chat. He says, my favorite part of ISOM was the ending, you know, when it ended and was over. Oh, I don't know if you saw my thumbnail, Ricky. Did you see it? Look at my thumbnail. You'll get it. Papa Khan says, hey, makes you want to smoke some meth out of a light bulb.
Yeah.
Chris Holmes says, didn't Asylum or some other mockbuster movie make a meth gator slock film? I'm not sure if they've released it or if it's coming out next year. Regardless, I talked to a lawyer and you can't trademark, like it's a news article that inspires, and I have common law trademark. I've already sold a few posters. I've done commerce with this, so I could pull like an EVS and I would have the claim to trademark it. But if anything, they're explaining like you can't just trademark, like these are simple terms. Meth gator, like cocaine bear probably has a more specific trademarking, because I'm sure someone else could make cocaine bear.
As I said, you can, because that was just based off of an event that happened, like as well. News. It was a news thing, like so.
So at worst, whenever I do LLC, I'll have to trademark like Marvel's Thor, because they can't own Thor. Thor is a religious figure and mythological figure. They can do Marvel's Thor. They can do Marvel's Hercules, etc. Tony says, I'm coming. Me too, man. Me too. Yeah, I was like, when you say he's coming, and then I like play a little gag around, like his last text, like, what is I'm coming? I'm like, oh wait.
Yes. For you to think about.
Karen says, hi. Hello. Hi everyone.
Hello. Hello.
Yaira would be cool, but so far she's just an unhinged psycho in the comics.
a little bit, yeah. So far.
Rookie. Love, you might have to keep an eye for the beef dude. He may or may not have added liquid to his soda earlier. Oh, did you see my clip I put on Twitter, Ricky?
Yes.
Let me pull it up so people will be up to date. I don't drink a lot ever. I actually got pretty slammed. For me, I had a beer in the tub after work and a Miller Genuine Draft. Nice, smooth, tasty beer. Not too hearty. And then I grabbed some random like seltzer thing, because at the liquor store in my town, they bust cases and shit. So they'll put random shit in these like 3 coolers of like, this is like $1.85 for a beer. And so this is a great way to sample shit, where you're like, I'll take, instead of spending $10-12 on a 6-pack, you're like, I'll try Yingling. I choose you. Don't ever choose Yingling. Fucking awful. Okay. But yeah, and so on my drive to the theater, slung back a seltzer, like a vanilla sour peach. It was interesting. And then I had 35% Bacardi coconut in my cherry Coke. So that was nice and pleasant. And let me find that video for you. Profile. Here we go. Let me share this. Here we go.
Why people? I don't know why people are saying the Marvels it's going to be bad. I don't know why. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a good time. Look at the fun time I am about to have. And there we go. The last drop. Yep. There we go. All right. Good movie awaits.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was
So
good.
that's what Karen's talking about. Larson's got a great rack. She does, surprisingly. I mean, it's not going to last long. She's like 30.
Yeah, they had
She's
her
like as
in
old as me.
they had her in like a white shirt for most of the movie.
Yeah.
Which was better than her suit, but it wasn't. They could have done some better, angling and different. Something else a little different, showed off a little better. Would have been nice,
Damn it.
but
I have
especially
a
the
clip
last-
of you randomly. It's like a second clip where you go, booby time. I need to add it to the fucking
me.
the brand. Yeah, you're like
No,
booby time.
I don't remember when I say that, but okay. Yeah.
What is up,
Thank you.
Keely Chow?
Keely
I'd rather
Chow
watch reruns of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
on Comet.
I'd rather watch the Cowboys Eagles game rather than Fly Eagles Fly, baby. Higher, further, faster than your cow babies. How you like them apples?
Fly Eagles fly now.
Yeah. So the Marvels. Let's try to It's a lot. It's a very dense plot.
There's so much in here, which I think that's part of the problem, honestly. If they just had a little more focus and had like 3 or 4 characters, that's who it's about. That's what it is.
Well, let's step out. Let's step out a bit, actually, because we were talking about this on my ride home. They're surprisingly, again, this goes to what I'm saying, like, again, like Dick Masterson. I really actually kind of relate where it's like women are just not interesting, generally speaking,
Yeah.
Because it's like ultimately you have to sit down with like, I don't know, a group of women to watch this and see their consensus, but it's like, why would you want to do that? Like, what a headache.
I feel like women don't like this either, but I can see like a younger girl maybe, because there's like the little cartoony dream sequence or like, the cartoony thing where she's like, wow, I'm going to be twinsies with Captain Marvel. And then there's like the Brie Larson singing, dancing with the Prince guy. And then there's the they're jump roping and playing Beastie Boys and farting around, and like these are girl elements, I guess. But that's why I'm just like kind of like,
right.
You don't know what.
Go back to Iron Man, and it's like here's a montage of Iron Man. He's making a fucking furnace.
I'm just like, I'm not learning
hammering away
about them at all. I've learned nothing.
And you're like, man. All right, do you want to be Iron Man stuck in a fucking cave having to make a suit of armor out of scrap weaponry with a Muslim doctor that's your caretaker that helped rig this shit to keep shards from your heart? Or do you want to be Captain Marvel? Like, I'm jump roping and
First with him as well, he's built up to be this like top of the line male figure on Earth, and then and can also be a mechanic, and then it's like boom, he's in the shithole, he's in the cave, he's brought down, he's forced to build weapons for them, and he chooses to do the thing, and you see his skills, all this stuff. Yeah, you learn so much about him.
This billionaire brought a fucking boom box to play AC/DC in a fucking ride in a Humvee with troops. Like, what a badass.
It's like that also tells us about him with Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel, and bitch. I don't know. Whatever. I'm just calling it that.
I don't know. I think it's supposed to be Photon or Phaser.
She's the black one. Okay, I'm sorry, but she was there too. And when they're doing the jump rope scene and when they're talking to each other, I feel like I still didn't really learn anything about them at all. And I'm just kind of like, God, what is the? I don't get it. They met each other, but there's nothing about them. And yeah, they had TV shows, but I feel like you should still be able to get how the character is. I don't know. I still like feel I learned nothing this whole movie about them really. And yeah, I don't know how far we want to do like a roundabout before we start and go through the movie or something. Because
yeah, okay. Here's a problem
on a lot of different stuff
as well. All right, so Brie Larson has all this baggage outside of Captain Marvel with her speech and whatnot. That
I mean, she
really,
probably realized this too, that she was sandwiched in between two of the biggest, like, everybody's got their eyes on them stuff, and her movie probably did well because of that. I mean, I assume she realizes that at some
I
point.
feel bad for her, honestly.
I do
watching
too. I feel like she has potential if she's just given the right angles to do a story. She can be a decent enough lead in her own film. The few times she emotes a little bit, I'm like, oh, look, let's see that a little bit more. Then when she went to
Right.
the dancing planet, I was kind of like, this is potential for her, maybe. I don't know, like to be fun in some way, shape, or form. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. But okay, you got. Here's the problem: is like this is a male-centric fan base. What's sustained comics?
Guys typically want to be super.
Women generally have to be bombshell cheesecake, and then maybe you can actually make a character out of that. It's like Lady Death, as surface level sex as it is every issue, and it's melodramatic conflict to like get her entangled with women or guys. Sometimes she'll fuck. But it's always like you want to see her tussling with another lady in like bikini armor and
Lady
stuff.
Lady Sif versus the Death Chick. Yeah,
it's
like that.
it's smut.
Yeah.
Even like Black Widow, like the appeal. It's like, okay, cool. You make a character out of her. She's an assassin. She has utility for recon and whatever. But ultimately, she's tits and ass. And then you add on to that. That's like the bare minimum you have to have with female. Unless you're making her like an Ursula where she's covetous of the hot girl. And that's a conflict. Or, the typical, well, she's not as pretty, so she's more of a slut. That's her in with guys compared to the pretty girl can be virtuous. Something you got to play the tropes, and then you can nuance here and there. But you have all these characters are sexless. As far as Monica Rambeau, all we know character death wise, some reason she's attached to Scarlet Witch in the fucking Hex shit in WandaVision.
I didn't see WandaVision, so
it was such a headache. I can't even tell you what the fuck
work
that
with
was.
Sword? Was she like part of
SHIELD or something? What a mess. So none of that sunk in.
I even kind of wish that when she said, that she's got these powers from a hex, I was wanting them to go, okay, yeah, that's dumb, but also to kind of have her maybe like try to make up for that in some way with her character, but there's just nothing there. Nothing seems like a challenge for any of them, really, and I was kind of confused at what their powers even are still, really. They just kind of they're vague characters with vague powers, with a vague plot. What does that even
mean? She got her powers. Marvel got her powers from the Space Stone, and she can kick Thanos' ass when he's got all 6 stones. And
math, they ain't working with these ladies.
And then you got like a phaser chick, and then you got used to be Kamala Khan was like elephant hand lady girl, and that's probably she's Muslim. So you can't have her have any real sex appeal. They got to have her covered from wrist to ankle, and she's underage.
Well, I was like, is she supposed to be like 13 or she's supposed to be like 18?
Like 16. She's actually, I think, 16. But that's the problem. Is like
it's like the way that she's portrayed in her bedroom is like, is she even like out of 11? I don't know. Like, I couldn't tell really. And she's like fangirl.
The first time I went to college,
I'm really kind of like, I don't know. Like, was she a child or is she a teenager? I don't even know.
Well, okay, that's the thing with women, dude. Women kind of are eternally children, as we talk a lot about. But no, for real, like there's one girl. And when I was in college, just like hanging out, I went to her room and she was like obsessed with Justin Bieber. It's like a 20-year-old girl. She's like, oh my God, Bieber. And she's just like a fucking, so like the Raylo shit and all that, like it's a real problem with like women, especially in modern day. They really become like groupie fangirls incessantly. It's cringe.
Yeah, I guess just seeing it in the film really cringe. I was just like, all right, I mean, I guess I can get it, but
imagine seeing a boy. You're like, oh my God, you're Iron Man, and we can be twinsies. And
I mean, that's
like,
when people
dude,
when people say
grow
that,
the
like,
fuck up.
when
like,
people say that Tom
play
Holland
basketball or something.
when people say he's Iron Boy, I'm just kind of like, no, he's not. He just goes like, "Wow, Mr. Stark." That's about it is for his fanboy. Of like, he's a famous guy who's rich and Iron Man. But he's not even like, oh my god, oh clumsy me. Oh fuck. Like he's just if he just misinterprets what he means, like a hug. No, you're opening the door. Cool. Never mind.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, I don't see again. Ultimately, you have to play into this is male heavy, and so what is the appeal for young boys if they're going to read comics or watch these shows where it's like, oh, if you're in high school, you see this girl like, oh man, she's so cute. That could be like your young man crush, but it's like they can't do that, and that's for all these women, Even okay, so way further in this plot, little spoiler ahead of time. Fucking Brie Larson is married on another planet to
I'm
this
actually
prince.
confused that she was actually married. I didn't really.
It has no bearing on her life.
Yeah, that's why I was like, is she actually? That's still.
Yeah, she's like, oh, well, it's like there was like I helped with like a legal issue, and it's like the legal issue was she got married to this guy, so she's a princess on this planet. And it seems to have no real bearing on her life. And there's no sense of matrimony of like, well, like I'm earthbound, but I'm like torn because I have a husband. Seems like such a like a feminist passive, I'm married, but I can do my own shit. And it's like this mixed message is a huge problem. This is what I'm talking about with the sex, where it's like all these elements of sex where you got I thought this too would be funny with the mind meld. When they're mind melding and they're thinking of, it's like, what if she actually thought of like Monica Rambeau went to the club and she just like banged out by some Mandingo dude dancing with her at the club and they go home. And it's like, oh no, why are you thinking of that? Why are you thinking no, think of your mom or think of your powers in the hexer. It's like, oh, she's just like, oh, why are you no, we need to like get info. Why are you thinking of the sex? That would be funny. Even if it didn't go full porn, if they were like, oh, who's that guy? And they like cut away where it's like you're seeing like, oh, wow.
Their reaction.
Like, no, stop.
Take it off.
And they're like, no, stop. And they're like, oh, wow, damn, he really is. God.
You see, but then Kamala's there at like age 11 to 16. I don't.
Yeah, well, I mean, even that would be reasonable curiosity or oh, wow, like that's what that's like, like.
Boys
something yeah, like it's a reality, that's the thing is girls are getting crushes and like I don't know in high school, so it's not crazy. You don't have to go deep into it and be groomy, but it's just like any factor of reality
there isn't any
they cut out from women in these
Monica
movies.
Of course not in any type of relationship. Captain Marvel doesn't seem to have that in her mind at all of anything, and it's like that's okay if she. I think that they're really trying to go with the women and the thing.
You idiot.
I think they really are trying to aim for our girls cannot have a relationship with a guy because that's sexist or something, or they think it's somewhere along that line, and it's like. It doesn't have to be like that guy doesn't have to be like, oh, he's saving her and blah, blah, blah. Like she could still have interest in trying to find somebody. I wasn't sure if they were trying to imply Valkyrie, even though they never had like a scene together before. Like, I don't know.
That was
like,
so weird. The cameo of Valkyrie.
See, we have to start at the beginning because we're just going around everywhere. And I feel like we'll get to all this stuff as we go.
It's such a mess.
So it's
wait.
Yeah.
My horn you got me.
Yes.
A while ago, last year.
Broke it. No.
Not fully, but it's wearing. So
well, it's been about a year, and you've used it frequently. So
yeah. So luckily, Hot Topic has glass horns, so we're bringing it back.
The horn of ceremony.
That's right, people. Time to christen this stream properly. Imbibing cherry coke and coconut rum.
When you ordered cherry coke on the thing, I said, "You bitch!" You ordered it at the line.
This concludes the horn of ceremony.
I hope you got your drinks in, people.
Yeah.
So, stream is Kristen. Let's start with this in-depth digging into the Marvels.
Yeah, so we start in a galaxy far, far away, and Dar Darman
Darbar,
Darman
Darbin.
Darp. I'm just gonna call her Darp because I don't like saying Darban. That's retarded. She's coming into the hood of this moon planet or whatever, and she's finding a MacGuffin in the surface. It's right there. I guess she has the Power Stone and a hammer. I don't know. It seems it's implied to be, but I don't know. And I guess she's Kree, but I'm not even clear on that really either.
Right, because they have normal people and they have blue people, and that's confusing.
Like I think they can switch their skin a little bit.
No,
but
that's
usually,
the Skrulls.
But well, no, I know that, but I'm saying, but to look human, I'm saying to look from blue to human is what they can do, I think. But they usually do that when they're like trying to be on Earth or something, not like just that random stuff. And I'm actually confused if Kree was with Xandar stuff or not anymore. I'm actually getting confused now on what they are. They said there's a civil war, but anyway, okay. We're on the planet. They dig up a thing. She it gets a little wristband bracelet gauntlet thing, and I don't know, spazzes out for a sec. It's like, oh, where's the other one? And then where could it be? And then boom to Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan. I was gonna say Kamala Harris. Kamala Khan. Kamala Khan's place. And yeah, so already I was just kind of like, how is this even an intro? Like, what have we learned about anything so far already with that? Just the intro. I'm like, even though Thor: Love and Thunder's retarded, like you kind of got what Gore wanted. You kind of understood it a little bit. With her, I was like, it's nothing. Okay, whatever. Next thing, right? Like, do you even have any thoughts on the opening scene?
I was actually fine with the opening of, I'll call her Darbar. I think it's Darben,
yeah.
But
yeah,
I was fine with her opening. What's funny is further in film, it like goes back to Captain Marvel. I'm like, wait, was she in the Captain Marvel movie? Because no one left an impression. So this part of this movie felt like, hey, go rewatch Captain Marvel. Like, this is a way to resell that movie. Like, you gotta watch it so you understand where we're at now, because it's really a sequel. But I'm fine with disorienting openings where it's like, now I have the thing, and now the next phase can happen, and then you cut to like the main character, and you start building, and then it rounds back to like, all right, this is why I have the MacGuffin to do the thing, and it's like that's going to come directly smack against the hero's motivation, and they have to stop and foil the villain. Like, that's fine.
Well, and to me, it's a product of none of them really having any cohesion, I guess. I mean, I haven't seen the last few of them, but I don't think any of them, based on what you've told me, gives us any idea on how the universe really is, or how, like, where anything's at with anything anymore, or what wars are still around or not. When they mentioned the war, I was like, the Kree versus the Skrull, or is there like a Kree versus Kree? Was Xandar part of this at one point? Thanos' army remnants? Is that, like, I don't know. Is there still things? Is there other? Wasn't there a golden army at one point? Was Hellboy in this world at some time? I don't know anymore. A little. But I would have preferred a more character type of just something to tell us a little bit more about them than just, oh, where's my MacGuffin? Because that's fine sometimes, yeah, but still really dull to me. But then it cuts to Kamala. And she's a major, like, super obsessed with Captain Marvel for, I don't know how, because she's not really been on Earth at all, other than in Endgame, in Infinity War briefly. I don't know when she was seen publicly with anything.
Yeah, well, it's weird that there's like this whole fan base that Kamala has. It's like, why?
I don't get how they even
comics
know
make sense because she's a hero on Earth.
Yeah. But in this, she's mostly been in space the entire time. And the times she's on Earth, like, it's not like on TV. It's not like if they said her name that they know what she is or what she did. What part did she contribute in Endgame? They went into, I don't even know, she'd be like in the credits of one of the heroes there, because what was her contribution?
She got punched off screen. That was awesome.
In time, did she? I guess she destroyed the big ship. I don't know. Like weird that they have her as like an idol, but okay.
You know, it'd been great if someone edited Endgame with like the assemble and everyone like doing the crazy fighting everywhere. Then the gauntlet, we got to get it to the thing, and you know they're all like passing hands. It'd be funny if randomly Gary from Anchorman 2 popped in and like flew in, and he's like, "You're right, Ron. I was reading your mind." And
that'll be good. Oh, because because Paul Rudd, well, he was an Anchorman, right?
Yeah.
Have him meet
He's
up.
Brian Fantana.
Yeah. So have him meet up with Paul Rudd as Ant-Man, you know, and he could have a conversation.
Dude, that'd be a great multiverse.
Quick little conversation with his buddy.
Yeah, it's like he comes across Ant-Man Wasp. He's like, "You do a thing," and he's like, and all of a sudden, like for no reason during this fight, he has like a cabinet in his van. Where he's like, I don't know, some sort of sex-based thing. Like, you know, he does the clone, he does the comms. You can do like a third thing where he's like, "Ooh, you should try this thing." And it's like it's made of denim, so it doesn't work. Like,
Exactly.
But yeah, so we do Miss Marvel, and she's a fangirl, and then it's like earlier, and then we cut to Captain Marvel.
Well, no. So they have a sequence where she like is drawing, and then
it's like her little comic.
She's has a fan fiction of her helping Captain Marvel fight, and they're like twinsies and whatever. It's really cringe, but that's one of the elements I said is like aiming for teenage girl. I'm guessing that they'd go, yeah, I totally relate or something. I'm guessing. I think, I don't know. And then the mom's like, that doesn't sound like science. And it's like, okay.
Right. If this is a taste of what the Miss Marvel show is like, I'm so fucking glad I did not watch that.
Yeah. Yeah. So then they cut to Captain Marvel, or do they cut to Monica?
I'm pretty sure they cut to Captain Marvel.
Right. And she's sleeping with the Flurkin.
Yeah. You got a lonely cat lady in space.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it's like, do you not realize what you made? Like, this is a meme of, you know, feminists, lonely cat women, childless.
It's so disappointing. You'd think so. I'm trying to think of it in terms of, okay, they know that everybody hates Brie Larson, Captain Marvel. Like, how can they salvage stuff? There's so much they could have done to start her at a different point in this film and do something with it. And it's like, nope, cat lady. Oh, okay, whatever you say. And she's in the neighborhood. Oh, and no, Fury calls her. Oh, you need something to do? Oh, thank God, I was bored. I literally wasn't doing anything important. Thank you. I can get my clothes on and start the day. I'm just going to be in this all day. Like, that's what the tone was. Nick Fury, he's fine, but he seems like stand-up comic Nick Fury, not like, you know, Avengers Nick Fury, you know, like he's okay. I'm fine with his quips, but I wish there's a little bit of the, you know, I want to see a glimpse of the, you got to keep both eyes open Fury, you know, just a little bit here and there. But,
like, should you be saying that, One-Eyed Man?
Yeah, a little bit. So I don't know. I love how actually we're going through this pretty quick. We didn't have much to say about Ms. Marvel. We didn't have much to say about the beginning because nothing was really there. Captain Marvel's a cat lady. There's a disturbance in the space, which this is why I was saying I'm kind of annoyed at how they don't. So Earth technology is what now?
Dude, okay, I said this with Wakanda.
So
this is my problem with Wakanda, is like the fact that you opened Wakanda to the rest of the world with their super duper tech, and then you got shit like Captain Marvel and the Guardians of the Galaxy. You're stuck with having to make this shit like space based now. You're gonna have to go bigger than Earth.
On top of already having like Tony
because
Stark
if you actually
Thanos
have this,
came here,
if you have this stuff, you know, available now.
Here,
Doctor Strange and all of his, you know, underlings are all sling ringing to fight to bring everyone in from the Soul Stone or the blip.
Which means those can travel to other planets, which means not just dimensions on Earth.
Well, that's fine. Whatever.
No.
Well,
I'm saying that's something they should keep in mind, which I don't think they do really.
Well, no, yeah, that's exactly my point. It's like
that's what I'm saying.
with Endgame, it's like you blew it with Endgame and Wakanda. You blew the cap off of shit because you got Valkyrie and Thor and Asgard,
They can just
and then you got
Bifrost wherever they want to go.
they can Bifrost wherever. You got Wakanda and their super duper rock tech, and then you got Guardians of the Galaxy, and they're jumping through shit that Tony Stark can, or whoever takes over Stark, can just reverse engineer their tech and apply this to space travel now. And you got Captain Marvel, who's been intergalactic, and it's just like you can't really stay on Earth now, because then you start thinking about like you have to like tool this into everyday life, but then it becomes so unrelatable for us watching shit happen on Earth. And so it's like you've stuck yourself in a corner of unbelievable. You can't ignore these factors. Where it's like, wait, you have this tech, but then like it's never a factor on Earth. So like Earth's not advancing with this revelation that's public.
And it seems to always be in danger. And I'm just like, how? It should be the most powerful planet in the universe at this point. I don't understand how anybody could stand a chance.
Also,
I don't know.
With the Doctor Strange element and then the Pym particle stuff, who's to say someone couldn't like steal it and now do other time heists? I guess the TVA is supposed to check that, but
because they have a whole machine for it, I guess that they'd have to make too. I don't know.
We've already seen a template of Whiplash.
I don't want to. I know.
The tech guy.
We gotta ignore that one because
this is the problem. People are like,
right.
Oh man, it's such a great plan. I'm like, no, dude, they just they had success, and it's like, hey, we can start tooling in these other wacky things, make the world bigger, and have different franchises.
And it's bad because they end up making new things and then also destroying them, but they were an option before that wasn't used, like with Thor: Love and Thunder. You can make a wish at a thing, and it just comes true or some shit. And it's like, oh, whatever. That's gone now. There's a whole god planet in Thor: Love and Thunder that's like of Zeus and other people.
Omnipotency.
And it's like, okay, whatever. Okay, anyway, that's a whole nother movie. But it's this all part of. So my whole issue is like, okay, Fury says that like space-time crap opened up or something. And I'm just kind of like, hold on. Is he talking
That's
about...
where your brain went to instantly? Like...
well, my thing was like, is he talking about in the solar system or somewhere else? Because how does he know about that? Because I'm going back to the mind of the Avengers where he's like, the world is, huge out there. The whole universe is out there. And we've done things since then, and we've, done Infinity War and Endgame, but there still wasn't really a sense that Earth is like, paying attention to other planets really to like be allies with and to do things with. Really,
I would say because of the Tesseract and because of the mythology they link to it with the Norse and what's his name, Red Skull, that SHIELD is aware of bigger things like Asgard and the gods, and so that's one thing. But then when it's like, also Captain Marvel and the Krees and the Skrull.
No, you're right. No, if there was a few that they built up, that we're in league with that planet, we're allies with this planet. This is why I think you'd like Stargate a little bit. It's kind of what they do. But but he's just like, there's like something going on there. Like your technology told you that from like Earth technology. Like how is that alien? What? Why do you care about what's over there now? Or is that where we're at now, where Earth is like concerned with other planets or not? You still haven't found a Skrull home or what?
I feel if you're aware of all at this point, Marvel should be becoming like Star Trek, where now you start making a global federation to deal with, because you got to think all this is really just Earth. This is really just the U.S. managing SWORD. You're assuming,
pretty much.
It's just where it gets convoluted, and this is why you get reboots in comics.
They also said there was a dude on the ship that was 300 years old, and I'm like,
yeah.
And what species is he? Are we supposed to know? Like, is that an Asgardian? I'm guessing. What Norse, and I don't know. I'm just kind of like,
Jesus Christ.
Are we supposed to know? And now you put more Skrulls on Earth too? after what happened.
Oh,
It's
dude, I didn't even think about that because
after or
Valkyrie's like,
before
oh, we have a place for him, and it's like,
Secret War?
oh, Earth. I didn't even think about that.
At the end of Secret Wars, the president was like, we have a murder sanction on all fucking Skrulls. Like, kill them all is basically his thing.
Oh, you actually watched that?
No, but I watched Mahler's
Okay.
coverage of it, and like Fury's torn apart in there. He was like he had a trans Skrull lover apparently, or now them transforming is an allegory thing, whatever. And he's the bitch the whole time, an old man of poop and everything essentially.
Wait,
anyway,
really quick, Zombie Box says, "I wish Eric could use the test right and fuck off."
I saw that.
America upgraded from World Police to Galactic Police.
Yeah, but that's what's funny because I don't even understand that in the terms of this film. Was there another film where that happened, or another show where that happened? Like where they went from we're just worried about Earth to now we're going to other planet. That sounds like a good show, if not written by them, of course.
Yeah, Star Trek.
Like you're kind of right. Yeah, Star Trek, I guess, is kind of where that should be, and that's where they could do some interesting stories, but they don't. So that alone was just like a huge hole for me. Where I'm just like, God, so Earth is okay. He's like, oh, there's something in the whatever quadrant, and it's like, and then he can just talk. He just like phones in to Captain Marvel like in 2 seconds.
Well, okay, I guess linking back to Endgame in the 5 years from killing Thanos to the current events of that movie, Brie Larson is flying everywhere in space and checking on other planets and checking signatures of planets, and they're like, oh, this is everywhere we can survey, this has decimated 50% of everything. So they're at this point, and you're assuming it's mainly because of Captain Marvel and I guess the Guardians of the Galaxy, what's left of them, Nebula, that they can they're aware of other shit, but
there's nothing
it's just too big now.
It just looked like an earpiece and didn't look like anything specific or new, like that could just explain that. It's just like, no, it's just your normal Earth.
Well, like when Thanos destroyed the stones, they got that signature on that random planet that he was.
I guess, but I feel like Stark is looking for it and stuff. I don't know. I feel like there's. He has tech and stuff, and he could be looking for that kind of thing, and he's been out there. Like I could see there being enough for him, to deal with that. And he's like, he's seen the stones, he's touched he's handled the stones before a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. To me, it's
too much. It's too much that they can't contain.
And so it's just a moment in the movie, by the way. So that's where my head went of like, oh. There's all this stuff you just skipped over entirely that could have been kind of interesting. Let's just move on with it. So, Catwoman, Cat Lady comes, Brie Larson comes.
Oh yeah, she just flies with. I had no idea the Flurkin could go in space.
And why take the Flurkin with you? What use?
Why not take the Flurkin with its tentacle mouth and just fucking eat everyone?
Yeah, but it's like, does it even understand you? Really? Does it speak English or understand English? Like, I don't know. It just.
Well, wait. Your pet starts to understand your language. They do. You train German Shepherds with German.
My God, no, it's just why would she take it to a potential battlefield? Is my thing. I also don't understand the power level of the cat. If you shoot the cat, does it die? Like it just seems to be powerful in that it eats you into another dimension.
Oh, spoiler! The Flurkin is very important in this movie. He's not just
it's actually a key factor in the movie.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I'm watching it. When I'm watching it and the thing happens, we'll get to it. But when it happens and it's like, oh, this is why the Flurkin is such a big deal to get out of this mess. I'm like, oh my God, this sequence could have been funny.
Yeah,
but it was like an hour 10, hour 20.
It was really just like, I was just like, oh.
The one legitimate thing that could have legitimately been funny, but it's just like, you've just...
I'm drained.
Coasted on boring this whole time.
I'm drained, and this isn't enough to make me laugh. Really, yeah. No, I had maybe 14 people at my theater.
Maybe the same for me. Yeah, I took a video of like there's probably 30 cars for a Thursday night. Friday might be bigger, but like for a Thursday night when movies come out, like you expect like the parking lot at my theater to be like half full, and it was maybe a tenth full, and it's just
Mhm.
like, wow, like no one gives a fuck.
What is here? Yeah, they probably didn't even know it was coming out. They're just like, "Oh, it's coming out."
I feel bad because like legitimately this movie probably should make $1 billion with the Marvel logo attached. And
No, but there's nobody in it that anybody wants to see either, though. So
right, well again, too many women. You know, you need balance at the best. You need like at most with women in a superhero movie, you do X-Men. Like
Mhm.
Dark Phoenix is a great example of like that is like a 50-50 roster, male female. And it makes sense. Everyone's doing their part. It
Or
works
you do
fine.
Fantastic Four, 3 men to 1 woman.
Right, that's the golden ratio of
Justice
comics.
League, 1 to 7 men. Yeah, 1 woman, 7 men. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, generally just you don't do women besides like maybe 1 or 2 because they're hot. And maybe they have a power, but you don't want to really focus on them because it's like this is for guys. You let the woman have like a quick little, yeah, I'm gonna punch you and look at my tits jiggle, and like that's
I'm
fine.
gonna
Then
take
we
off my
go
clothes to go
then we go
invisible.
back to
Oh, looks like
Batman with
I
his
came back.
batarangs that blow up and
Jessica
whatever
Alba takes off
wacky
her
tech.
clothes to go invisible, and then, oh no, she's naked in
Yeah, Fantastic
public.
Four
And
did
then
that.
it's like, yes, yeah.
Oh, dude, that just made me think. I watched Miss Peregrine's School for Peculiar Children, whatever it's called.
Mhm.
Oh man, it's there's this one kid. So for whatever reason, um, they were getting bombed in the 40s by the Germans. It's like in Wales or some English like island or something. They're getting bombed by the Germans, and so this essentially witch that looks after these kids does like a spell to keep them in a loop so they don't die. But then they're just stuck in the loop, and you're going like 80 years in the future. And so if they leave the loop area, then they will like age up and die really quick. So they're stuck in this eternity of like Groundhog Day. It's like X-Men / Harry Potter meets Groundhog Day. Um, and so this kid ends up, I guess, inheriting the power from his grandfather, who was also a peculiar. He could see these evil guys, these Slenderman things.
Mhm.
But there's one kid, his power is he's invisible. And so repeatedly, he never appears. You just know he's there because he wears clothes. Otherwise, you could never know he's in the film, but they'd be like, well, he's invisible. So he was naked right there. And he does this repeatedly where he's just like, they're going to have dinner. And then the kid goes to like sit down, but that's the fucking naked, invisible kid sitting there. And like, dude, get out of here. Go put clothes on. And it's just like, oh man, if this came out today, you would hear nothing but groomer.
Right.
So that was just you just got me thinking of that with the Fantastic Four. But
Yeah.
trying to think what else. Where were we at in the plot?
So Captain Marvel. So I would say the Flerken. It's like it doesn't. The Flerken. I feel like if you shot the Flerken, it should die. But it seems to be like just one of those things that's around. I don't know. Whatever. She goes to the hole on another moon or something, and then there's like a space rift, and then Nick Fury's in space, and they send Monica out to go touch the thing or something, and then they both touch it, and then they start the power switching or switching places.
Some reason it's tied to the
Three.
gauntlet, that the wristband, that the matching wristband that like Kamala has. And so for whatever reason, all 3 of them are tied by their powers to this band.
Yeah, I don't even really understand Kamala's power, really. I mean, I see it, but I'm like, so what's this?
So originally she is
don't
like
know.
she does like elephant hands. She just makes
Yeah,
shit
I get
big
that.
and stretchy.
I understand that. Yeah, okay.
And then they probably realize, well, that's pretty gay, and so they keep trying to like kind of change. So now they've switched to where it's like, if it's not explicit, it's you're supposed to think maybe she's a mutant. And that's what her powers are. So it's not that she grows big hands, but she does like essentially like Green Lantern constructs with magic. But I thought that was tied to her gauntlet. But it's like
Well,
she
I'm
does the power
confused
without her
that-
gauntlet.
I'm confused at like what her limit is for it, what its strength level is in any way. There's no example of like she uses it on something and then that kind of
Yeah,
shows
if she did like a
So,
globe,
like
if she made a globe, defensive globe like Groot did, out of like her like space gem material,
yeah,
and then Hulk tried to like crush it, could he do it? We have no idea what the
Yeah,
power. Like
it's
Green Lantern, if Superman's pissed enough, he can like crush Green Lantern's fucking power constructs.
Yeah.
So,
So
that's
with this,
annoying.
well, I mean, like when she's falling, she like makes a construct to catch herself, then slips off of it, and it's like, all right, well, that's the end of her plan. And it's like, well, do you like have like a limit on like
Why
how
wouldn't
much
you make
can...
wings?
Well, I was like, does she have a limit on how much she can use at a time? Does it tax? They don't show any visible signs of her, like, you know, it takes a lot of energy out of her to use the power. Is there like, can she? What's stopping her from like making a giant, you know, thing that can slow her down or something? Just a flat thing that,
Yeah, at least make
I don't know,
like a
something.
glider.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, why not? What's the limit? Does it just come out of
Because
her
well, they
hands,
can't
or
because that'd be Green Lantern.
does it just come out of her hands, or does it appear anywhere else, or at her feet?
Oh, careful there, buddy.
I know. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Her powers.
Who
are so
would
big,
win?
I
Who
don't
would
really get
win?
it.
Kamala Khan or Blood Ruth?
She said in the movie that she got her powers, or the gauntlet anyway, from her grandma.
In the mail.
So, like, is that how she got her power? Was from the gauntlet?
That was a funny joke. To me, that was a funny joke where it's like,
Yeah.
where did you get that? She's like, oh, my grandma sent it to me in the
it's
mail.
a little
And it's
funny,
like,
but it's still, yeah.
because it's like this is the key to like saving my planet. And it's like, I don't know, some trinket my grandma sent me. Like, that's funny.
You know, I get that, but it's like,
It's all perspective.
To me, that's a
hilarious.
surface level funny to me. It's like, okay, but then also, is that how so your power comes from the gauntlet? And then
No.
it's like, but they say like, so she has the power anyway, or something. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where,
Well, no, but she
don't
doesn't
really
have the
portray that
gauntlet
well.
at the end, and then she still reaches out and grabs them with her construct hand.
But still, it's just they don't really. So she made a huge hand. What is there any with Groot? It seemed taxing on him to be able to make the whole dome around them, and then he got turned into a little one, and that changed him entirely. That was a huge move for him.
Well, no, actually, that
you
is
know.
Groot 1.0, and then there's Groot 2.0.
Whatever.
It's a different Groot.
Regardless,
think of it like a worm.
Well, then he sacrificed himself. He used his power to die.
But with Baby Groot,
with
Baby Groot, everyone's watching it thinking, "Oh, he is like a phoenix." So it's like, no. That's like his spawn. That's like a clone spawn.
It's like I was gonna say it's like in Dragon Ball, but I don't actually want to give anything away since you might not actually know what that is. But what I'm referring to. But no, that's fine. Well, then that just supports my point even more.
Yeah,
sacrifice.
Dude, I didn't even think of that. When I was talking about Iron Man and Captain
like,
America and Thor, where it's like there are and we'll get to this towards the end, but sacrificial characters. Even the tree guy,
does the sacrifice.
Has been a man and a messiah figure for the well-being of his friends. When I say that, it's not me being like, Jesus, because we got our comic Bible. It's like, legitimately, I understand the value of Western storytelling rooted in Christianity, with a key to heroes is being willing to be the Messiah in their story, being willing to lay on the cross and die for your friends. It's the classic soldier jumping on a grenade. And even the stupid tree guy that just says, I am and Groot, does this. And we'll get to this toward the end of the movie of this Marvels, because this is the fundamental problem. Again, this whole thing of the root of this feminist can't have guys attached, and even if they are like trinkets on the side that are inconsequential. They have no agency over the women.
I think they have a rule where women can't be shown with a bruise on their face anymore either, maybe, because they just show no battle damage. They get hit by lights and punches with just no signs of it at all. And I'm just, I ragged on Man of Steel. I feel like Man of Steel is a way better movie. But in some aspects, like they show, I mean, they still don't do that much battle damage or nothing, but I feel like they still did a better job portraying a battle sequence and people in danger by comparison. Anyway, so let's try to focus on this. Okay. They start switching around. They swap places. So now little girl is in spacesuit. Brie Larson is in bedroom of super fangirl. And then Monica is on the moon of a planet.
Yeah, and they keep swapping, and then
Well,
so
there's so some
yeah,
Kree
well, because
guys,
we're seeing
'cause-
Captain Marvel earlier after we meet Miss Marvel. Then we go earlier, see Captain Marvel doing her things, and this ties in with her touching like the jump point anomaly that also Phaser Black Lady is touching, and that's when the swap starts happening, tied to Dar-Benn having this wrist
you can't just say
gauntlet.
Black Lady because there's a villain Black Lady too.
Right. So Dar-Benn is the villain of the movie. Monica Rambeau, I don't know what her superhero name is supposed to be. I think it's Photon.
Well, I mean, their whole thing that was part of the jokes in the
Right. They
movie
never
was
give her a name in the
trying to
movie,
come
but
up with
it's
the
supposed to
name,
be
but it's
Photon,
like,
if I'm not mistaken.
okay.
But anyway, yeah, then we cut back. This ties in because Miss Marvel jumps through her door abruptly, and then we come back to the present with Brie Larson, and poof, she is in the door, and like, what the fuck? She's seeing this creepy
That's
fangirl
apparently how the
bedroom.
show. That's apparently how Miss Marvel's show ended. Was they swapped spots or whatever.
Okay, but yeah,
Makes
so
sense.
she comes to, and it's like, what the fuck? And then she like walks downstairs, and we're like, all right, I gotta go, and they're like, what the hell? There's no like, hey, what's this like mature woman doing walking
Yeah,
out of our daughter's
I-
bedroom?
I feel like I don't know how to explain it, Angus. Like the way that they had that, for example, is just kind of like they know this isn't like they don't treat anything like it's real. I don't know. I'm trying to imagine how would Game of Thrones handle this? You know, like what would they do? And it's like the family is just like, oh, there was an older woman up in your room, and then she came down.
Right. Well, also she's a fangirl, and they know the icon that this woman is to their daughter.
Yeah,
Right?
Britney
They'd have to be
Spears is
aware, and then she
Britney
walks out of her
Spears.
bedroom. You would think they'd be like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Especially they're Muslim, so it's like you can't be lesbian being a Muslim.
Britney
And
Spears is in your bedroom.
that should be like worrisome for the parents. Like, who's this strange woman that our daughter fantasizes all this fan fiction about? Walking out of her room. Where's my daughter?
I assumed that they thought that Captain Marvel was an imaginary person at first, like that she was an imaginary character that Kamala created because they don't want to know who the fuck she is. Like, who is she? Like, I thought she was like I thought that's what they thought at first. It was like, oh, your imaginary friend is you put somebody in a costume now, like what? But no, like I don't know.
Oh, okay. Just aesthetic wise, I noticed this when the trailer came out, but like Brie with her like more girly hair, even though she did have shoulder length hair in Captain Marvel, she is clearly more feminine. And then her suit also is a lot more simple, which is good because
Yeah.
if you compare it to the original Captain Marvel suit of the movie, it reminds me of like Jim Lee when he started like his art for Justice League with the New 52, which started in like 2012 or so, DC. He's a famous 90s artist with like the Image guys. In the 90s, he after around when Claremont was ending, he was like a big artist blowing up in X-Men. And him and this group like Life Film stuff, they're famous for like these guys started bringing like just swarms of fucking pouches and shit. They love drawing all these pouches and extra fucking kit and shit on their heroes. And on top of that, what you see in the New 52 versus classic Batman is like a skin suit. Superman's a skin suit. Maybe they have like the underwear on the top of their suit, you know, but it's simple skin suit with the logo and the cape. And then Jim Lee comes and he brings all this detail, all these lines and shit, and it becomes, even though it's like good art, it becomes kind of an eyesore if you're trying to read a comic panel to panel, word bubble to word bubble. Then you got all this fucking detail. It's distracting. So it's a double-edged sword having too much detail with comic art. That's kind of what's refreshing about older comics is that even though they're simple, a lot of like blank panels with just like a color for the background. It's a simple, it flows better, even though I don't like the art necessarily. Like, I'm not a Jack Kirby art fan. I guess he's revolutionary. I just don't see it. I didn't grow up with it. But there's something I like about old comics. And that translates to Brie Larson, where her suit's just simpler. It's sleeker and it's less detailed, less lines and like essentially like straps in the material. And it's just like, it's nice aesthetically and it helps her body flow better. You get to appreciate, there's a little bit of sexual appeal with Brie Larson, a little bit more femininity in her form and her suit. Same with Monica Rambeau. Love her afro. I love black women with classic black hair, big poofy fro. I like that because I hate seeing just it's a little bit of my black knowledge, even though I'm pretty white, is there's this whole trend for years of black women like straightening their hair. That all goes back. The root of that is trying to like look white to blend in with society of a white America. Even if it's become the culture now, that's the root of it, was trying to like blend with white people. And so I appreciate embracing your unique identity with your like black women have nappy hair, curly hair. So embrace that. Don't like hide it and assimilate, I really appreciate that. Small little thing, but it's like, it's nice. But yeah, she looks good too. She's a very pretty woman. Acting wise, the way they wrote her is just kind of like she's so awkward. It's fine for Kamala Khan, given her character is this like creepy fangirl. It's fine for her. It seems like she's not very socially adept.
I was confused. Like, is she in school? Because she said she's doing homework, but does this all take place in a day? Like, one of those things too. Okay, whatever, Yeah, I guess so. Brie Larson comes out of the house and just flies into space again. It's just kind of like a nothing incident.
Oh, they call it a quantum entanglement. That's what it's called.
Okay, and then she tries to go into space, and then I don't know. Monica's back in the ship.
Well, they start like having to fight because Brie goes to like this Kree ship.
She goes to the Kree place, right, and starts punching.
And she's investigating. And then they start trying to fight her. But then when she uses her powers, oh poof, Kamala Khan's there, and then somehow she gets Goose the Flurkin cat. And
because the cat brushed by her, and for some reason she picked it up, I guess. So then, she's back with the cat holding it.
Right. So then she has the cat, and it comes back to her house, and then the cat arbitrarily spits up the Kree that it ate. And so then this like fight keeps ensuing. There's like Kree on the fucking ship of the Kree, and then there's Kree in Kamala's house, and then there's this wacky phasing back and forth fight, and then also Kree pop up in the space station of Nick Fury, and it's just like, what is the consequence? Because it's like, all right, if the Marvels can withstand this, they still got like Nick Fury and company in danger, and then Kamala's family's in danger, but it's just played off like nothing's gonna happen.
Silly fight scene, whatever. That's what I was saying. There was no sense of danger. I was like, no, they're all gonna be fine. And to back that up, so this part, I can't believe they did this. They had one of the blue Kree guy, because there's a non-blue Kree guy there too. He's
Blue
like,
lives matter.
You see that the Kree and the Skrulls even can sometimes like super punch people like Captain Marvel and other people, but then he like punches Kamala's father. He punches Kamala's father, and that seemed to be like nothing more than a nothing punch. And it's kind of like, huh? Because then like you see him try to throw around things. Like, I don't know, and then you see like the brother and the dad. I mean, at some point they do kind of try to do something, but it's like, would that? I don't. They're super strong. They don't.
When they like after the fight sequence, they're all in the house, or at least Kamala comes back, and they're like, there's a hole in the roof because the Kree got thrown through it, and all this damaged shit in the living room, and he picks up his broken glass and throws it back in the pile of them like sweeping up all the crap, and he looks at her like it's her fault, like.
The family, and it's like, well, is this a moment of anything here? I know they're blaming her, even though there's all these.
They don't even seem supportive of her.
They all got attacked by aliens, and they're tied up in the room as well. And it's like, so I don't know. They don't know how to. I feel like they don't know how to write scenes with people reacting to things properly. They don't. Was this like they didn't even scold her really about anything?
They really scold her, and they didn't be like, "What is that? Oh my god!" There's like, just like it comes across like, oh, Kamala, your shenanigans like destroyed my living room. That seems the extent of it. They don't even really say that.
Yeah. The Hoff, I mean, it's fun to trash on movies sometimes, you know.
This one is interesting because it was not funny when they tried to be funny. It was not good, but it was interesting because it's like, especially with Dar-Benn, even though they literally did the South Park, put a chick in it, make her lame and gay.
Yeah.
She has a
multiple
real villain hook, a sympathetic villain hook, where it's like, all right, surface, it's pretty shallow, pretty thin, but it's like I completely understand her motivation. It makes sense, even if it's villainous because it's going to cause detriment to multiple worlds. It's like ultimately, okay, this is round towards the end. We're going to fill in the middle, but what I was hinting around with Iron Man, Captain America, this messianic idea of superheroes is that men are meant to be leaders, warriors, protectors. This is regardless if you're fucking Superman or Julius Caesar, or if you're just a guy at Walmart, whatever the case. There's an implicit, I would say, gender-based reality of like you expect men to be protectors, women and children first. That idea. It's because men are expendable, and we're the ones supposed to go to war, supposed to defend the weak. It's implicit, whatever situation. All right. And so when you do women in the superhero role, you need to, what makes them engaging, of course, is like the sex appeal. That's the first and foremost you got to get down. Otherwise, you make them like ugly, hideous, fat freaks like Ursula. And this is the root of like, she's a villain because she's hideous outside and in. But you also need to tie into like women's nature, being it like hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, when that's how you do the villain, or you make her like a succubus in some sense, or you make her like Eve, the prototype. You play on the mother aspect of women, that she is a life bringer. This is the quintessential power of women versus men are protectors of society, protectors of the weak, protectors of women. This is like the kind of root storytelling that you play on and build characters off of. And with all three of these women and girl is not really allowed to have sex, even if they have a sexual implied relationship. It's like surface level, and it's a trinket to the side. The man has no agency in the relationship, in the goings on of Captain Marvel. It's just like a passive, oh yeah, like she got married to help a friend in a legal issue. Legal issue was he needed a wife, and it seems to have no real bearing on her life or his. And she can just come and go as she pleases. This is a feminist fantasy to have your cake and eat it too. But also, the big thing is that Dar-Benn, because of Captain Marvel, her planet is like dying. The sun is dying. And turns out, well, wait, Captain Marvel, your power, you could reignite the sun for that planet. She doesn't have to destroy these other planets to regrow her planet.
And so she just like
right. And so she like just goes there, flies through the sun, and it's reignited. And it's like, okay, that's like an element of like woman being a life giver, a mother, Eve. But you got to pair that with superheroism. Superheroes like Batman and Spider-Man are like the quintessential superheroes because their superheroism comes at the cost of their personal life. Batman can't really have a family. He can't really continue the Wayne dynasty as Bruce Wayne if he's Batman. Batman takes precedent over Bruce Wayne. Spider-Man, with his objectivist roots, takes precedent over Peter Parker. That's why we like him, because like, man, if only it could work out for Peter Parker, but it can't because he's got to be Spider-Man. That's why we like him, because it's the long defeat. We love the fantasy of fighting the long defeat against evil. And in-depth characters have like this counterbalance they have to deal with of like any surplus on the side of Spider-Man comes at the detriment of Peter Parker. And they don't do that with Captain Marvel. It's like, well, her saving the planet, this great feat, has no bearing on anything outside of doing this feat. There's no sacrifice. It's just, oh, well, I can do it. There you go. That's it. And it's like this kind of gives the root of like feminist like mockery of nature, of the role of women in the world and the role of women in their gender. It's life-giving. It's being a mother. That's all I really have.
Yep. Okay. Yep. But yeah, so yeah, they're having their little fight sequence and stuff, and Fury's just kind of hanging around. I kind of wish like when they appeared on board that he had like a idea of how to attack them really quick instead of just if she didn't have her shield, he was just kind of like this in the corner covering himself, which wouldn't really have done anything if he actually got shot. But I would assume he'd have some other type of ready plan or something for it. But whatever. They end up talking. Some of them do. I guess he and Brie and Kamala, or no,
Photon.
Because I forget who's split up where. They try to talk because Fury ends up going to the house, to Kamala's house, and Monica's there, right? Or
also, how the fuck does Kamala Khan know Nick Fury?
That was the thing too. She acts like
Nick Fury.
It's like he should be the most unknown man on the planet, probably, in a way.
Besides people that, like, at least in the Avengers, were telling him what to do.
Yeah, but it's just like, he's been off grid for the most part, I guess. But whatever. He's back. He's back in stuff.
Does Nick Fury match up from what you've heard of Mauler? Does Nick Fury match up at all from Secret Wars or Secret Invasion to this show?
I mean, in Secret Invasion, he was worse. So
no. I'm saying like his status in the world compared to. Oh yeah, I'm running like sword now.
I'm confused because I think in this is like pre-Secret Wars, because I don't know, he comes down from the ship at the beginning of Secret Wars, and like, oh, you've been on that ship so long, or something, like as if he's been on station for too long, avoiding the problems in his life on Earth or something. So I don't know. It could be before, it could be after, but he's a depressed old man in Secret Wars, so I don't know. Like it's that kind of thing. I have no fucking idea. So yeah, they talk for a bit about the plot and how there's quantum crap going on. I don't know. It's kind of
also,
I don't know what to say.
There is Brie is out there in space because I guess right now she's dealing with like scroll displacement, because it's ironically, and I'm given the history of scrolls go back to I guess the 60s in comics, so a lot of these creators Marvel were Jews. Captain Marvel has a lot of essays about, is he a Jewish golem? This is a legitimate thing I've started digging into. It's like, oh man, even Captain America is Jewish, probably. God damn it. It's just funny that these shape-shifting scrolls are these shifty creatures are essentially the displaced space Jews.
And they can't say, they always get exterminated. They're always refugees.
It's really, they're just waiting for who's going to give us Israel. Like, it's like, oh my God, this is the scrolls. No, has anyone figured this out? They're space Jews. Or are you rooting for them?
I guess not. I don't know. I don't understand
their space Amos. If there's space Amos, I'm rooting for them.
I don't even really understand their conflict, really, what the stuff is. But they seem like the kind of species that should be annihilated. They can shapeshift into whoever they want, pretty much. Like if they see you, they can shapeshift you, and if they get a hold of you, they can take copy your memory.
I don't know the circumstance, but that's essentially the whole plot in the Secret Invasion comic is like,
but they're supposed to be villains.
Who's who among us?
They're supposed to be villains in the comic. In this, they try to show them as sympathetic refugees, and it's like they just seem to naturally be a villainous species. I don't know, like what. It's only if they copy you, they like try to keep you in a coma. Rhodes, he's apparently supposed to be a Skrull in Secret Invasion since he got his injury in Civil War. So anything that's happened since then, no, he's just, they have him
he's been
in like
Skrull the whole time.
since the Civil War. And I'm saying is that they put you in like stasis. You see how they had the
So where's
mind-
real Rhodey?
That's what I just told you. I said that they put you in stasis. They put you in a coma.
Right. I'm saying, where is he?
Well, he's just out now, but I don't know what his status would be. He's been out of commission for 10 years or however long.
Wait, but I'm saying like with Endgame and Rhodey's like,
No, so what I'm saying, so ever since Civil War, he got injured. He's in
stasis, and so there's a scroll as Rhodey.
The scroll is Rhodey. And
all right, okay, follow along. This is my question. In Endgame, when they're
that is a scroll.
There's no attachment. He's playing a role.
That is a scroll.
What the fuck?
Yeah, we don't. Anything after Civil War is all a scroll.
That ruins the context retroactively of the heartfelt. Oh man, his buddy from the Air Force that he stole a suit in the military made War Machine. He's a scroll the whole time now.
Scroll acting.
That is so fucking gay. I remember seeing something about Rhodey being a scroll from Comics Explained, and he was joking that this was the explanation for why it's not Terrence Howard.
Well, it's funny because like this Rhodey scroll went to Thanos' planet and saw a farm planet that he could take the scrolls to. That's the in the Secret Wars.
That's supposed to be Thanos' planet, right?
Or I don't know, or his
the farm planet. Yeah,
I guess, yeah. But he was on there, seemed to be by himself and enriched land and stuff. And the whole point of Secret Wars is there's like 1 million or so scrolls on Earth that Fury didn't do his job by finding them a planet, I guess, and so they're trying to integrate here, and they want to create World War III with America and Russia or something, and nukes and stuff. And then it's like, oh, okay, so you're telling me that Rhodey has been a scroll for a while, and it's like y'all have been to other planets. We've seen other planets that you can easily go to. Like what? What do you mean you can't find a planet? Like, and it's just so much that's stupid with that. But anyway, so when it goes to the scrolls in this movie too, I'm just kind of like, I don't understand enough about any of you to like know what am I supposed to feel for either side of the Kree or the scrolls or any. I don't feel anything. I'm just like, they keep on acting. So also think about this. They act like their numbers have been diminished over the years by a lot. So putting you on a planet, like they can both be on a planet and never interact for a while, probably. Like if you like, we have how many billion on our one planet? If you have their people that have like probably less than a few million each, maybe at best. It's like y'all could be on one planet and still coexist for the most part. Like, even if you fight on that planet, whatever, it's a one planet, but you want to be refugees anymore. You want to be refugees. It's just, I don't know. It's really stupid when it comes to this stuff. But
that makes the commentary from that director even worse.
Well, and
I was totally not interested.
Think about this too, Angus. The lady in our villain lady, Darp, she wants to also, just like the Skrulls, find a planet, or she wants to revitalize her planet by stealing
doing
air.
A Star Killer base.
No, by doing a Spaceballs and a Star Killer. In Spaceballs, they vacuum the air out of Druidia. They do this here in this. On
so you say Spaceballs,
planet.
I'm like, I'm out.
I know, but I'm surprised you didn't make that connection when that happened in the movie. That's like, ooh. That's
I instantly thought a Star Killer base.
But yeah, when they do the sun thing, that is more Star Killer base. But the air, they took the atmosphere. they took the atmosphere, air, or whatever, out of the planet the Skrulls were on. Apparently,
well, it's funny because the reports we're having is that the director left months early to start doing other movie shit instead of finishing the editing and whatnot of this movie. It's like, oh man, like why did they? What? How is that allowed? Like, don't you have a contract where you have to like finish your shit?
Yeah.
What a mess.
Like, think about it. So it's like they want to put air on their planet, water on their planet, and reignite their sun. Instead, that sounds more difficult than just finding another planet. What do you know? The planet they went to that the Skrulls were on, that's a whole planet. They treat it like a Star Wars thing where it's just the one city on the one planet. That's the whole planet. It's like, guys, there's a whole planet. Like, what? Do you not
Oh
know
my
how big
God,
a
Hoff.
planet is? Do you not know how big a planet is? Like, come on, yeah, went
She
from
went
suck
from
to
suck to
blow.
blow.
Your favorite Spaceballs line, but like I hate how they make planets seem so small when it's like that's still a big area you can all live on. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. It's just really lame. It had a sun, it had water, and it had air, and they just take that away apparently. And it's like, nope. And then now we got to go to a whole water planet. How do you transfer water from another planet? How do you transfer air from another planet? The molecules in the atmosphere. Okay. Anyway, so like that was the villain's plan. That's why the more you get into the villain's plan, the more retarded it is. And
Sure, but no, it's still
apparently
understandable.
I know, but that's the thing too. It's caused by Captain Marvel, but like there doesn't really seem to be anything about that. Like there's no connectivity really with it. It's like, oh, that happened how long ago? What, like back in the 90s that we're talking about? And like now we see something it's just one of those, like, this seems like it would have come around some other time, or this would have been something she brings up at some point to people, but it just kind of doesn't. And I don't know what, like, the drama that they try to have with Captain Marvel and Monica is so stupid. It's like it's just like, oh, you never came back. It's like, that's the drama. You said you'd be back.
I can see resentment, but it's just like, we got way bigger fish to fry.
I mean, Angus, like, this, I feel like it's just such a thing, with people. How many friends?
Well, this is women.
How many friends have you talked to? Yeah, we'll totally keep in touch. Never hear from them ever again. Like, I don't know. It just seems like I can understand being a little annoyed.
No. This is like, women. Women hold grudges.
But it's
women
just
hold
like,
grudges, Ricky.
But she's like, it's like physically affecting her. Like, she can't even focus or something because she.
Have you not seen all these weirdo protesters where it's like, my body, my choice, my body, my choice?
She was like 6 years old in Captain Marvel when she met her. Why would you give a fuck that hard? Like, I just don't know. You're supposed to come back to me. It's like, I'm sorry. I don't like Captain.
Women are self-centered, Ricky. This is just a woman thing, I think, that we're just not really going to fully understand.
Because it's like, if they wanted to have some type of drama, I'm cool with that. But you gotta have something a little bit better than that. Like, I don't know. Like if it was, you could have saved my mom, and I've been trying to reach you, and then you were on Earth, and then you still didn't do something like that. Maybe I'm trying to think a little of something that could work.
Yeah, at least with the Falcon and Winter Soldier, at least ultimately it's the full context of Kang now, where it's like, oh, this narrative we try to paint of like, well, the Falcon couldn't get a bank loan because he's black. And it's like, well, actually, Kang didn't want you to get a loan because you're black.
Yep. He wrote the Holocaust into our history.
Well, Hoff, I was thinking about this. Because like sirs are triggered by this. And I understand I'm not for abortion necessarily. But at the same time, it's like, well, who's getting abortions mostly? The poors. Do you really need more poors? We need to keep those populations in check.
Bill Burr had a great joke where he's just like, yeah, I'm on the fence about it, but I'm glad to be on the fence because it's like, well, on one hand, you're killing a human being for the ones that want abortions. On the other hand, we don't really need more people around. How has your life really affected the planet? Do we really need another you? Like,
yeah. Well, whenever the like Christians try to say like, oh, you could have killed the next doctor to cure cancer, it's like, or you could have killed Hitler. Mm-hmm. So it's actually like, this was divine that you aborted this baby because he would have become Hitler. Well, yeah, no, I speak from experience. Like, we don't need more pores. It's hard enough being me. I don't need more pores competing to be.
Yeah, imagine how much less traffic we'd have if there was a few less, a couple more abortions back in the day. But,
everyone's triggered by this Panamanian shooter when it's like, well, this is the quickest way to stop climate change and carbon footprint is just to remove the carbon burners.
Right.
Then I'm out.
But anyway, God, I feel like we talked about. I think are we halfway through the movie almost now? Like,
Yeah, well, okay, it's funny because like reading the current Wikipedia plot, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs, and like 3 of them are like 2 sentences. So it's like
I feel like
fairly.
we post
Let
the
me
movie now.
recap. Let me recap around where we're at. All right, so the collapse of the Supreme Intelligence leads to a civil war among the Kree species in their homeworld of Hala. The conflict renders the planet barren as it loses its air, water, and sunlight. Dar-Ben, the new leader of the Kree, retrieves one half of the quantum bands, of which Kamala Khan has the other half. Dar-Ben harnesses the power of the band, pairs it with her staff, named the Universal Weapon, and uses it to tear apart
It's
a
called the
jump.
Universal. I didn't even catch
Yeah.
that.
They said that.
What?
Like, really? I would
Yeah,
call it that.
I didn't say I didn't catch that. I didn't think they said anything.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Well, it was funny how Brie Larson just like casually
Why is
says,
it
"Oh,
called
it's the
the
Universal Weapon."
Why
It's
is
just
it
like,
called the Universal Weapon? What does it do then? It's tough. It can
and
break
she
things.
uses it to tear apart a jump point in space. The resulting anomaly is discovered by Sword. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, now residing at the Saber space station, hosts peace talks between the Kree and Skrull Empire. Fury calls in Danvers and Monica Rambeau to investigate a jump point anomaly near Saber.
Wait,
when-
Skrull Empire. They have
Yeah,
an empire? I
shut
thought
up.
they were like extinct. Practically. Aren't they like endangered? How many do they
When
have? They have millions. I'm sorry, this is another stupid thing.
When
Anyway, continue.
Rambeau touches it, she, Danvers, and Khan switch places through teleportation. The switching causes the three to fight each other's Kree enemies, leaving the Khan's house destroyed in their wake. As the 3 women return to their original places, Fury and Rambeau visit Khan on Earth. As Khan demonstrates her power, she switches places with Danvers. When
Is she
Danvers
like
flies,
super strong too and durable? Like, can she withstand a punch from a Kree and
I don't know.
like okay.
It seems like she needs to do the constructs. When Danvers flies away, she switches places with Khan in midair. The group surmises that the light-based powers of Danvers, Rambeau, and Khan are linked through quantum entanglement, and that they switch places when any the way. So, like we watch like Ultron or some of the other classic Avengers films. It's like there's like some workshopping to like it was like, oh man, we got this mindset. Like, you know what? I think we could use this to do my like arm around the planet idea, my Ultron initiative. Let's try it. You know, and they're like, you get a montage of them like just like, oh man, the struggle, or and then this one's like Nick Fury, who is like, you assume like military based strategy, maybe some diplomacy. And he's like, oh yeah, this probably this strong or Strom theory, huh? And it's just like instantly, it's just like, yeah, it's probably that. And then Monica was like, oh, it must be this thing too, with like her discovery. It's just like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. It's just like, okay, yeah. He seemed like he's just high on the movie, really. He's kind of like chilling and cracking jokes, and that's it. Yeah, there you go.
The 3 join up at a Skrull refugee colony on the planet Tarnax, where talks of resettlement have dissolved. Dar-Ben rips open another jump point.
Let's wrap up before we do that. The spot that we're at here. So Brie tries to fly and then switches places with Kamala, and then Fury says to Monica, "You gotta fly."
They fly now?
He says it kind of funny. I don't know. He says it funny, and then
well, it's funny. He's like black girl magic,
and then she can just fly now, and it's like it was what?
It seems like maybe that was a theory. And it's like, well, now you gotta try it. It's just like that would actually be great if it's like, oh, actually, I see that again. They can't. This is where like wokeness could be argued. It's like they're unwilling to actually endanger any of these women. It'd be great if like, oh man, this girl that believed in me and we're entangled for some reason and I couldn't save her. arguably because of me, because of my dealings with the Kree and Hala, this led to this girl who's a fangirl of me dying abruptly or being severely maimed like Rhodey.
It makes
where
him
she's
kind of use
paralyzed.
out of the girl, you know.
Yeah, like that would have been good to like for understandable investment motivation. Where it's like, oh my god, this girl is wrecked and it's in front of her family. She fell from the sky and this black bitch couldn't fucking fly because
If only I wasn't a stupid Catwoman in my
because she's like,
30s
fuck,
or
fuck,
whatever.
fuck, I've never flown before. Let me try. Fuck, oh man, she phased through me. God damn it. Which that's unclear too, because it seems like if she flies, it's like her being a phaser, but then she can physically grab shit when she's flying.
Again,
so
it's just vague powers that don't make any sense. They're just like, yeah, here, whatever it is. But it's funny because you can have powers that are, yeah, of course, that are weird and we don't really get, but they show them in a way that you understand it. And then this just never seems to happen.
Yeah, it's
and so when she can suddenly fly now, yeah, there's just like I was like, are we supposed to feel danger for any of them? Because we know they're going to be. It's one thing if you know they're going to live.
the Dark Knight.
I know they're going to be fine. As to where with like Tony Stark and stuff, he'd come out banged and bruised a bit. He'd have learned and he'd know what to do next time compared to that time. As to where with these, there's no trial and error. They just do it and it's right. It's the right way. So who cares? Like there's no actual tension. And he just expected her to be able to fly. I'm like, what if that wasn't even an option? Nope, she's pancake. Is that what it would have been?
Yeah, no, like in Civil War when it's like Vision get him and he shoots at Falcon, then it misses and hits fucking Rhodey in the chest and kills his suit, and he crashes and it's like, oh fuck, is he dead? And then who is it? Was it fucking Hawkeye or Ant-Man? Who does Iron Man blast out of like fuck you pretty much when he's like holding Rhodey?
I want to say Falcon. Because Falcon dodged and then he went down and was like, hey, and then he's like, fuck you. You know?
He's
yeah.
Like, and it's just like, yes, this makes total sense. You've possibly killed his best buddy.
Yeah.
This is all because you can't follow the fucking rules and we got to rope you in and you've cost us Rhodey. He's fucking paralyzed.
And then at the end of the Civil War, of course, they are all battered and bruised with the three of them fighting with the Winter Soldier and Captain America and Iron Man. They all look tired and fatigued. They're sweating. There's blood.
Yeah,
there's
like
bruise. Like
America.
I'm feeling that they have been punching each other and that they've been fighting. With these girls, they look like they have just had a normal day entirely. And it's like, oh, no, not one cut, not one bruise. You've been punched.
Brie had a hole in her pant leg.
You got hit by the universal staff or whatever, and you just like fine. Like, can you even have like a my arm is sore? Dude,
okay, wait. We were talking about this on the phone. This is another fucking problem. All right, so the quantum band, even though Kamala has one, even though it doesn't seem actually tied to her powers because she can do her powers without it. Whatever, I don't know. Not watching Miss Marvel. But regardless, they all supposedly have light-based powers, even though Brie's powers from the fucking Space Stone.
Right. Yeah.
Whatever.
Again, I wish she would have had space powers if that was the case, teleporting and could breathe in space.
Right. It would make sense.
But
she could teleport. She has a fucking Space Stone.
Yeah. That would have made more sense. Well, fuck it.
But yeah. Dar-Benn gets one of the quantum bands. Now she can use this with the universal weapon to do her sky beams to suck resources from other planets. And also they figure out when they're fighting her the first time, she can absorb our light-based powers. And so it's like they're juicing her. So how can they fuck her up at all?
Well, I assume that the juicing is temporary, like it get used here and then
like Black Panther when you punch him, he absorbs it.
I'm assuming that that's sort of what it is. Like you put energy into here and then I can put it back out
right.
into you.
But
that's
all their powers, you assume their strength too. Just punching her would juice her up.
I don't even know because there's no level of their power. I have no idea. The Captain Marvel, she can fly through his sun and ignite it. It's like, okay, so I don't know. And then I have no idea what their level is, their limit. Is this really hard or not? Can you just go harder?
No. Wait. See, what she did was she forgot to turn up the weight of the blows of her universal weapon. Like how Balon Skull clearly has his lightsaber set to heavy.
Right. Silly me.
Idiot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's totally obvious.
But no,
Just gotta change the weight settings.
So yeah, we'll be getting to their fun fight scene soon here. It's just annoying with the power sets because and there's no sense of damage with them. So after the whole fight scene too with the Kree guys, it's like, okay, was there the house was damaged, but not even the family was injured. Even though the dad got punched in the face, I'm sure the mom got touched at some point, right? She got grabbed. I don't know. There's not like a broken arm or a twisted it's not like any damage.
Scrape.
They're all totally fine. And I'm just kind of like, can you get a cut? Can I see damage?
Yeah, like the Kree, the one Kree,
you know?
like the dad or the brother gets caught in the fucking couch, and then the Kree like fucking slams it into the fireplace. And it's like a super throw. And I was like, that should like jar you at least.
Like, can you at least be like, oh god, geez,
Yeah, Spider-Man.
like
Spider-Man's super, and he falls on a car, and he's like, oh, my back.
Hawkeye, as much as you and I don't really like Hawkeye, he shows battle damage when he does things. He just going out, just crashing into a window, and he's like, that hurt, the landing, like something that shows they're not invincible. Even the Hulk can be like, and like, even though he's not visibly damaged, things slow him down clearly, and where, if he doesn't like compared to, a normal hit, that did something to him.
Unrelated, but you're just making me think of Hawkeye and Ultron, where Quicksilver says, "Is like, but you didn't see that coming." And it's like, no, you died. No, you said the joke. It died.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, even that, like that set up a character that we don't even like to have a moment where his death is like, oh man, like
and it runs back to their interaction where it's like he punched so Hawkeye.
Characters barely in the film, and we barely know Hawkeye, but that moment was still like, you actually kind of made me feel for that a little bit for both these guys. Like, okay, shit, and so we don't feel any of that in this whole movie. Is what I'm kind of getting at with this. So there's no sense of danger ever. And,
we got a woman lead with a woman sidekick, and then another woman sidekick, and then guess what? They're fighting a woman.
Yeah, and Monica can just now fly. She just got that ability too, unrelated to what's going on. She can just fly now.
I thought of this. I thought, okay, at least her flight progression of like unsure. When I watched, one of my biggest problems with Captain Marvel versus Shazam did great. I hate Shazam, stupid concept, but they did this delivery right where it's like,
well, he's also Captain
Marvel. He doesn't
technically.
Right. There's a link. Yeah, that was layered. Okay. He's he can like super jump stuff. He's doing the montage, testing his powers and dancing, doing little TikToks and shit. And then doesn't know if he can fly though. And then like when he's like falling ever, then he's like and he's like, oh, I can fly. Whoa, yeah. And then he's like, he's not great at it right at the start, but then he gets confident and now he can flow. But Brie Larson is like instantly, it's like, zoom, I'm flying. At least with Monica Rambeau, it's like uneasy. So I'll take what I can get.
It's what I would call at least you did that, but it's still not good. Like again, like if she was able to do, like, and it's still, because that's not even what saved them. They ended up dropping, and then she makes a light ball around them, which I'm like,
right. Okay, but then Captain Marvel flashes.
You're just gonna minimize the blood splatter. Is all I'm thinking. That's gonna do really when they land. Or if anything, I thought it'd be like Fury pulls out some type of huge cushion out of his pocket, like whatever. We have our new
Looney Tunes shit. I love when Bugs Bunny does shit like that.
He's a spy, and that's a gadget, maybe a huge fucking inflatable thing. We
gadget whoopee cushion.
I went parachuting out of the thing last week, and my thing was buggy. We're ready for this. We're a spy, of course. We're ready for these things.
But I'm just thinking of like Bugs Bunny, where he's like supposed to catch someone, and he like has like one of these like trapeze bouncy things.
Yeah,
they just falls right. No, he doesn't. Really just falls right through it.
That's what would
like it's paper.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because that's probably what would happen rather than realistic physics in a Looney Tunes thing. Put a chicken at make her gay is put a chicken at make her gay, and then also put another chicken at make her gay, and another and one more just for.
Well, it's worse actually because it's like at least if they're gay, they have a love interest that's at risk. This is what I'm talking about. This is where you have to dig layers. All right. So it's easy to say, oh, it's woke because it's just chicks. And it's like, yeah, that is like the logic ultimately. But this is the
It's
layered nuance of
the only
the
thing that's
wokeness.
layered is how bad it is. That's the only thing that's layered.
The layered wokeness of actual in-depth discussion is that it's sexless. That like when they have these women that are powerful, they make them sexless. And it's not in the sense of like Laurie Strode from Halloween, where the horror trope of like the chaste virgin will make it through the story versus the whore fornicators that get killed in the lead up to the heroine facing the doom and triumphing. It's not even that, because that's still based in like, all right, she's chaste. At some point, you assume she will find, love and matrimony and be ultimately in this like, Judeo-Christian fantasy of purity. So her sex is pure when she does elevate to that status. So it's not sexless, it's chaste, versus this is like sex. They have these female figures, but they don't actually embrace the ultimate feminine power of creation. This is the root when you make a female character. It's a hero.
They don't even have
long game.
They don't even have like Captain Marvel when she's with Miss Marvel or anything. When they're with Kamala, like they don't have the adult ones going, we can't have this kid around here. She could be in danger. Any of that. They're just like, oh, she's one of us. Practically. I mean,
their powers are tied, so they gotta stay together.
They show disinterest, but there is no worry, which like my point is, if it was, the other heroes of any kind, they would be either trying to, definitely make sure that they are, Tony Stark with Spider-Man, for example, he's like, I didn't want you to be here. I wanted you to be safer at home. Even if you're going to be around here, I still want you to be in the safer spot than in the danger.
Yeah, no, it's in Homecoming where it's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Just keep it small, concise, stay in your lane.
So like that shows enough of that in that type of way. As to where with this, like Captain Marvel or Monica, there's no sense of like, we're going to make sure that you're okay in this dangerous situation that we're going to be right up front with, and you could swap with us at any time. Like with that, that's what I'm kind of getting at too, is that they could swap spots, and then she is directly in front of the danger, and there's like no sense that is what's happening. They're like, oh, she's totally fine, whatever. Like there's no sense even of like training in the attempt to show a training thing, but not really, in any way that means anything. And it's just like that's there needs to be things that humanize them a little bit, because they are so invincible. No, they don't give a fuck about anything, and that's what is annoying with it. Like even like, again, Black Widow showed signs of damage. Captain America was, you getting sleepy,
even in Black Widow, like, she busts her face on the table to avoid the like pheromone based indoctrination.
Well, I was referring to in the Avengers, like, she's got like, some damage on her face, and she's tired. She looks like she's like, I can, all right, let me try to jump onto the thing and go up there and get the staff. Like, oh my God. Like, she's like, she's had her day as well, by comparison. I don't know. It's just, okay, let's just keep on going. I'm going to stay in the same spot if I keep on doing this. So what happens?
Honestly, when I left the movie, I'm like, this wasn't bad. If like you gave it like 30 more minutes and done a few things where like, all right, this is the story you're going to tell. These are the plot points, but like you could shift things where it's like focused on Captain Marvel versus Dar-Benn. There's a route back to Hala and Captain Marvel first film. And then you have her sidekicks that are like, all right, this is your first introduction into like big boy Marvel movies. That should be like the, it's like, we understand the villain's motivation, why she's got the MacGuffin, why she still needs this next one. And then this comes in direct conflict with Captain Marvel's initiatives.
Yeah, this is where I was thinking. So this would have been much better, more satisfying for me anyway, is if like they have their power issue, and then something happens where they can't use their powers at all, like where like they have to learn how to deal with some situations without their powers at all, and like have to
Iron Man 3.
What do they? Well, yeah. Even though a lot of people rip on Iron Man 3, that's something that is even in Thor. Like they have it be where he doesn't have his powers for a while. Like you have to discover what is it about this character that we can like or attach to or feel anything about that isn't about their superpower. Does Captain Marvel have anything to offer that isn't that she can fly through everything and is invincible and totally fine all the time? Is there any trait about her that we can attach to or
There's
get
a
to know
vague,
that
I
is
gotta
there?
do good vaguely. And ultimately, it's like, I
That's just
guess
not
what she
interesting
does
enough.
is
That's not interesting enough, really. 'Cause, I
actually
mean,
just a bunch of fuck ups for everybody.
well, it's
But
like her version of doing good. I don't even know. She kills people and creatures like they're nothing. And is there any sense of like, I really wish I didn't have to kill those people? There's just like, I don't know, like, because then she sometimes goes, "Oh, you don't have to die, big villain that's killed a bunch of people." I don't know what the morality.
we don't even know the
is on
state
Captain-
of her husband's planet.
Well, there's that too. We can get to that when we get to that. I have a lot to say on that planet thing. But I mean, I don't know Captain Marvel's morality at all. I have no idea. She just kills things like they're nothing, but then acts like she wants to save people. But I don't even know if she understands what that means. How much does she actually see? We understand Tony Stark very well and what he knows and what he's willing to do, and like utilizing all of his knowledge the best he can to improve technology to help people. All these things. She's a cat lady in space, and she's like I don't know. She just runs
It's
through
groundbreaking.
she runs through spaceships and kills people without remorse, which is fine if she kills them, but like does she was a Kree technically for a little bit or lived as one for a while. She's supposed to sympathize with Skrulls, but I don't see any part of her giving a fuck really.
Right. The whole thing was she
They don't-
destroyed the supreme intelligence because it was AI controlling the Kree.
Yeah, and she seems to have not given a fuck until they tell us that she has given a fuck now. But she doesn't do anything about it either, like at all. There's no attempt in any way to make that clear that she cares. And she gets lucky by having Valkyrie pop in the movie for a sec, which they've never had a line of dialogue before, but they're acting like they have a huge history. And I don't know. I mean, that's fine.
That cameo was like
there, but it was
what?
like it would. I thought it was going to be Thor for a sec of like, he'll come in for some reason, I guess.
No, it's King Valkyrie.
Go to Norway, but then she arrives, but it's also like, so when could she do that? I forget.
Well, you know why it had to be her versus Thor, because Thor is interesting.
Well, I thought it was the Black Widow rule of we don't want a man coming into the thing when it's the women.
Well, yeah, it's like Luke Skywalker in Force
Like-
Awakens. You couldn't actually show him till the very end as a cliffhanger because otherwise you'd be like, well, wait, what's Luke doing in this plot? And it's like, well, fucking Scarlet Witch show. They didn't bring Doctor Strange in, which would make sense. I guess it was like shopped as an idea. We're like, well, people will be interested in Doctor Strange then instead of Scarlet Witch. And
this also goes. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you, but like this annoys me again. Just with I don't know the state of these other people. I don't know the state of Earth. I don't know the state of the Asgardians, the Skrull, the Kree. They're in the movies, but like they keep on acting like they're almost extinct half the time. And I don't know, but then there's like millions of them sometimes. They're just spread around the galaxy, and I don't understand there's no grounding of where anything is in any film or TV show, which is funny because I know that you hate me for this, but Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. took care of things that weren't answered in the film. So you don't have to watch the movies to understand what happens in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but if you watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it can help you. If you've watched the movies, you can understand, this helps fill in some of those gaps and answer some of the questions you might have of what happened to the Tesseract stuff. They go into that kind of thing. And like they make that, they answer some questions that you might have for it.
no, Steven, if you want, I'll send you a link. So you can, I guess, ask us blind about this stuff and we can get a further in-depth kind of discussion. But this movie, I mean, I guess it's horrible. It's shoddily written, but like, honestly, I was very, by like peeling the layers, like, well, yeah, this is wokeness, but not in the sense of like Captain Marvel woke surface level. Girls get it done, hurrah! It's not
somehow it's a different kind of bad that isn't as bad as other bads we've had.
Yeah,
You know?
it's interesting because it's like this could have been honestly, this could have been a good film. Like it probably deserves like that rough 5 or 6 out of 10. That is like shocking for Marvel right now. But no, this was. It's like there's a lot here if they just tweaked it and they focused it on Captain Marvel.
And that's what it needed was focus. If it had some focus, it might have.
Because the villain, even if it's she's a woke diversity gender swap. I didn't feel wokeness from her aside from that outside our world realization of like what the character's supposed to be versus what they cast. Outside of that, it doesn't feel at all like, oh, I'm a woman. And it felt like, that's the other thing. Okay, Black Panther is a fucking awful movie for various reasons. Mainly it's BLM nonsense sentiment. It's misguided. This is an African character, but you're trying to sell it to Americans. And we have 400 years gap from the motherland. So we're a completely different identity, but then you plug rap and shit in the soundtrack for an African movie, which I know there's rap in Africa, but it's not even African rap, so it's a confused movie. But then the biggest problem is you try to do this like Professor X Magneto dichotomy of like understandable hero and villain, that they're really just antagonists. They're not even classic hero and villain in a way. But the real takeaway is like, oh, Killmonger is the engaging agent in the film. He influences the hero. He changes the hero's. It should be in some way, even if the guy has to be killed or in prison, you redeem the villain. No, Killmonger enlightens the hero, which can work like Vulture. If Spider-Man is older, he might influence Spider-Man's perspective, not be so black and white. But oh man, but there was a specific thing I had with that. I'll find it. What were you gonna say, Ricky?
I was gonna say like, Brie doesn't change in the movie really. She just kind of goes from I felt bad about doing the intelligence thing, but then I like made a star, and now it's all good. I guess like there wasn't really a change. Nothing really changed about her in the film either, with any of the characters.
Yeah. Oh, I know I was gonna get at. Okay, so like comparing like the problem of Killmonger versus Black Panther, where it's like he is the engaging agent of the film. Dar Ben is the villain, but she embodies more of like the intrinsic gender value that I'm talking about of like writing characters. Where it's like she's the villain, but she's doing this like ultimately this like you could say misguided villainous mother initiative for her people. She's in this politician like essentially queen role, but she's trying to give life, revitalize life to her planet. That's motherly. That
would have been more clear if they even showed, like, if the starting scene was on her planet, for example, or one of her people were in danger from.
They should have showed the suffering.
Show some suffering of the planet, and show her doing something that shows that she cares in some way. That it's like, she's not one of the villains that would kill her own subordinates or whatever. Like she'd help them up if they fell, kind of a thing, so that we can have a little bit of, oh, this is what she's going through. All they see is the Captain Marvel flying woohoo through spaceships and destroying shit, not giving a fuck. And it's like, I would want her motivation to be not just, do this with the planet and destroy the Annihilator, but like make the Annihilator understand what she did. I mean, that's what a lot of villains kind of do, and why they don't usually try to kill the hero is they want them to know what they caused, right? Like, look at what you did, and do you even get that? You act like you're a fucking hero. You're our villain in some way.
Yeah,
I mean,
like Bane.
Like that would have been nice to.
Yeah, Bane is an interesting one because I love Dark Knight Rises.
Well, real quick, and then having that contrast with Miss Marvel, who sees Captain Marvel as a hero. If she were to hear this from her, have that cause some kind of conflict? And even with Monica, who also somehow looked up to Captain, like have that cause some of the drama in the story with the characters or something, like, like, wow, yeah, you're a murderer. You killed the Supreme Intelligence and dipped. Like it was like, that's it. Just fuck off. Like, really? Wow. Just like you fucked off.
It's kind of funny.
And also just like you fucked off Earth too, and just fucked around. You go planet to planet fucking around. Like, do you even understand what you do to planets when you just go around and do shit? Like,
Well, Well, it's funny because what you're saying earlier about like the villain and stuff, and I mean, you think of Dark Knight Rises, which I love Bane in that movie, and
Yeah.
it's interesting because he doesn't have a direct tie necessarily to Batman. His conflict is like this, ultimately a religious devotion to the principles of the League of Shadows, and
That's
so
fine too. Yeah.
Batman, it's a very abstract, impersonal conflict. It's personal for Batman. It's a
Not every
one-sided
conflict needs to be personal.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's interesting because even in this like abstract kind of impersonal motivation by Bane,
So
where
it
it's
feels
like,
personal.
he's like, "Oh, I'm going to make you suffer, and then you can die.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you watch your city fall into chaos."
Well,
and
I see
eat
it as like
itself.
Batman represents the strongest of that
Opposition.
ideal of the opposition. So having him watch it all crumble and then also die is like the ultimate victory, maybe
Yeah.
for the cause. So yeah, I see that. But
No, well, yeah, it's like
that's the
that's like a
devotion with his
pretty
with
vague.
that bit of humanity is with him that he wants to feel good about making him suffer. Like that's a human.
Because ultimately it's a righteous, in his view, it's a
Yeah.
righteous path he's going on.
Yeah.
And there's not a direct personal like, oh, you have scorned me, Batman. You're a thorn in my side. It's like, your efforts are cute, but you're fighting against the nature. And the
Yeah.
nature is the League of Shadows, and what we do. We destroy civilizations to burn the wheat
Yeah.
and the
You
chaff.
learned to fight in the shadows, but I was born in it. So, like the
You
yes.
merely adopted the dark. I was born in it,
Yes.
molded by it.
But back to our character though. Like
Let's go watch Batman.
I know. I kind of do. I want to watch Fantastic Four and Batman and stuff. I never saw Batman Begins still, so need to do that
What?
one these days. Yeah, I told you that.
No, I thought you haven't seen it since it like first
Well,
came out.
Well, no, I saw like some of it on TV. Like I saw bits.
Oh, you probably saw the FX cut.
I saw a bit of training and like a bit of the end on the train and a little bit of Scarecrow sort of. Like,
Oh
I don't
man,
really,
it's so
I
good.
don't really know. I didn't really see the full movie, so that's on our list for one of these days. But
Okay.
but anyway, so like you see what I mean though with the villain, how like something with if we're gonna have these characters be the forefront, there's got to be something here for all of them, and they just don't have anything.
Well, yeah, like Thanos, we never actually see Titan in its heyday. We see like a glimpse, like from a very like far out perspective of like, well, the planet was pretty and functioning, and then look where it's at now. They didn't listen to me, and it's like, Thanos mostly just by talking about a quick synopsis of like, well, like Titan was cool and all, but we were starting to have problems, and they didn't want to listen to me because that was too drastic, and now they're all dead.
Yeah.
And so they proved my point, and so I give this. It's kind of like Jesus, where it's like, if it's your will, God, let me pass this cup. Don't make me drink of this cup. It's just like an idea, but it's like Thanos is willing to mete out the cup of what he sees as justice, planet to planet.
Exactly. Well, and even more than that, it shows like, even though he's doing a thing that people would consider horribly evil, and sure, but like he also like when he's on Gamora's planet and he's like talking to her about the balance, and they're all getting lined up behind him to half of them get slaughtered. He chooses to like try to have her not look at the slaughtering right now, and like I don't know. There's some elements of like oh, he's a horrible father figure. He doesn't actually love her. It's like he's showing some signs that he like wants her to understand that he does.
He's a villain.
Care. Like
he
that
does love her
somewhat. Like you know what I mean. Like he's showing signs that he does care about her in his own way. Compared to other things. But
yeah, good villains have a flawed but understandable perspective.
Right.
Where it's
like we just saw in Invincible, like when he cracks Eve's neck, he's like, oh, you killed her? No, she's alive. I'll be able to see her when I want. It's just kind of like, well, what is that? She's just a vegetable now. And it's like, but to him, he's like, I didn't kill her. She's alive. So that's good.
Eat your vegetables, rookie.
Yeah, good enough for me.
No, it's like Scary Movie. What Scary Movie 3 is like? Wait, what? And he's like, how's the bottom half?
I vaguely remember Scary Movie. Those movies.
Well, it's the third one when they're making fun of signs.
I remember like the guy who had a weird hand, and he's like, "Take my hand," and they're like, "Oh no, gross."
That's
and,
Scary Movie 2.
or one of them where he rolls like a giant weed rolls
He makes the weed rolls up a black guy
into a joint. It's kind of funny. I don't even think that's that funny, but it is. That for some reason that is kind of funny.
When you see that's the value of those movies is when you talk about it, it's like Napoleon Dynamite. Napoleon Dynamite's not funny. It's when you talk about it, you're like, oh wait, that is good.
He's on a bus and then he's just tying a string around an action figure and then throws it out back to drag behind. Why? What is that for? I don't know. He's dragging the action figure behind the bus. There you go. But back to the unfortunate movie that I like our other conversations that we're having outside of it and how it could be better. So after they save her off the ground, then what happens? I don't remember. They go. Is this where they all meet up again, all three, and then
they all go to the scroll after
the scroll planet, right?
After Darben says like, "Yeah, the deal's off." Fuck you.
I didn't even understand their deal because we never saw them interact really. So I was kind of like, wait, your deal of living on the planet, you'll be integrated into the Kree Empire. And then they mentioned the Civil War. I was like, okay, so how many wars are we talking about? The war between Skrulls and Kree, but the Skrulls have been like scattered around. They implied in Captain Marvel that they were almost extinct. Right? Well, there's only a few left or something.
I only saw that movie once.
But then in Secret Wars, apparently they said there's 1 million on Earth and more in space. And in this, they say that they're scattered throughout the galaxy. And I was kind of like, I don't know. So there's just a whole shit ton of you still around? Like, all right. Like, all right. I don't know. Whatever.
No one wants these people. Every planet they go to, no one wants them. What's that
what he
like,
said. That's
rookie?
what he said. He said it, not me. He said
what
it.
What is that like?
He said it in the film. Yeah.
I think we know of a place like this. No one wants them.
But so this is a problem that I have is that I can understand in some movies when they have factions that are against each other, they can quickly show in whatever scene like a good reason as to kind of why they're against each other. I have no fucking idea what the conflict is with these two species. Like, what's the problem?
Well,
like,
one faction is shifty.
I know what you would say.
I think,
and I kind of
pretty understandable, honestly.
Well, no, I think that the Skrulls could be the galaxy's enemy. Like
why can't we just have one little sliver of land? Huh?
They transform into your people. So this is what I was saying before. They transform into your people and put you into a coma and take your memories and pretend to be you for your life.
Sounds like people we know on Earth.
But, so I can understand the Kree's perspective. I don't understand why they keep on trying to make the Skrulls innocent. But regardless, so like apparently the Skrulls at one point were able to get along with people. How are they ever able to get along with people? Like, oh, we'll just integrate in your society and not just naturally. We'll kidnap your people and pretend to be them and live among you. Isn't that great? Like,
yeah. Yep.
I don't know. Like, it's just an issue for me because
sounds like people we know in real life.
Yeah. But
I think Hoff gets what I'm saying.
I get what you're
space
saying too.
Jews.
I get what you're saying. But
just the more you like layer it, I'm like, God, do they not see what they made?
You're like,
I'm
rookie, talk about the movie, not about Jews. Like, I am talking about Skrulls. You're like, no, you're talking about something else. But you know what I mean, right? Like I'm trying to think of a movie that I can as an example, but they've had factions against each other in some other type of movies, and without knowing the whole history of what happens.
Oh, Dune's a great one.
Their interactions can tell you right away why they're kind of against each other right now. Maybe not the original cause, but that they're beefing. With this, it's just we are trying to have a peace treaty because we're at war, and we're trying to have peace, and like I'm just like from fucking what? I don't know. It's just like I don't know. That annoys me. There's no clear reason why they're even against each other. Like I was hoping we put that behind us. With what? Like.
But yeah, they evacuate some of them, including like I guess the king or whatever of this settlement.
She activates the portal thing with her stupid wrist. and its goal is to suck out the air, the suck to blow thing, of course. And yeah, they're trying to evacuate the Skrulls on these little spaceships. And Kamala,
wait, really quick. I don't know if you're thinking about this, but this is like I'm watching a sci-fi comic movie, but it's like we're at a point where it's like you got to try to put all this effort to try to make sense of like, oh, there's quantum theory and the Strom theory. And clearly, this is the theory happening right now. But then it's like such a like childish sci-fi plot of like, well, I wear a wristband and hit it with my hammer, and then I sky beam a portal to take all your air to go on my planet to get air, and then people like take off their masks like, oh wow, we can breathe the air, and it's like, but wouldn't that like become finite, and then you're assuming carbon in the atmosphere because like there's been this like planet-wide drought, and so you're assuming all the plants are dead. So what is making future oxygen?
it's like, how are they even alive on the planet, and what are they breathing? And when they take the,
Well,
how do you?
I guess
when you
that's
take the
just
elements
roll
out
with
of
it. They're all
this-
dying. They
when
need
you-
atmosphere.
When
Shut
you
up.
take the elements out of one planet and then stick it onto another, that is so. What is the reaction? It could be anything. Yeah, it's already dumb in 1,000 ways.
Yeah, I see some like, oh my god, they put like no science. They try to science
Like
the teleportation problem of these 3 light powered characters, but then they're like, whatever, just sucking out the air of this planet.
when Star Wars has it,
Don't worry
where,
about
okay,
plants if they're here or not.
when Star Wars has sound and space, like, okay, we know that's an effect for the movie, essentially, for us watching the movie. But they try to make sense in their own rules, like that they make in the original Star Wars, so that, okay, it's science stuff, we don't understand it. They can travel through space and light speed and all stuff, but they make enough sense as to what they're capable of doing with it.
I want a Neil deGrasse Tyson review of this movie's science.
It's like, so the problem is that whatever they establish in the Marvel universe, they just invent new things all the time and forget things all the time. So they can just do anything ever, and that's what the rules are at the time.
No. See, that was the parallel universe,
really
you
lame.
idiot. Those are the rules in the parallel. This universe doesn't have those rules. Follow along.
Yeah, every movie is a new universe, apparently. So anyway, so Kamala is like, I don't know, she's just like, oh no, there's people in danger, and the Skrulls are apparently now useless, even though they're like super people.
Oh, that was the thing where I'm like, they can workshop that. Is like, she doesn't know anything about these. This is like new information. Like, oh, other people, you assume that she doesn't know about
she's
space
meeting aliens, and she's just so chill about it. Well.
And then it's like, oh no, don't die, aliens. And it's like, you could have, and then afterward they try to have her have a moment of like, don't worry, Captain Marvel will save you, child. And it's like, you should have had something where it's like, all right, Captain Marvel and maybe Monica are having their little grudge spat, and then also trying to be diplomatic on behalf of Saber and legislate or whatever. And then Kamala's off on her own, walking off, and then like, oh hey, what game is that? Oh, I see that game in Alita Battle Angel. Let's play roller skate ball. And then you have like a dumb little kid interaction where she invests in the community, and she has like the first layer of making friends. And then, oh no, my friends will die. It's a simple, childish cartoon conflict. It's like, okay, they played, and now they're all friends, and now they're at risk, and she wants to save her friends. That's it. By extension of the one friend, she wants to save all the people. It's very simple. If you just did that, it would. It's things like that that this movie's missing.
And have the kid die, and it's like, my hero that I idolized somehow, was here, and couldn't save them, or something like. That would have been interesting. And they tried to have a moment where she was like, oh, look, there's still people we could save. And then she's like, we got to save who we can. And then they leave. And then it's like, they never bring that up again. They just completely forget about it right after.
Yeah.
They don't at all have any moment of.
That'd be great if the Skrulls like, well, at least we're all here. At least some of us. And they look at Captain Marvel.
Let's be like, where's Jimbo's family? Oh, Jimbo got killed and his family's all dead. How many kids did he have? 75. They're all dead. Just like not one heir lived. It's like, oh, he's gone.
Like, no, I'm here. And it's like, well, 74.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna bang you. So. we can reintroduce you. But no, like, yeah, so they're I thought they were going to be like trying to have a moment where Kamala's like, yeah, I've been idolizing like an idea of this person, and now I've met her, and she's been stonewalling this other person who knew her and was apparently like family, has a huge, they have problems.
That's funny. The
There's
Muslim
people in
family's
danger,
like,
she's got all this power and couldn't save them. I know I can't, but she could have maybe, and like just didn't even try. Like,
I like the
you know?
racist underpinning of the family where it's like, wait, that's her aunt. Because it's clearly like
Yeah.
she's not black.
Yeah.
And you're like,
That was
oh,
kinda funny.
America is really weird with
kinda funny.
family.
That
And
was
it's
kinda
like,
funny.
oh yeah, because you're racist Muslims.
That was kind of funny, yeah.
And it's like, no one's gonna point that out, but that's funny. That little
Mhm.
light racism, which is like, that's reality. People
Yeah.
are racist. I love it.
Yeah,
Like,
I
even
kinda
if
wish
it's
they were
just,
a little more-
even
I
if it
wish
was
they were a little
innocent
more racist.
racism like that, where it's like, wait,
Yeah.
what? Your
I wish there
aunt's
was a little
white.
bit more of that. If they were going to be in the film as much as they were, I wish that they were a little more racist. And like when they're talking to the black guy in space and he's like 300 years old, I don't know. They could have had something funny with that. Like, you know, oh yeah, we know you. So far, we've only met 2 of you people, and there's only, you guys are very
You
strange.
people.
Exactly.
Be like, oh wow, even the aliens are woke.
Exactly. Something like that. Be like, oh man, that'd be pretty funny. But so yeah, they get off in the spaceship, and then they're all depressed in the thing, and then she's like, "I'm Zawe, King Scroll of some kind. I don't know his name." And then he's like, "She's like, I made a call. We've got a place you can go." And he's like, "We have no choice, huh?" And it's like, "Okay, are you guys even aware of what happened on Earth with the other scrolls and how there's like a death warrant out for all scrolls on planet Earth?" No, okay. But then Valkyrie pops in a suit. It's like-
Off quoted you. I wish they're a little more racist. Rookie 2023.
Yeah. Yeah. That would have been funnier if they were. That's my point. But, yeah, so she pops in and it's like Valkyrie, and then Captain Marvel hugs her, and they act like, "Oh, it's been a long time since we saw you." The way they were talking, I was almost like, are they implying they're like sexually interacting now? Or, I mean, okay, but then it's also like they've never spoken before in a movie. They never interacted. And
The only thing we know is that
huh.
was Valkyrie at the funeral of Iron Man? I know Captain Marvel was.
I don't know why she would be either. I don't talk to Tony either. I don't know why she give a fuck, but maybe she was. I don't remember.
Well, support for Thor. That's his friend.
Also, kind of annoying how they have her in a suit as well. Can any woman be a little sexual? Show a belly, like a little bit.
Captain Marvel had her belly
Like,
showing.
Yeah, but I mean, they could have.
I noticed that. I'm like, wow, they're showing more skin on Brie.
They could have had a tighter shirt. Is all I'm getting at. You know, a little something.
It was pretty busty.
I'm just saying they could have done better, and you know that they could have done better still.
Oh, we'll have to talk. The modern Captain Marvel progenitor, Kelly Sue DeConnick. You probably know her from EVS's. Like,
Yeah.
you like my politics, don't
She's the
I?
redhead
Like,
chick. Yeah.
Yeah. She, I saw in the credits, she was the only one I saw credited as consultant in the movie. It's like, ha.
That's funny.
And it's funny because I'll bring it up later, but Gail Simone just, I don't know, was saying like, oh, like, you know, Kelly Sue DeConnick's, you know, Captain Marvel's really good and stuff, but I really miss the Miss Marvel suit, the classic black legless suit that she had in like the 2000s, where she was a cheesecake character.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was, I guess Kelly Sue DeConnick saw that and said something, and then Gail kind of got back in line. But it was like, it was kind of like a moment of clarity that she put out in the ether of like, yeah, this like woke stuff really sucks. Because
Yeah,
like
women
could be hot. Right. Gail Simone, one of her most famous things is she's apparently like the quintessential writer for fucking Red Sonja. And then she did a long run of Birds of Prey and Batgirl. So she's done, even though she got into comics by being a woke bitch crying about fridging women in comics,
Mm-hmm.
she's done serviceable stories that people seem to at least be okay with. And it had sex appeal.
Women seem to want to like the women with sex appeal, not wow, that covered up a woman. Just really awesome.
Yeah, look at Halloween.
no.
All these women, it's not just OnlyFans. Women want to buy the skimpy Harley Quinn suit. They don't want to buy the suit from fucking Birds of Prey movie, which I like that movie for all of its flaws, but like
Yeah, it's not
no
the
one wants to
cosplay.
buy the Harley Quinn Birds of Prey merchandise. They want the Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad or even the Suicide Squad.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, there's just, yeah, that's a big conversation as well with this stuff. But, yeah, so, yeah, Valkyrie, yeah, she comes in, she takes all the green people from the one ship. I guess they're all in one ship, even though I thought there was more ships, but whatever, fuck it. And then, so now they're on Earth again, which is, but they don't show any of this.
More of them on Earth. It's just,
and they're going to live with the Asgardians, which I kind of thought they already would have been kind of like a typical place for people outside of Earth to maybe intermingle with anyway, but whatever. Again, really annoyed how we don't really see what the state of things are anywhere.
Well, yeah. What is New Asgard? Are Asgardians? Are they all elevate? Are they just all people besides like Thor and Heimdall and King Valkyrie?
Well, I'm confused because again, like the black guy on the ship, he said he's like 300 years old. I'm assuming he's Asgardian because they're the only people on Earth that I think that they hire that knows something about space. Maybe I don't know. I don't even know. I'm just guessing. They don't. It could be something else entirely. I have no idea.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm trying to move along with the thing, but yeah, like, I don't know.
Oh, okay. So after they deal with the
I don't know what to
scroll
say.
problem briefly, and then ship them off to New Asgard, then we go to Adela or whatever the fuck.
Well, no, they talk more. No. Before we go to Adela, you're skipping the quintessential jump roping scene and stuff where
It wasn't quintessential.
they talk for a bit about the quantum crap, which by the way kind of gets confusing when they have Quantumania in a title and then it's like about shrinking universe
Quantum
thing,
bands
and then there's a quantum
entanglement.
entanglement thing, and I'm like, are you just really making up words now, like that don't make sense? Like, I know the words, but I feel like you're not using them right at all in any of this stuff. But whatever. And they're talking about some crap for a while, and like, oh, where are they going to go next? They're going to go to the water place. But before they go there, they're like, we need to get a handle on our powers, and then they start using their powers at the same time. And Beastie Boys starts playing, and then they like try jump roping, juggling, and balancing books on their heads, and it's like a fun girl time montage, but it's not fun.
Dude,
really.
even watching the first couple episodes of Dragon Ball original with Kid Goku, and he doesn't understand vaginas or not having tails and thinks boobs are butts on the front.
Yes.
You know, it's very clear like he would have a crazy montage of like, this is a problem with my powers. And it'd probably be like fun and wacky. And again, this is interesting. Boys versus girls imagination.
All of Dragon Ball is fun usually. It's like fun things.
This is interesting. Girls' imagination versus boys. Girls, this is why they play with fucking dolls in doll houses. So it's like, I'm the pretty princess and I drink tea and everyone likes me because I'm pretty and I wear dresses and I'm gonna change into this dress and that's Barbie, you know. They just want to be pretty princesses and everyone likes them and they're all friends and they all adore her. Versus a guy is like, I want to be fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger roughing it in the forest and making hodgepodge traps to fight a super hunter alien called the Predator that's killed my whole super duper special forces crew. And I'm the last man standing.
My guns have failed me. Now I got to poke them with sticks and see if that'll do it.
That is a fantasy of men. Is like, that's one example where like, I want to like be going through a possible divorce and try to save my marriage and fly across the country to go to my wife's Christmas party. And then terrorists take over the building to heist it. And I'm the one guy inside to start killing everyone to save the day.
The fat, stupid California police can't do shit. So I got to do it. I got to bring my New York skills here. And yeah, we got to walk on broken glass.
You know, Die Hard is a fantasy. We want to be James Bond, where we have to survey a target, and then it turns out he's super parkour, and we chase him into a Jamaican embassy.
That was a great scene too.
And then we have to let go of the target, kill everyone, and evade. and then go on this crazy plot to play a high stakes poker game to take funding from terrorists,
You have
and
to hit
also
on women that are
also
beautiful.
fuck the guy's wife
Yeah.
and stop a bombing of a plane and
Yep.
get arrested for it when you're the hero, and do this high stakes thing and be attacked by the terrorist in your hotel and help recuperate this woman that's never been in the field, and then bed her and fall in love and retire, and then find out, oh man, she was in with a bigger terrorist organization and has been like conning me, but I loved her. I was duped, and now I'm sullen and finding the bottom of every bottle I can find while still doing my agent stuff. This is a fantasy of men. Like
And the women and they're skipping rope to beat.
it's like, how do we figure out these powers? Oh, let's juggle and bounce books on our heads and jump rope. That'll fix it. It's like it's an innocent dumb mind, but then you really rip apart the layers. Like, oh my god, women are fucking boring.
Well, it's like, again, like I'd be okay with them trying to figure out the powers, but it's like I didn't learn anything about them either. At the same time, they're just fucking around, and then until they learn how to do the powers. It's like
right, like you get insight multiple times in Civil War and in Infinity War, where it's like, oh man, Peter Parker is this idiot kid from New York who likes watching old movies, and this comes in handy for the plot.
Part of his character, and that's part of and it comes into play in a way.
Right, you got a super scientist, you got a super doctor with mystical powers of the Time Stone, and then it's like, oh, this dumb kid that watched Alien and Star Wars helped us defeat the bad guys.
Helped us trip Ant-Man and help us defeat the Squidward and
Ebony
stuff.
Maw.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, and so it's like with Kamala, like, what do we learn about her, Angus? Like, what do we?
She's a big Captain Marvel fangirl.
She's a big fan of Captain Marvel. I don't know anything about her. They mentioned science earlier, like like, oh, you're doing your science. It's just such a Marvel thing to say too. Are you doing your not like biology or anything specific? Just are you doing your science homework? It's like, okay. But no, like there's nothing about her personality that comes through in any way. Again, like it's a kid on board with these adults that have, done all these crazy things. And
hey, Monica Rambeau survived the hex and got her powers from it.
It's still stupid, of course, but she's. I guess
it's a crazy event, life experience.
You're right. But yeah, compare it. And I don't know what Ms. Marvel went through in her fucking show, but there's no sign of her being again. Tom Holland, Spider-Man, like. I didn't see Far From Home, but the only reason I might want to is to see him get his ass kicked, kind of, because that's what they are good at doing, is like show him failing at things and then learning a bit, in No Way Home and in Homecoming, like him and Civil, all these ones, like, he's battle damaged and he's learning stuff.
He lost Aunt May.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he lost Aunt May, and then he's like, he was like that was affecting him. What is affecting?
He was going to kill Green Goblin, and another Spider-Man had to stop him.
Yeah, what is affecting Kamala in any way? I'm just like, she's not even. She doesn't even act scared or worried about anything. Really, she's just excited to be on board. She's all giddy and jump roping. Oh yeah, those people got killed like minutes ago or an hour ago that I was sort of caring about.
I actually see. This is.
Like, I don't get what they want.
I kind of fall. So this is the problem. Is like, I'm not a super duper viewer. I can be like, oh, this is clearly that movie and that movie. Like sometimes it's obvious. Other times it's like I don't. I'm a normie in the movie taking it in, and so it's like the flow of the movie being pretty quick with all the info being given each scene progressing, regardless if it's sensical or not. So like I kind of got blindsided following with the movie. It's like, oh yeah, those people died, whatever. Now we're jump roping. I totally fell in line with the progression where I'm like, oh yeah, those people are dead, and it's not really affected her.
Well, yeah, but it's like now we're reviewing, now we're talking about it. So that's what's coming to my mind now as we're talking. Like that happened like very quickly before they're doing the jump rope happy time doopy doo, and she's not there's no sign that she's had any. This hasn't affected her at all. She's just totally fine, and there should be some trauma to it, maybe, like, what she swapped places with them and was in fights with aliens, and there's no
and also a flurkin
there's
eating
no-
people.
there's a flirting. It's just funny. She's like, oh, gross, but there's no like actual like fear or like worry or with her family being safe. Really, there's no real concern with anything.
Oh, it's like
going
really
on.
annoying when she's going through this fight and then she
she's
pops
got
into.
Fangirl is her top priority rather than like anything else. And I don't get that.
Well, it's
That should have
annoying too because
faded
it's like
from
she's
me.
dealing with this Kree shit and phasing to different places where Captain Marvel and Monica are, and then first thing she does when she sees Nick when she's inside Saber thing is like, "Hi." And it's like, what?
Yeah, that
This
too.
does not match the fucking tone of
No.
what's going on. Like your family might be getting killed right now.
Exactly. It's in general, just say all that stuff. Fuck. Yeah, the tone. They don't know what to do with any of the tone. That's why I didn't like Nick Fury that much either. He's funny, but it doesn't feel like him really. I mean, he does have quips, but it's usually well placed quips with elements of serious. Like he, there wasn't that at all.
There's a double meaning when he says
He's-
things.
This is stand up comic. Hey, I'm Nick Fury. I'm here tonight telling you some jokes. Oh, look at that. That was pretty funny. Flurkins, am I right? Like that's him in the movie.
Oh, it's
And-
like in Avengers, he's like, I understand your position, and I think it's a stupid one.
Don't read it like Eric.
Yeah, I was saying it like Eric.
Consider reading it as a stupid ass decision.
Oh my god! I gotta tell fucking Rippa's strongest hater to make Eric Nick Fury and recontextualize those scenes where it's like, instead of being like these quick quips and being decisive, butting heads with his leaders, being like, well, actually, what it is what it is, and and so on. And see, really, what's happening with Thanos in this Chitauri army is gay ops, mass gay ops by Loki and this Scepter. He's gay ops, Hawkeye, and the scientist, and now we are in a pickle. But these are just detractors.
they tape Loki money to his
Loki money.
he showed here with the,
five police officers will dust
He's
this
threatened
Loki
to-
money
he threatened
for
to
fingerprints.
he threatened to shave my other eye.
Yeah, there's this weird guy. We got to beat. He's trying to shave me, and there's this girl with big titties, and they
He's
just
gonna say
think
I'm
them
lying.
things are
Don't
banging.
believe him. Don't believe him.
I don't know exactly why, but Rippo's haters done this new series where he's made Eric a like chinchilla. He's just like a fur ball, and he has the Rip Furverse, and he's in the furry community. I'll show you in a minute. It's fucking retarded, but it's just funny that because when I said it, I'm like, oh no, it sounds like Eric. Oh no, it's kind of hurts Nick Fury the whole time.
No.
But it also makes it better at the same time.
It just integrates the meme into Nick Fury now.
But as I
anyway.
disagree, it's a stupid ass decision.
Yes, the way that he talked was funny, but serious still.
Well, it was, I did like smirk when the guy's like doing the Muslim prayer. And he's like, "Are you praying?" And he's like, just stops. He's like, "Don't stop. We need all the help we can get." He's like, "Amen, amen."
That part was funny, and I think that would have been more funny if he was a little bit more serious throughout other moments. And then at this point, yeah, he's like, "You praying?" You think he's gonna yell at him? Okay,
Right? It's like,
going, man.
actually, Nick Fury's a little scared now. This is
like,
really
we need
bad.
some help. Keep it going, brother. Just something. Yeah, that would have been funnier if he wasn't goofing, like joking the whole time. That would have been even funnier. But where are we now again? Sorry, the ship. Right, they did their jump rope montage.
We're going to the planet with the water,
and now we're going to the water planet. And the thing I didn't like about it was they say it's like 99% water, and it's like, okay, the people that live on it just look like they're from the Middle East. And costumes just
there is a lot of diverse. There was a rainbow of people.
There was, but my main issue is like they didn't. This was another opportunity where they could have made an interesting alien species, maybe, and even if they had some humanoids on there, like that'd be.
There was a
fine,
weird
but, like,
alien girl humanoid I saw quickly.
there was.
I'm like, that's interesting.
You're proving my point. Yes, but it felt like we're, as lame as the Casino Bite Cantina was, like in Star Wars, that at least had some ugly aliens. Is like still looked like an Earth,
Tim!
still looked like an Earth bar. But
Tim, did you see the
Yeah.
Marvels? So we gotta get you in here if you've seen it, because we're having so
we're,
much fun.
we're getting.
'Cause
We're
I
at the
don't
singing
hate this movie. It's not great. It's a lot of problems. It could have used extra 3 minutes and a lot of editing. Focus on Captain Marvel versus Dar-Benn, and then have the influx of sidekicks of, kid I knew that I've been gone for 20 years, and now we got a grudge, but we're gonna get past it. And then my weird fangirl, because we're all tied together.
Rookie only saw sand people on the water planet. Yeah, that was part of my issue a little, but then so it just looked really lame because it wasn't like, oh, we're on a new planet. It looked like we're just on Earth again. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And then
how is there all these? It's the same problem with new Star Wars and Disney. It's like, how is there like every fucking planet is just people, and then maybe there's an alien in the background?
Like even Guardians of the Galaxy isn't that creative with their alien species, but they at least make them a different color, like a few different alien features on them a little bit to make them not look exactly human. These look just like you just plucked them right out of Earth. Whatever, they're just dressed up a little. I liked the element surprisingly. I don't hate all musicals. I say Mamma Mia, but like
I was thinking of Mamma Mia when I saw this.
I was okay with the singing element of their species, but again, that would have made more sense to tie that to an alien design. Maybe if you're to give them these creatures only sing. What is the
wait? We gotta give context. All right,
you would look.
This is what we're talking about earlier. So the cute Asian twink hunk that you've seen in the newest trailer, this turns out to be Brie Larson, Captain Marvel's husband, because she says like, oh, well, like I helped this guy with a legal issue. She's being really vague and avoidant, and then it turns out, she's married.
Right.
She's married to. So then you're thinking, oh, it's like an ugly guy that she's like not into, but she did like a favor for some good.
Right. I'm thinking Teen
outcome.
Titans, where they tried to have Starfire marry Glucknark or something. That's like just a green pussy thing or whatever of goo ball, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they figure out, oh, this bitch Dar-Benn is going to target places that matter to you. And so they've already targeted the Skrull colony planet for their atmosphere.
They specifically chose it because it was water, not because
it was water. They're like, all right, so they're trying to fix the planet, so they're going to need these elements. And then they figure out, oh, she's going to go to places that matter to you. And so this planet matters because she's got a husband there.
I thought it was going to go to Earth because we have a lot of water, too.
I was expecting Earth. Well, the sun of Earth comes in. That's the third.
I know, but it's like water. I'm like, well, Earth has a bunch of fucking water. But, okay, whatever.
But yeah, they go to this planet, and then it turns out like, oh yeah, so by the way, they speak by singing. And so I thought it was going to be like a really whimsical musical number. Because I heard it's like a 10-minute sequence, but it's like, it actually wasn't bad. If anything, it was just like underwhelming.
That's what I thought. I was like,
you set up the precedent of like, there's going to be a musical.
You could have actually. I was thinking of like a fun.
Disney had Jack Black. They had him in Mando. They could have had him here and be like, welcome, hello.
I was thinking exactly. I was thinking there'd be like one person to greet them, and they're like, "Where is everybody?" And then they start popping out of the windows and the doors.
Yeah, like the Munchkin kid. Fuck, what do you call it? There's the Lollipop League, and then it's like the Lullaby League, and Lollipop Kids is the boys. Like, we welcome you to Munchkin Land.
I was expecting a huge sequence, and they're like, "Oh shit,
so
okay."
merrily.
And then it's like, okay, well, the only way they'll understand you is to sing, and a few awkward moments of them singing a thing they don't want to sing, a little bit of whatever.
Right, they're just like, huh? And it's like, I need to use the restroom. Like, oh, it's over there. I was waiting for that.
So your way to the restroom is to your doom. It's something
there is no toilet paper.
A few different types of beautiful things they could do and switch up to maybe, and have a little. I thought they were going to go for a fun sequence for whatever, but they could have and had an actual an old Disney.
Yeah, this would be a good match against Barbie.
princess. And that's what I was saying. And then they have her transform her dress and whatever, and then they dance with the dude. And it's like, okay, you could still have like done. They were on the verge of doing something
like,
that I think was
he's
something.
bilingual, meaning he can sing and speak normal.
And then they just drop the singing after that entirely, and none of
they never have the army.
And
they have an army
like,
fighting the Kree that invade, and they're never like
into position,
attack.
Starting position, something like that. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
that would have been funny. That would have been funny and like an impressive like showing of something in the film, and maybe wake people up that are falling the fuck asleep from this.
Well, that'd be funny too if like
you know?
they dip back into girl power Captain Marvel, and then while the fight's going on and they're waiting for like the signal, Brie's just like, oh, fuck, how do I rally? And it's like, I'm just a girl, and it's like it's a little awkward. And they start like picking up, and then she's like fucking flowing, singing my Gwen Stefani, fighting, pow, 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 no doubt, boom, I'm a girl.
I thought if anything, this would have been where Kamala like takes front center for a sec, because she's the perfect one that would want to sing this stuff compared to the adults that don't really care for it or something. She was getting right into it anyway. Like that would have been redo something. But I was confused why they were there. I was like, so. Oh yeah, what are you doing here for? Like, that's kind of like, you're here to warn them about an attack. Wow, we're totally wasting our time with this stuff.
Yeah, look, the army's
like,
here.
Oh, like I would have rather it been where they are going here without knowing how little time they probably.
Think how inefficient that would be if you're an empire
like,
and you got to fight an enemy. If you're
making me think of The Office that you showed me, where he speaks in the ways that don't complete stories and they're there longer. And it's like, God, can you just say what you mean instead of taking longer to do it?
Yeah, ocean, fish, China. Yeah. See, again, that's the problem. I don't know if you're saying SeaWorld or See the World.
Yeah. Tim says that like their singing could have been a power source even or something. Like,
well, just think how inefficient it would be if you're like a colony that like, okay, here's the thing. China, one of the reasons it's it's collective thing, it's societal, it's government enforced, but one of their values in China, in the Asiatic world, and why they're stereotypically smarter than the West and white people, is that they have like so many monosyllabic words. And so they literally can think faster because their language facilitates faster thought, faster delineation of concepts. And so think if you're a singing entity and you have to like battle, and it's like, think about, watch Alexander the Great, the Alexander film, where it's like, instead of like, all right, man, charge this way, and like, all right, now cut back in and blow through the rings, but instead he's like, all right, men, round the cavalry. It's like the fucking Persians already like decimated you because you took too long.
Right. Well, and so
that was like, Alexander, the left flank is falling. Dead.
When they suited up, I was confused. I was like, they're gonna fight? Are they gonna fight? Like these guys? Oh, I know that's why they were here. I had no idea. And then,
they could have had like a great in The Hobbit, the first movie, especially. They do the stupid dwarf singing. It's what Bilbo Baggins thinks. Ding, ding, ding. They're doing the dishes. You could do that with battle, where it's like, hey, we're gonna be more carefree, stupid, fun girl musical.
That would have been an interesting subversion, is that when the battle starts, their singing is a little different, and they like use that into their way that they fight. Like, thinking of Spartans with the shield and spear, what, left, right, left, boom, something like that. You can, make that into the rhythm or whatever with their killing positions. Like, they could have made that interesting as hell, but that's what's more disappointing about this film. It's giving ideas for things that could have made it really fun, for what they're even aiming for.
Yeah, it's like, do not cry to me about Thor Love and Thunder when Thor is a baby in battle with the carrier on his mom's chest versus this shit where it's like, you could have done something like dumb and carefree here, and you just you had it right in your hand. You brought this idea and you did nothing with it to make it like stand out. Like, oh my God, this could get a Grammy for best musical number in a fucking Marvel movie.
And
what the
fuck? This would be right before the second act low point that they attempt to do, which was totally failure anyway. So like, have the high, a really good high, and then right before they actually crash down and start having casualties again.
Well, that'd be funny too when they land. That'd be funny if, like, after, when Kamala hits the button, it's like, no, I got to protect my gauntlet. I hit the button, I made the call. So now we're through a jump point in some random place. And then like they get off the ship and like they're still singing like fuck, normal.
Yeah, that would have been kind of funny. Yeah, I am serious. Oh shit. Yeah, we're talking to each other. Duh. Yeah, that would have been kind of funny. And yeah, I would have liked for Captain Marvel to even have some type of actual feelings for the guy a little bit, because I don't know that that didn't seem to, maybe if he was even like, I don't know. It just seems like they're in the pocket. Like, I'll pull out my family that I don't care about really though. Like I'm married to the guy, but it doesn't mean anything. It's just like, and they said it was a matriarchal society, and I'm like, is it because the guy looks feminine, but he's the prince that's in charge, but it's a matriarchy?
Did they ever show a queen?
Did I mishear them?
Is he supposed to be I thought he's a prince, so there should be a queen and a king over him.
Did they say matriarchy or did they say patriarchy?
Say matriarchy.
I thought they said matriarchy, and I'm like, so that's why you married the prince? What? I didn't really understand what they were trying to do there. I thought
this is where you shoehorn in a like King Valkyrie.
I thought she was trying to be
have a lesbian planet.
I thought she was gonna. Well, that's already, that one already exists. That's American Chavez's planet or whatever from Doctor Strange.
Yeah, but those lesbians died.
Right. Yeah, but the planet survived, right? This planet's still around. Yeah, let's look at that lesbian planet. But no, I agree with you. But I thought they were going to do
universe.
I thought it was going to be that she's like promoted as a super feminist, but I had to marry this guy and I'm a princess, and we know how Disney feels about princesses nowadays. They don't seem to like it, but I thought they were going to go deep into the look, she's the Captain Marvel princess, and like have the fight
they
scene.
gave her a dress. I'm like, oh wow, where are we going with this?
I thought they were going to make her do the fight scene in that, but they're like, nope, battle armor time. And it's like, that would have actually been kind of funny to see her do that. It's like, oh, you're not supposed to. And maybe the prince actually like have him have some character too, and like, saving her a little bit, but she can save him too, whatever. Like, but they don't do anything with that either. They give Kamala a scarf to fight with, and she's not
whipping people.
And I don't know. Again, it's just the whole fight scene. I was like, why is this even here? All of that whole scene. Like,
see, it would have been great if there was a black Kree that she whips and we're like, hey. And she's like, oh, no, this wasn't race. I'm sorry. I know there's history of Muslims and black people and slave, but that was not what I was doing.
Does it count when you're from another planet?
I'll have to find it, but on my stream of Vito, he brought up this comic I told you about where it's like, there's like essentially, this is I think 2000 or so. So this is before the mass wokeness in everything we talk about. But it's like this black guy keeps like trying to white guilt Captain America as like an imperialist, imperial agent of America, destroying culture and shit. And all the while, it's like, no, the people called him. They want his help. He's not a colonizer, but he's like fighting Captain America, and the white guilt that kind of like, wait, no. And he's like, pow. Take that, whitey.
That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, no, they have a fight with Dar-Ban again, Dar-Ban, whatever, and her Kree people.
I really wish someone would have nicknamed her like she had like a confidant, not just the like white underling, but she has some like confidant on her planet, and and behind closed doors, she calls her like Darby. I told you I don't like that name.
Whatever, Darbs. Yeah. Yeah, they have a fight that again shows that like their punches don't mean anything and nothing matters really. They get universe staff blasted or something, and just
universal
right
weapon. You fucking idiot!
They got like
did it right.
They get flung off around, and then she walks away like, hey, I'm winning here. But then she also like retreats after she does that, and I'm like, why are you even leaving? Why'd you land here? What are you like? What are you doing? I thought
she's totally in charge, and then she's just running from.
When she knocks them away, she just starts to leave, and I'm like, but I thought you were here for a reason, are you not? Like, that's why I was confused why they were even there. And then at the end of it, they suck up the water, but I'm like, but what? I thought you were trying to kill the prince or something, or no, because she just was ready to dip. and then they end up then they end up teleporting the three of them to another random planet. They're always great at making desolate planets. Kind of fucking annoying, honestly. Just how many?
I was like, are we in Kansas? Because it's just like a wheat field.
Yeah, it could have been a planet in the Star Wars universe for all I know, because they make them so boring these days. But then they have what's supposed to be the second act low argument point, like, you know, you made us come here. It's like, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's okay. It's not your fault. And they're all okay with each other. And I was like, was this supposed to be like? This makes me believe the way you describe it so much. Like, it's just women. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, legitimately,
women
are boring.
They've seen scenes like this before, so they know the tone that's supposed to be at this point, but they don't like understand anything beyond like any of that, and they're just like, oh, we're here and we're all friends and we can do this. And it's like, no, even though Suicide Squad was shitty, the Will Smith one, they had it was like a forced second act low point, but that still did like what it's supposed to do for the most part of what that is, sort of, compared to
sentiments there, I guess. Yeah,
compared to this, where I'm like, I don't even know, like, what did you take out of the scene?
I didn't even really notice the low point of like being really detrimental. It's
supposed to be that she failed to save the water planet, and her people are supposed to be dead, by the way. Her prince and stuff, they're implied to be dead. But they don't show it on her face or any of that.
They never go back to Hala either. Besides,
they never show their faces. They just every death and every things that happen, they just forget about in the next scene. And it's like, can you ever react to anything?
So there's I've not really read much of the Donny Cates Venom run, but there's like this random issue that's like it's like a standalone to build into like further, but it's not like a series, it's just like a one-shot comic in this building run. And I want to say it's got like this kind of cowboy element to it. It's kind of cool. Yeah. And it's like this desolate city and shit, and he's dealing with stuff, and it's just like the vibe of it was cool. It's like, God, you could have done this for fucking the planet Hala and like give us like 5 minutes on the planet of like the shitty life. Everyone's got to wear their COVID breathers. You know, and you know, see the plight of the world thanks to Captain Marvel.
The planet's cold because the sun is so dim. They can barely breathe. I
didn't even think about it being cold.
Water, like, yeah, it'd be free. It'd be really fucking cold. And yeah, Tim, exactly. It's we talked about it earlier a little bit with the planet and how that's kind of dumb. I mean, yeah, she's trying to get revenge as well as doing that stuff on the planet, but it doesn't seem like the revenge really matters either, though, to her. That they don't really directly do this very well, like, because she wants to. Can you even kill Captain Marvel at this point? I don't even know. Can you kill her?
I would like that.
And if the goal was to get revenge on her and like kill her,
honestly, I like him to kill Kamala.
If the point was to get revenge on Captain Marvel and kill her loved ones, then I think that showing them kill the prince should matter. But Captain Marvel wouldn't give a fuck anyway. So
yeah, kill a cat, then she'll care. Rookie will care too.
I'm a kitty cat.
Well, no, I actually kind of wanted them. I actually wanted them to shoot the cat because I'm like, is it invincible or not? Because it's another thing where
dude, wait. Did you notice that weird scene where the cat's like, you know, clean itself and then it starts like licking its? I think it's a girl cat
on its butt.
Yeah, it's like, all right, yeah, the cat's cleaning itself, but then it's like tentacling and like some of the tentacles like wrapping around its legs, so it's like really enjoying licking its pussy with its tentacles.
I didn't understand why that was. I was like, was this left in on accident? Like,
no, I'm just like, whoa, that is crazy that you're putting this in here. But then you like, there's like no sex appeal allowed for any of these women.
Yeah,
you know, or going like being risque with like gel bait for Kamala Khan.
Yeah,
I mean, she's too fucking annoying to actually be gel bait, but like that could be an angle. You know, especially for like, it's not just for adults. You know, Kamala Khan's a teen character. You know, the idea of these like kid characters in comics, these sidekicks and whatnot, is to appeal to the younger audience to get them hooked into the comics, and then they age up, and that's why you get shit like Nightwing, where it's like, this is an adult Robin.
This is another thing too that you mentioned kid stuff and growing up a bit. Like, I wish that she would have gotten punched and like that, because she's fighting, like she's fighting with what, like where did she learn how to fight, and has she ever been punched before, and does she not react to being punched, Miss Marvel? Like, does Kamala not? You'd think that would mean something, right? Like if you're a little girl and you're trying to be a superhero and then you get, whoa, I got hit in the face.
Yeah,
Wow.
Spider-Man.
Like,
it's great. He fucking almost gets all his people killed on the boat. And
that was the biggest.
And
moment
then
where
he gets all of his
action.
tech robbed from him by Stark, takes it back, and then he has to fight just as straight fucking Spider-Man with just whatever goofy tech he's got on hand that he's made from scratch, which is so
and he was given the
underprepared against Vulture.
And he was given the direct choice to leave it alone. Just go have fun with my daughter and leave it alone. And he chose not to. And it's like, that's part of it. And then, the feeling, the consequences of it, and then dealing with it himself.
And you've wrecked her family by
he fucked it up by doing that. Exactly. Yeah, it made it worse. And so even though he saved the day, he still kind of lost in the end. Like he didn't really win. It was a hollow victory. But that's or I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but you know what I mean. Like
no, it is a hollow victory because he had a hot girl and then he has to settle for ugly Zendaya.
Yeah,
that's a loss in itself, right there.
And he didn't get to have the homecoming night or whatever that it was too. So like the kid part
that would bang the hot girl
where he could do that exactly. And so like I liked those elements with Kamala. Cut to her, she's supposed to be his age if not younger. It's just like totally ditzying around through this and is like, I can punch bad guys and I'm fine and blah blah blah. And I kind of would like when she was left alone on the Kree ship for a moment, I thought they were gonna start punching her because they could, right? And then I thought she doesn't show signs. She screams sometimes, like when she's falling, but that's about it. Other than that, she doesn't show any signs of like fear or worry or like, I got punched before and that hurt. Like, I don't know how to fight. I have powers, but I don't know how to like actually fight.
Like punch, she misses a construct.
She can just fight. And it's like, if she's trying to do a construct and fucks up a construct, that'd be good things too. She doesn't have just instant, I can do everything as I want, as good as I want. Like, no, you suck at it. You need to get better. Even though she had her own show, I don't care. I doubt they're doing anything of what I'm talking about in that show anyway, to make her built up as a character. But, just things like that annoy me too. So after they are in the low point, I'm calling it. So I'm calling it anyway, I guess. So this is what they want us to feel is low, even though it wasn't really good at doing that. Is that when they cut to Fury and them with all the Flurkin babies? All the Flurkin babies?
They try to layer like, oh my god, what is this? Is this like a sleeper? This is an attack? What's happening? And, oh man, they show like computer images like there's these things all over the ship. And it's like, these are Flurkin eggs. And it's like, oh man, we're gonna have an infestation of cats. And I'm like, what is the point of this? Also, I was thinking, where's the daddy cat?
Shut up. They don't need to have sex.
Even the female cats can't have sex and have a spouse cat.
Nope. So,
or at least a booty call cat.
Apparently. They all want to be Thanos and like, I can do it myself.
Reproduced by asexual reproduction, yet also made so many various different phenotype cats.
I was like, wow, why do all these cats look like they do not belong to this cat? Essentially.
But I didn't think about that. How many daddy cats have ran through Goose the cat?
Well, and they make the kittens look way older than how a normal kid.
Yeah, kids was
whatever, I guess.
Where's the titty? I need to do biscuits on a titty. That's a kitten.
Cats walk out like blind.
Not like,
at first,
hi, I'm a cat. Pick me up.
They'd be like, "But it's a flurkin, not a cat, Angus. Shut up. It's a flurkin." Another
dude. I hope one of my biggest videos is I did like a deep dive on Goose the cat when Captain Marvel came out. And like the back half is like me crapping on Captain Marvel coming out, but the first half was like an actual comic deep dive into the what is a flurkin. I read like 7 issues of Captain Marvel to give you the information on Goose.
You did your research, so we don't have to. Essentially. But
that's my Comics Explained moment right there. Hopefully it gets an uptick again. People are like, oh, Goose the cat. And then boom, Black Angus, 1 million subs because of Goose the cat.
Yes.
And then I become a cat channel.
Exactly. And this kitty cat is black, and this kitty cat is brown, and this kitty cat went to the store.
And it's like, this kitty cat is black. This kitty
cat
cat
took a
is
poop.
white. Now, which cat has the higher IQ?
Which cat is superior to the other cat? That's what it's like.
Oh, we don't see
But,
this breed of cats. We don't like those cats. They keep trying to take this one piece of land on Earth.
Yeah, but Tim's free to swing in for a bit.
Oh,
I think his Twitter's back up. I think you can.
is his Twitter up? Oh,
I think his Twitter's back up, so I think you can message him.
interesting. Let me explore Tim.
But no, it's like the thing that
what is
annoys
his
me-
what is his Twitter?
I think it's still Tim Stock. I think if you type in Tim, I think he should come up still. I think so. Not
Is it-
sure.
Is it at?
At Tim, I don't think.
Let me know your handle so I can find you.
Yeah, but
Hey, are you getting followed by random accounts that maybe they have like one post? They're like following like possibly thousands of accounts, but they have like one post, like no likes.
I don't really look at most of the people that follow me, to be honest.
I'll get an update like this person's following. Like, well, who's this?
But yeah, I do have a lot of bot accounts. Yeah,
And so then I block them.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing that too often. Yeah, there's a Claire or
Impossible
something
official.
following a bunch of people, 0 followers. No, yeah, I just usually ignore most of them. But yeah, with the Flurkin thing, it's just like a concept that's like, okay, yeah, it's an alien cat, whatever, and it had eggs, and they're like, oh, what weird eggs, and then Fury wasn't worried about it or whatever, and then they just they all hatch, and then the kitty. This is something that annoys me too. They keep on having like inserted cat meows, which I know cats meow, no shit, but
Really?
in movies like this, they keep on like making them meow and an abnormal amount of times. It's like meow meow all the times. It's like no, cats. It's their way that they communicate usually for some reason, but they just do it randomly, like because cats make noises. It's like, well, yeah, but usually for a purpose, not just because it's a cat. Like, so, they have to poop. They want some food. They want loves. They want to do something. They're not just, random, meow, meow. It's just a little annoying. Like, as far like if I were to edit the meows in, it would be a little bit more spaced out than how often they have the meow. And then, yeah, they have a whole chase sequence of people running away from the Flurkins because they don't want to get eaten by them, but they have that as their plan to get eaten by the cats to evacuate because there's only like one space pod left in evacuation, and everybody's like rightfully running for their lives as they're all trying to be eaten by these little kittens that somehow know who to eat and when and not to eat, like Captain Marvel and stuff for some reason. But yeah. Anything to add, Angus?
No, I didn't really care about the cat stuff. It was just funny that it becomes like a pivotal plot point for Nick Fury. And
oddly enough, it's not the worst thing to happen in the film. So it's
no,
like,
whatever. Well, it was like this would have been funny if this movie was funny to get to this point.
It had the most potential to be funny, but then that's where the whole space thing breaks up into the atmosphere. Their ship doesn't. It ends up getting knocked over, and the guy's praying. Then he's like, "You praying?" And he stops. He's like, "Well, keep going. We know how help we can get. I'm into that shit." But then this annoys me too when they crash the thing. Most of them aren't even like seat belted very well. They're all fine. None of them have a bruise on their head or are dead.
Yeah, there should have been some dead cats.
They just they're all fine. They're all totally fine. And it's like, you crashed. Like, can you ever have any damage?
You should watch the Ryan Gosling movie, The First Man. It's about I think Neil Armstrong in his life at NASA to build up to go to the moon.
Did I buy that today? Hold on.
And there's like a scene where it's like he's having to like get out of a roll with all the like inertia and gravity affecting him.
Yeah.
And then you watch this and it's like, oh man, all these loose, unrestrained cats and people, and the cats are puking people, and yeah, whatever.
In Halo, like they and their escape pods, soldiers are strapped in and on the landing. Most of them die too. On some of them, like
I think that's like a major plot convenience, right? Because if they weren't pregnant in that fact, in that convenient like moment, right, they wouldn't have been saved. To like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? It would just
Well, it's
like
supposed to be an
that's what we're
unexpected
saying.
payoff. Like, oh wow, that really came handy.
that's what we were
Yeah,
saying.
I mean-
We're like, where's the male cat that impregnated the cat in the first place? But it's like, no, it's just asexual. Whatever.
No, yep. Even the cats have to be woke feminist cats that are sexless.
yeah,
They're
and
just
they
empowered themselves.
yeah, and they kind of teased something interesting, like there was a traitor on board, but nope, it was just the cat getting
No,
pregnant.
you're right.
Right? That could have been
Dude,
interesting.
Holdo. That's what they do with Holdo. It's like when I watched Last Jedi, I'm like, oh fuck, she's a double agent. And it's like, no, she's a hero. She's just fucking retarded.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
But it's
exactly.
like, no, but you're right. And Fury's reactions to all that stuff was like, no, it's probably okay. Let's just run some more readings. And it's like, really, you're not gonna, you're a spy guy, and you're not gonna be concerned about potential traitors with anything.
Nick Fury has got his eye everywhere. He's like, yeah,
Yeah,
whatever.
one eye
He's
now.
an infestation. It's infestation on my ship, on top of what's happening with my Marvels. Yeah, whatever. It's
Yeah.
just-
Tim, I call this Nick Fury stand-up comedian Nick Fury, because it's all he does in this movie is crack jokes. Which is
It
fine
is.
a little bit, but he does that a little too much to where there's no balance of him being Nick Fury the spy at all. It's just, I'm just cracking another joke.
He's like,
How about
that
this
is
one? How about that one?"
classified. He just kind of chides Monica, like, that is classified. And it's like, that's all. That's it.
You,
You're not,
think
really
your powers can protect you from being
need to
fired
know. Need to know
like-
basis, bitch.
like, if he was more like, oh, you want to do another one and risk, you got your powers, then I can stop you from. That's not gonna stop me from firing your ass or something. I don't know. Or like some type of action.
It would have been great if
something.
they would have really capitalized on Sam Jackson. And when Monica Rambeau was like, you got to fly, do it now. She's like, I'm not doing it. He's like, get in the air, bitch.
I think at this point, Sam Jackson is just kind of phoning it because he's so old, man. What is
Yeah.
he, like 70 to 80 years old? Dude, he hasn't aged in like 30 years, but he's starting to look old. And after
You're starting to age
Wars,
faster now. Yeah.
yeah. After Secret Wars, dude, I didn't like watch it initially when it came out, but I picked it up back up, started watching it because of Ahsoka, and I started
Mhm.
watching it, and I was like, dang, dude, like that was bad. Like Secret Wars was bad. It just like they go all full on Super Saiyan at the end, adapting like Cell at the end, and it was just like it was too much.
Right. Yeah, Angus. They mix. They have two scrolls. One's the Khaleesi, and then the other is the villain of the thing or whatever. And they each have like the powers of everybody of like the Hulk, of Abomination, of some of Thanos.
Drax the Destroyer was so stupid. Like, why does her arm switch to that? Right?
They represent it by showing their arms switch into them, essentially. Like,
Yeah, I saw that picture. I'm like,
Hulk arm,
gross.
these arms, and even Squidward
she-
and stuff.
can
They
she
use
grow a penis?
telekinesis, like, well,
That's
they're
pretty
implying
cool.
it's just the arms that change or
Huh.
something. Like, it's just like, oh, that's really odd, but all right. But
She could grow a big black dingus. That'd be really something.
That big black Angus, right? But yeah, no, I think they did that to separate the villains because they're both super like OP at the end, but I think it just like doesn't make any sense.
But I mean,
right?
she stayed as a human form, and he stayed in scroll form anyway. So they're already different quite a bit,
Yeah.
essentially visually, anyway.
Yeah, but
But,
like, why wouldn't she like, you know what I mean? Why wouldn't she go into full form if she's not afraid?
No,
of
I
anything?
agree. I agree. I'm just saying that's what they did, and probably because they didn't want to afford the money, or she didn't want to be in the costume or makeup or whatever. So,
Or
Yeah, to
maybe
show the
she just
contrast.
thought being a space Jew was distasteful.
oh man. But
She's,
no,
she is the Khaleesi.
thoughts-
She will not lower
about-
herself.
thoughts on this movie. So we've been talking about it for a while here, going on 3 hours with it. But what was your thoughts on the Marvels, Tim?
Yeah. By the way, are you guys watching Loki? I just want to know if you're watching it.
We're
Maybe
we're in a weird clusterfuck of shows.
Yeah.
We started, I don't know why, but we started watching Dragon Ball, and so I'm like, we gotta start watching Attack on Titan.
damn.
So we were watching original Dragon Ball my first time. I, as a kid, only saw like Toonami Dragon Ball Z,
And I've seen Dragon Ball. All the
and
way
as a
through.
kid, seeing
of
Dragon Ball
course,
Z,
yeah.
I instantly checked out because it's just like, and I'm like, as a child, I had the film inside of like, Jesus Christ, this is too much. And I'd rather turn off the TV as a kid than watch Dragon Ball Z. Ricky's telling me this stuff about like the inquiry of Goku with vaginas and boobs and stuff with Bulma. I'm like, wait, what? And the pervy old man, and then like he gets flashed
Master
teen
Roshi.
pussy by fucking Bulma, and I'm like, this is hilarious. How has this not been canceled? How have I not seen wokesters crying about grooming or whatever, or right people crying about grooming for Dragon Ball? And for a reason, I'm like, you gotta watch Attack on Titan. And so we're like daisy chaining.
That was on my list for the longest time, but he made it go to the front, and I'm glad he did because it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, dude, we're having so many good conversations.
It's because they don't give a crap, dude. That's why, like the anime don't give a crap.
Yeah.
They're like honey badgers, dude, and they need to stick to their guns. That's why freaking like stuff like One Piece was so successful, right? That was freaking dope live action. Probably the first one, Dragon Ball Evolution, whatever. Was fucking abysmal. We all know those freaking.
It's so abysmal. It's so abysmal. It brought the retired creator out of retirement to try to make a better name for the franchise a little.
Yeah, I'm sorry for diverting the conversation.
No. We're watching those two. We're way behind, but we were watching Breaking Bad. He's got me watching Andor in exchange for him watching Loki. So I am only one episode into season 2, but I like it. I like the idea of fucking with Andor. Time as a physical thing. I have no idea. I've not actually watched any spoiler stuff, so I'm going in completely blind in season 2 so far. I love season 1. And that's what's so disappointing about Marvel is you have such a cool in-depth show with a wacky concept of time as a real manipulating force outside of Doctor Strange. And this can only tie into Doctor Strange, you would think. That's why Doctor Strange 2 is disappointing, because Loki and even WandaVision, which is awful, but those elements, and then it's like, this has really no bearing on the MCU so far. And then even with the Photon or whatever the fuck Monica Rambeau's character is called, it's so like, I guess you can watch it and learn how she got, which is so inconsequential, honestly. I thought she already had powers. I was totally confused with that show.
Yeah, so I'll give my response to this. Yeah, like the show, like I went to see the movie today, like after work directly, and I was bored with it. I was really bored with it, and it was very subpar, and I thought it shouldn't be like I don't think it should have been made. And I think there, like was mentioned in the comments, there's a lot of major plot conveniences that move the plot forward. And without those, the plot wouldn't move forward. I think it's very endearing. I think the best character is Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel, and her family. That stuff is cute. No, I actually like that, and the sense of family and that family structure. I like that stuff. Brie Larson is actually very more accepting, whatever. She actually seems like a real character, and
she was like one of the better parts of the film, pretty much.
Yeah, and real emotion. She really stretched her acting ability. Monica Rambeau is kind of like meh, and then the villain's very subpar and very one note, and we don't really get to see.
I feel like Ronan the Accuser, as one note as he was.
She was the Etsy version of her, of that character, right?
He was at least impacting of like, I will destroy your planet. She's like, I'm gonna get your heir, and I'm gonna get your father, and I'm gonna get your son, and
Rookie. She was the Etsy version of it. Was a copy and paste from the first Guardians of the Galaxy. They were trying to go with that same Taika Waititi or whatever who directed. But that same kind of vibe, but it just didn't land. A lot of the comedy didn't land, but everything, the scene stealer was for me Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel. I actually really liked that character, but everybody else, Miss Marvel did, or Captain Marvel did well, but it just like too many plot conveniences, too many
characters, too many scenes, too many plot stuff, too many settings, too much.
Like in The Mandalorian season 3, we revisited that scene again. Within this, right? With Lizzo, we had that scene basically again, I feel like, right? The same energy. So that's kind of my issue. And a movie, for being one of the shortest films of Marvel of all time, hour and 45 minutes, it seemed longer, like 2 hours and 20 minutes or 2.5 hours. The pacing was off, and that's bad for the film being shorter, right? And the villain was very lackluster again, what I'm saying, and again, like plot conveniences, and it just, man, why is this pivotal towards the overall scope of the MCU? I don't think it is. Even
the
like,
trailer,
yeah. Oh, God, sorry.
the trailer was like, oh, Avengers and Iron Man, Captain America, Thanos, like, oh, this film is like impactful with all these lines from Nick Fury from other films. None of that had anything to do with this film at all.
There's no weight towards it. This villain seemed very villain of the week, like CW. Someone mentioned earlier, it was very CW, very villain of the week. I don't have really big issues with CGI. I'm not like a professional, and I'm not going to pretend to be a professional.
CGI was fine this movie.
But
it's fine,
yeah.
The powers are lame because it's just random, vague light stuff. So it's like, what does this even do to you? It just hits you.
And this is my major issue with the whole thing is power scaling. I think that at the start of the film, they were like trying to do something unique and make it seem wonky and having like the Beastie Boys soundtrack. But like over time, I feel like they played it out too much. I was like, all right, you can at this point figure out like how things work. And then like also the point where like when you discover new powers, yes, you're going to fail a little bit at first, like Monica Rambeau, but like 5 minutes later, she's flying perfectly. And then Brie Larson knows how to power a sun just because Monica Rambeau tells her to.
Yeah,
like
she just
what?
We briefly
struggle.
Dude,
no struggle whatsoever. Like Henry Cavill is trying to like at least in Man of Steel, he was struggling to take down the world builder thing.
I was gonna say Thor in Infinity War was like he had to power up a star for a brief moment, and he's like using all of his strength. He's struggling. He might die, and like like
he's like the power of a star could kill you, boy. He's like, well, then I guess I'll die. He's like, well, yes, that's what would happen.
There's a sense of teamwork. There's a sense that he could die. Like you get the sense he's not invincible. His people has been killed. With Captain Marvel and them, I don't feel like they're ever going to die. I think they're invincible. Like they can't die because nothing. They get hit with the universe.
They should have made her the villain.
They said the universe weapon again. What is it called? Just the
universal
weapon. Right?
The universal weapon smacks her in the face and she just comes right back, just totally fine. Like
it's like hoodwinked, where it's like, "What's your name, Kyle? Oh, look out for Kyle." It's like, change your name.
Like Dragon Ball. Tim, I'm trying to think. Can you get a Vegeta arm grab of like God, his arm? He's weak. He's feeling he can't use that arm anymore. He's got to fight with one. Have there be any? Angus, you'll love Dragon Ball for things like this. The fatigue they show in fights, like. It's endearing a bit compared to this, where it's like just you get punched with the universe can punch her in the face, and she'll be like, too late. It just God, the dialogue's so dumb too. Is like stop this. No, it's too late. Like the dialogue. Goddamn. Anyway,
it's the same thing with Wanda too, because her power scaling is ridiculous too. Is because you see her in Age of Ultron get knocked around by like sub villains, whatever.
True.
Magic is not always going to be protecting you. Your body is fragile. Like
she's a glass cannon. She's powerful, but she can also be killed by a bullet, kind of a thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly, 100%. And that's what my biggest issue with superhero stuff. It's plot convenience. Like me and the Avengers, I always criticize everyone. Like it doesn't age well to me because Black Widow should never survived freaking Hulk chasing after her in the carrier. That makes no sense at all. He's super fast, he's strong, and then somehow Black Widow like escapes. What the hell is even that?
Well,
that's called plot convenience.
I think I can agree to an extent, but I mean I think it's like she's running through a narrow area, he's breaking through obstacles with it that you could argue slow him down slightly, and after he's about to get her, that's when Thor comes in essentially. Like he is about to get her. I mean, it's a brief time thing. So I agree. Like there might be a little bit of plot on the side, but it's still like compared to all this stuff, at least it has enough follow through for it.
Okay, I can understand that because like Hulk, we see him grow as a character as far as like intelligence and self-awareness when he's in that mode, right? That's what you're bringing up. So I can understand that point. it just like in the comics, right? It just like I realize this medium is different from the comics, right? And it's not going to be copy and paste, right? And power scaling to me, the major issue I have is just the power scaling to move the plot forward. They nerf certain characters to move it forward when I know in my mind, I feel like maybe I'm wrong, would freaking destroy this character in seconds.
Right.
But they make him weaker. So
All
because
the
like you know what I mean? Because Thor can
Yeah.
literally like do stuff like live in a star,
But he
but
can also get
like
stabbed and injured, you know, like, and he can
yeah,
still
but
get hurt by smaller things.
but the dumbest thing,
He
dude,
got his eye
is-
gouged out by his sister.
yeah, but also the dumbest thing ever was when they threw the little plot device that Valkyrie threw on him when he's the god of thunder, but it ultimately dismantled him. That was so freaking
I got the
retarded.
little lightning thing in his neck. That was funny. That's a
That-
funny joke.
That is so dumb, though.
It's
He's the
funny
god
because it's
of
like he's
thunder.
the god of thunder. He's like, oh no, I'm getting shot. That's funny because you don't expect it. It's stupid.
Well, the thunder runs through his veins. I think it should have been like another device, like maybe fire, water, or something like that, like a counterbalance, like Pokemon.
See,
or
I think
whatever.
this is where you're like a DC guy, so you don't have like there's like a mental block on like funny. It's like I remember when I moved. No, just let me follow it. When I moved here to Ohio for the Army, I didn't realize this at the time, but retroactively, I understand these are like Snyder bros, Snyder tards, and they were so butthurt. Like they liked the Avengers movie stuff, but they were butthurt in Age of Ultron when Ultron, he's like, oh, what's the word? I forget. Children. That's the word. And it's like he is the internet. He shouldn't forget words. Like that's why it's funny. And like there's just a mental block because like they need everything fucking serious and boring. And it's just like I think that's in this you clearly have humor, Tim, but I think with the context of the comic stuff, I think you just have a mental block where you can't appreciate that kind of joke of like, well, that shouldn't be a thing because of his power. It's like, well, yeah, but it didn't affect the plot. It's just a dumb little joke.
Yeah, well,
I mean-
it's a plot convenience to move it forward because she dismantles the god of thunder, which is a literal god, and she's like abandoned follower. That's why my critique. I do have comedy. I love like Will Ferrell. Like I feel,
I can use an in-universe counter though to it, sort of. That sort of bolster. I mean, at least builds it up a little bit. Is that like this is his first time without the hammer, and like right after not having the hammer essentially, and he seemed to not really know how to use his power without his hammer for a while until later. Like he uses it on accident in the fight that kind of messes up the collar anyway. I think in the fight, like he doesn't have full control over the stuff yet. So it's not like it's not like that fully stops him. I think that slows him down from being able to get a hold on it sooner. But it doesn't like that's not what nerfs him from. He would just be able to lightning everybody if he wanted to. He didn't really have the full power yet. I think when he saw the sparks come out of his hand, he was a little surprised that even happened based on his reaction to it. He hasn't done that before. He's only used it through the hammer. And later, he's like, "What do you got? A hammer, or you god of thunder?" And he's like, he kind of more realizes how he should be able to wield the power himself. But so the collar was just more of a visual sign of they can zap him, and I kind of see that as if he got zapped with lightning, like it won't kill him, but it might knock him back. It could still hurt him a little bit, like Iron Man's pulsars, that he even powers up.
I can understand that.
That's kind of how I see it.
I can understand it, like because it's like someone that's arrogant, right? That walks into something that they don't know, right? And then like you're taking like someone in like if you're gonna like look in the Tyson Fury fight versus Francis, right? I would think that would be a perfect example. So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, in this film, there's too many. I mean, like everything's too convenient. Everything happens too bizarrely. Like we were talking about, like how Kamala probably should have died when she was falling through the air instead, or something, like, or at least been injured. Something happened of consequence to somebody, to some of these characters. But like, is Kamala invincible because she's like fighting Kree people, and this is like another inconsistency. They have one of the Kree punch her father, and he's totally fine. but he's fighting like Captain Marvel, and there's like even sometimes a little bit of back and forth struggle, and she's super strong. So it's like, what is
there
the
was a
power scale?
massive. Yeah, I'm same with you. There was a massive scene that was very choppy in the editing, and I can't believe they released it because her mother was about to get punched by someone, and the time difference for her to recognize what was going on, she flew across the room and hit somebody else, but she didn't hit the person, but somehow that person was not hitting her anymore.
Yeah,
It like literally she was about to get killed, but no one touched the dude, and somehow he was off of her. Like it's really bad editing there.
yeah,
Like
yeah. When he
I
grabs the mom, and then he's like about to get her, but he takes like 10 seconds to get even close to trying to attack her. I got her.
but
And
she doesn't directly hit like the Kamala Khan doesn't hit the guy on her. She hits the guy she's fighting across the room and hits the wall, but never takes out that guy. But somehow maybe she was going so fast, and that's why he
they
fell off of her.
they show Monica hits a guy into the guy or something. I think is what happens.
Okay,
She like knocks the one guy into the other. I think.
It just like Monica. Yeah, to me, it just they need to tighten up. Whatever they weren't. The to me, the fight scenes were played along a little bit too long, and
Well, yeah,
the
and they're
pacing
hard
of
to
it-
comprehend because they keep on jumping around. So it's like I don't know what I'm watching really. Like I'm not really absorbing anything. I'm not absorbing anything.
Yeah, it's like I like the thing at first. They were trying to make it interesting, but the logic behind it, I was trying to do research like online about it. And to me, it makes no sense at all. Like, why are they like connected together? They're
Shut
not
up.
like you know
That's
it
fine.
just for story reasons. I'm like, okay, what's the reason behind it? They have the same kinetic energy or molecular, like, you can explain it that way, but they chose not to. And then like we're supposed to accept this notion, and then it turns off like a light bulb or whatever, someone turning off the light later on in the series because the plot demands it. Right?
Yeah.
Like later on, they were just like, and then Kamala, like you were, I think it was Rookie that brought up the fact that, when they're busting through the altered dimension, whatever, and the ring thing, whatever, when she didn't have the ring at that point, the other woman that went all crazy had both her rings. Did it automatically come to her like freaking, Thor's hammer? No. Like, what the hell are they even doing? You know what I mean? It just like plot conveniences, and they don't have to explain it. It was like a quick cut. So I don't know. What do you think about that? Am I wrong about that?
No, I think you're right for the most part. I think with the bracelets or whatever, I think Captain Marvel was right behind that woman or whatever, and then I think she grabbed the bracelets, and then Kamala pulled her in with her huge hand. I think.
But how? The both the rings were on the other woman.
Well, no. So I'm thinking. So this is why we were confused too. Apparently, her powers doesn't come from the bracelet.
Yeah, because she doesn't have the bracelet, she still does the constructs.
And they're like, "Oh, but you have the power in you or something already," and they just help bring it out of you. Is what they made it sound like. And it was like, well, that's retarded, but that's their reasoning for it. So, all right. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, all right, I guess we just take it, even though it doesn't make any sense. But
yeah,
all right.
But anyway, the end credit. What'd you think?
Okay.
You go ahead, Tim.
I think it seems interesting, and I think that's the only reason someone needs to see the film is just for the end credits to know what's kind of going on. The CGI beast or whatever. It seems interesting. It kind of shows you how they're going to somewhat bring in the X-Men, because Monica Rambeau is going to be the beacon to lead them back in, because she's going to be the counterpoint to lead them into the MCU mainstream universe. As far as that, I don't know, because again, I watched the Loki stuff, and I watched this. Loki's supposed, or what's his face? Kang is supposed to be the big bad, or the variants are supposed to be the big bad. But based on what happened tonight, I'm really not sure. I don't want to spoil it for you guys if
Yeah,
you
but say
haven't
don't
watched it.
spoil Loki for me.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
going
yeah.
clean.
Yeah. Okay. So, so I watched both tonight. Right, there was a lot of information to kind of like unpack, but it seems interesting. But that's kind of, to me, the only reason watching this is for the end credit. That was the hook, bringing X-Men in. We're all wondering how they're going to bring this in, and that's all I gotta say. It just, this film was a nothing burger. I don't know why they made it. The only reason to watch it, to me, is the end credit.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't feel like the end credit really meant much, honestly. I mean, it was just like, yeah, here's a image of sort of Kelsey Grammer Beast, and he's like, hey, look, binary here, found you, and she looks like your mom. Isn't that weird? All right, bye. Like, I'm just like, all right, yeah, whatever. Like,
well, it's weird that she's like sitting there in a blanket, and it's like, ooh, revealed the binary, and it's like, what? I don't care how old this character is. The fact, especially today, that we haven't like name changed this character, because binary just makes like gender shit, and it's like, oh great.
I hate the
I'm
look on
already
that
predisposed to be like
actress's face,
woke, just because the
just-
name. I hate it.
I hate the look on that actress's face. She just has total. She has like
Bitch
the.
face.
She has the supreme bitch face, is what I'd call it. It's like, I don't
She
think
was
I've ever
good.
seen-
She was good in fucking the Bond movie, but she's just an awful looking character.
in the Marvel
That's
ones.
true.
She just looks extra grumpy, and I'm just like, God, can you? For what? She's supposed
Angry
to be,
black woman.
like it's like her static face should at least be a Brie Larson, where it's like just kind of nothing.
She looks fucking disinterested.
But
It's very stoic, right?
something. I don't know. I don't know. The X-Men scene, I didn't really care. I was just like, oh, you're gonna ruin all them now. I don't care. Like, whatever. I didn't even.
No, I saw it. I'm like, why didn't you get him in this? Do real makeup? What the fuck? Put the effort.
Laziness.
That's why X-Men's great, because Kelsey Grammer is in a real fucking makeup and shit. It looks awesome. Even if
They
you're
didn't
going to
wanna pay
change the
him.
design.
Yeah, I don't think they
Put him
actually
in the
had him. I don't know. I don't think.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
it's
think
probably
actually
just
had him there.
recorded voice, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's slight variation. It's more X-Men 92 cartoon, which is cool, but it was just, I was disappointed, but at the same time I'm like, oh boy, finally you can get some X-Men.
Also, they
Angus.
killed, they didn't kill the bitch that tried to sacrifice herself. Sort of. They're like, oh, she's gonna sacrifice herself, but it turns out she's just in another universe, and now she's gonna be a super mega god character, probably, that can go through
Renslayer?
universes or something. You know, kind of like they already have one that can do that, sort of, with America or whatever.
America Chavez.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's I hate all these powers. By the way, I hate all of them. They're not interesting. They're just randomly stupid powers. That's just like,
Hold on, Rook. They didn't kill her. I thought they killed. I thought she imploded.
She woke up in another universe, and she was like, "Oh boy," because she thought that was her mom.
Oh, Monica Rambeau. She wasn't the villain, right?
No, yeah, they killed.
That's what I saw. I said she was like trying to sacrifice herself to.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
mend,
sorry.
To mend the universe or whatever,
Yeah.
to like patch the hole, to unpunch it or whatever, and then she just wakes up in another universe. Like, it was just kind of like, it's just another one of those, like, okay, we don't even know you really, but okay, you did a heroic thing, but it's like, now you're just going to be super powerful than before, probably, and whatever. You got juiced up with the powers, and you woke up in another
Hell yeah.
thing, whatever. So when Stark was meaning to sacrifice himself and he survived, like, he doesn't get the bonus of, well, now I'm Iron Man times 3, you know, or something. He's just he's not power up for it. He just
I got that reference.
Yes, he's not he doesn't get a power up from it. He just survives and can learn from it. When they do their sacrifices, they just become more powerful, and it's just like, can you just die ever? Can any of you just fucking die?
Like, if I do a concise edited video, I'm going to use this clip. Let's watch this.
Will you play
She's so
Captain
hot.
Marvel?
I don't know. Does anyone want me to do it again?
Don't be so modest.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
Long.
It's hilarious because I remember this going around. People were like, "Oh, she's just joking. She's being silly. She's
No, that
being
seems very
comedian."
genuine.
And
That
it's
seems
like, do
extremely
you see the
genuine.
body language? Like that's not a lie. She's like legitimate. And then
Her
when we
voice
see
too,
this,
I don't know. I don't know.
when we see this Nia DaCosta issue of her like leaving the movie early to go do other shit instead of finishing this movie, apparently, it's like, oh my god. And then seeing the movie, it's like, oh man, I feel bad now. Like
I kinda
Captain
wish
Marvel
she was the main
deserved to
character.
be ridiculed forever, but
Yes.
I feel bad for Brie because now she has this baggage that she's never going to get rid of. Where it's
They
like she
could've-
did a fine performance in like what could have been a better
They could
written
have given
movie.
her a real second chance to make a better impression on this movie, like to give some type
They're
of public
coasting.
eye something. But they're like, we don't care about your reputation, really. We just want to make sure ours is fine. And it's just like, I don't know. Yeah, that could, if it was more focused on her and had an actual story to follow with that wasn't as convoluted as fuck, I think that they could have had something work out pretty well there.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a setup for it that actually would have been already good from the beginning. They're going to go to 3 planets, one with the sun, one with the water, and one with air or something, and have that be the 3 different places in the 3 different acts that you're doing. Exactly, you can have 3 different total acts in those settings, and get to know your characters, not introduce too many characters, and have have some stuff happen. They could have done a bit with that.
I think the issue too. I think they tried a little bit too hard to do like Thor: Love and Thunder or Ragnarok, like Taika Waititi-ish, right? With like these different genres, like what is going to be the most outlandish things on planets, right?
Yeah, I heard the writer really liked James Gunn and was trying to make a Guardians of the Galaxy type of movie with this. I think
Etsy version,
was the
right?
thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I totally agree with you.
It's
Sorry,
unfortunate.
Angus, go ahead.
I don't know. This is one where it's like it's not.
It's not the worst. I think it's better than Love and Thunder. Like, I think
it's
definitely.
kind of an improvement from what we've been getting, especially Ant-Man. And I didn't even watch Eternals. I won't watch it. Not watching Miss Marvel. If this is a taste of that show, fuck that show. Thank God I didn't fall for that. It's funny as fuck because I remember I was trying to convince Sega Street to watch The Boys, and he gave watched an episode. He's like, "Yeah, fuck this," but then he's like covering Miss Marvel. I'm like, "What the fuck? What is wrong with you?" And this just only proves my fucking point.
So that actually reminds me. So there was another scene where I think it was a dumb scene, and I didn't see the shows at all to know anything about them. But the Arrow chick at the end, where she's
fucking
her.
Kate Bishop or whatever.
I kind of smiled at that scene. I know it was a stupid scene to me, but she's like, she tries to meet her, tries to be Fury, even though she would have no context for Fury and all that stuff. Just for us, that's what that's for, I guess. But it was kind of funny her attempt to copy him, and the other girl's just like, "What the fuck are you doing in my place?" That was a little funny, but that was the only part where I cracked a smile. I was like, a little funny.
Dude, especially after just seeing this, I'm gonna make you watch not make you because you watched Spider-Verse and you really liked it. So Across the Spider-Verse, it's on my Vudu, so you can watch it with me. And you're just gonna be blown away at the depth of character and motivations. And there's not really a villain in the movie, it's just conflict, it's antagonism, but not villainy. Well, there's a villain in the background, and we'll see where he goes, but there's not really a villain in the movie.
Which I think some movies need to take note of. They don't need to have a villain,
and it's a great cliffhanger.
Well, I think it's like.
Well, wait, really quick. The reason I mentioned it was because Haley Steinfeld is the voice of Spider-Gwen, and then she's Kate Bishop in MCU. Which I haven't watched Hawkeye, but I do like her. I agree. I did kind of like smirk at that sequence because then she's like, "I'm building a team," and she's like, "Join it." It's like, please. And it's like, okay, like if it was just like that much of like needy girly, okay, but then it's like then you see the full movie. I'm like, oh my god, it's the twinsies and how we're gonna be best friends, and oh my god, you're the real person, and over here. Oh fuck, this is exhausting. This is awful. Fuck you.
Yeah. What were you saying,
Tim?
Oh no, like I was like commenting on just sorry about forgot. I did forget.
The Hawkeye
go
scene.
Rookie. Yeah, the Hawkeye stuff, right? Why I'm like cautiously optimistic about this new one coming out is because it's very centered around you know, a Spider-Man villain, but I think they're propagating it in marketing to get us reeled back into that, right? Uh Wilson Fisk, right? He's a dope character. I remember I've Vincent D'Onofrio,
Yeah.
right? Fantastic actor, has the physical presence, has stage presence, everything you want. So, like, I watched the trailer. I'm Echo, right? We're talking about Echo, and
Oh, okay,
I'm,
okay.
yeah. So I'm not vastly interested, but because of him,
Wait,
seeing
is
the
Echo the
trailer,
Arrow chick? Is that who that is?
No, Echo
no,
is
oh,
this
sorry, it's a spin-off, right?
Daredevil enemy or possibly ally. I don't know.
Well, they
Oh,
all
okay.
intertwine with each other. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But like the Arrow chick, right? Not Arrow chick. From what's his face? Jeremy Renner's character, Hawkeye, right? She's his descendant, not descendant, but like his kind of
His protege.
protege. Yep. So yeah, she's cute. I like Henley Seinfeld. I watch Pitch Perfect or whatever. She's a good actress, actually. But like what I didn't like about the series is how they mitigated Kingpin, because Kingpin is a dope character, but they're also doing Daredevil, which is probably one of the best Marvel series of all time. That and what's his face? Punisher.
Punisher.
Yeah, those were freaking dope. Raw on a low budget. Action was shot really well. Freaking amazing. So, like, now that we're reeling it back here, it is like, dude, I'm like, I think the series looks very raw based on the trailers, but I think they're just trying to use Kingpin as this marketing point just to mitigate
Yeah,
him.
they
So I'm cautiously
use this use the trailer for the Marvels as a template. They showed stuff from Iron Man and from the Avengers and lines from other movies that have nothing to do with this. And it was like there will be another or something, like as if there's going to be disciple. Nothing to do with that in this film. So whatever they're marketing,
I kept
Echo
thinking of
with,
that because you told me something about Dar-Benn is like a disciple of Thanos. I'm like, what? And I watched the movie. I'm like, this is no. If anything, she would probably fight Thanos, especially probably being tied to Ronin. So
and the Kree in general, yeah, they'd be against Thanos probably.
exactly.
Yeah, so I was totally confused watching the movie. I'm like, where's the tie to
The
Thanos? Fuck you, rookie.
implied that she's like continuing his work. So
I did not
Yeah.
see the other trailer. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
she, like, to me, Rookie felt like a Ronin knockoff. She had
Yeah.
like the same, like, even her
Cosplay
eyes,
Ronin.
but like, dude, like something that really disturbed me with her acting was like, did you notice like the way she was positioning her mouth? It was just like always kind of
Yeah, she has
like,
a grill in
awkward.
her mouth. She has like a weird grill on her teeth
It was
or something.
it took me out of it, dude.
Yeah.
Like every time I was like, what the hell is she doing? Forgive my language. But like,
Wait,
what is she doing? Like,
well, you know, we talked about this earlier. Like, we wished there was scenes like on her planet that have her like show how she is, so that maybe we can sympathize with her at least, even if she acts poorly. Like that, there'd be something to get this character. But like, it just,
I thought
yeah,
she
they
did fine.
picked-
It was just not a lot. She had a good motivation. It was understandable. I got why there'd be conflict. If
I
anything,
mean-
she has the most agency of like action.
Well, no, I get that, but I guess I'm talking about like giving scenes that show her acted out, because I think that's what Tim's kind of getting at. Is that the way she talks is kind of weird, and like, you know, she's always like trying to be kind of, you know, we're gonna do this for the planet, sort of like, you know, trying to talk like she's talking for a trailer every time. Essentially,
she makes character decisions, right? Character decisions like Kylo Ren, but they don't have payouts. Like, she just comes off as awkward and weird because she's always doing this mouth thing. Like, I understand like King of the Conqueror, Jonathan Majors, and Kylo Ren, Adam Driver. Their stuff makes a little bit more sense, but her shit is just like flat out awkward. Like every time I see her on screen, she doesn't have stage presence. Like a villain will make a film. Like every time I see her, she's just freaking awkward, just like kind of doing this weird thing with her mouth and then trying to act at the same time. it just takes me out of it. Like that's why I grade this film so low, dude. Like if a film doesn't have a good villain and the three core actors that call them besties or whatever, the Marvels, their chemistry was actually really good. But if you break down the script, the writing, the plot conveniences, and you look at the villain, which was subpar and very one note, that's where it takes me out of it. I don't think I've never seen her in anything before, but dude, that like her performance just took me out of it. She was the weakest thing a part of the film, other than the writing. Like, right?
I disagree. I
think that her character would have, in a way, tried to find a way to connect with Kamala, because Kamala sees Captain Marvel as this huge hero, and the villain's supposed to be a result of Captain Marvel destroying the world, essentially. And could have been interesting to see her try to manipulate Kamala to, willingly give up the bracelet, even, or something, to get her on the side. Women be bitches, I try to trick each
girl
other.
Power, besties, bro, besties.
Yeah,
like like twinsies.
That was the thing too. Twinsies and stuff. But like,
oh, dude, I just looked up. I'm looking at pictures of the girl's name is Zawe Ashton. She is the fiance to Tom Hiddleston, and it's like really? I thought she looked fine in the movie, like not the best, but she's serviceable. Then I look at her actual pictures, I'm like, yikes. What is going?
Is that why they cover her up in the movie? Somewhere?
She's got a gap. She got a tooth. I thought about this when I was watching it. Her grill thing. She's got like 2 teeth.
Oh no!
They got like a grill on like her like incisors. Then she's got like this thing in the middle, and you see why she's got this fucking distracting gap tooth.
Covering her up made her better. That's why they had the grill on her teeth, so they cover up the gap. Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
I don't think she's a bad actress, but I just don't think she's that attractive.
No,
right?
Well, I guess that's the thing too. With all the women in it, and Tom? They don't. With all the women in it, there's no sense of like a hot woman at all, and it's like even women like to see other women not be ugly, so they can be like, oh, thank God, I have something nice.
Yeah, that's why you got Margot Robbie's Barbie.
Yeah, I thought that they were going to have Margot Robbie at the singing planet. I thought they were going to have Margot Robbie.
That would be amazing.
For real. I thought they were.
Jack Black and Margot Robbie in a musical.
All right, come on. Brie Larson, they did that on purpose with her having the white top that was shortcut on her abs, right?
Yeah, that was great. She looked great.
That was good.
So
that was nice.
Let's not negate that, right? She looked
but that's a
hot
scrap.
as fuck.
That's a scrap we're given, though, compared to what else could have been.
Look at the
thrown
musical face Tom Hiddleston has here. He looks like she thinks I'm going to marry her.
I'm thinking of the green line test here. She's not even leaning into him, or she's leaning away from him.
She's leaning away, but he's still confident.
I know, but I'm saying
it doesn't matter. He's
for her,
self-sufficient.
I'm not saying.
Oh crap! You guys cover that too? I didn't know you watched that.
Oh, the green lines.
Yeah, I didn't know you watched that.
Oh, do we love green lines?
I
introduced him to Rivellino. Yeah.
Sorry, maybe it was on your podcast. I saw it, but I know, bro. That's a good.
I think about that. I think about hand shame. I think about cock shame. I think about But I live by that.
My thing with the green lines was she's leaning away from him, meaning she's like, just like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. That's what I was implying.
Or maybe she's on her period.
Not even leaning properly. But I don't know. There could have been a lot of things to help the film, I guess, in so many ways. That's why it's not the worst. I mean, it's like it's
almost there. It's like with a little tweaking, it could be a 7 or 8.
I think it benefits by not having a bunch of characters in it that we like already. So it's like, oh, we're at as low as we can be. So it's like, hey, if it's like, whatever.
Well, hey, Robert Downey Jr.'s back, so hopefully he saves this shit and the X-Men save it. I want this stuff to be good. I want to have 4-hour conversations about, oh my god, Endgame. Oh, dude, every scene had a reference to the whole series of movies, and it mattered. Yes.
Imagine if they could turn around the current feeling of Marvel that we all have and make it back to being like a redemption of some kind. Like, we like underdog stories. Marvel's now becoming an underdog again with how shit they've dug themselves into a hole so far now. If we could see them climb their way back into being like interesting and relevant, that would be amazing, but I doubt it. The more quantum crap and the more flames they keep on making up around of nothing, like I just you can have the space comic stuff, but like I feel like they've gone so wacky with it that it doesn't mean none of it will stick to your head at all. It is all just like random gobbledygook that doesn't translate. As to where like the Force, even if you don't fully understand it, it makes enough sense to you, and they can easily make it make enough sense with what they do with it.
Well,
And
yeah, it's the most important part of Star Wars.
And so it's
Yeah.
like you can have that with space and Marvel and cosmic stuff, and yeah, he has lightning come out of his hands and stuff. Like you can make it believable enough.
Well,
like, it
that's the other
work
problem
because of
is
this. Like
the Avengers has a it's a team of 6 people, and they all have their roles. Scarlet Witch and Hawkeye more or less are really one entity of they are humans that can get weapons in their hands. They are completely exposed. They are like on the perimeter.
the most
and-
vulnerable, and they're usually on the
Yeah.
perimeter. Yeah, they're
And
they
then
do-
you got
and they can
Iron
handle the
Man
more
in his
human
suit
stuff.
with whatever tech he's got at the stage he's at. You got Thor can do lightning and the Bifrost now with Stormbreaker. You got Hulk that's like their fucking nuclear force option. But he's still limited. Like everyone's got like their role, but no one can just save the day. That's the problem with Justice League and Superman. And you watch behind the scenes of like the cartoon Justice League, where it's like so hard to write stories when you got Superman in your roster.
Well,
'Cause-
I disagree on that one. Because of look at the boys, bro. Like, look how like Homelander. Did you watch the last the finale of Gen Z?
I haven't finished.
Dude,
Gen Z.
oh my gosh,
I
dude.
can't wait. I've seen that
Fucking-
it ties
Forgive
directly
my
into
language,
season
but
4.
freaking clutch. Like, dude, I know you're gonna make criticisms about Superman. Like, I watched Gods Among Us, Injustice. I know your criticisms, but dude, I understand them. But like, dude, they write this so freaking well, and it's not like left side.
I
or
like
right
Superman
side.
and Justice League cartoon.
You know, it's universally loved where both parties can actually like reminate with or like. So, dude, I highly recommend watch that show. I'm not saying you're wrong about like Superman. Yeah, he's a Boy Scout. I love Batman better than him, right? But yeah, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
Well,
but
no,
I just
my
like
point I was making with like the Avengers and I was mentioning Superman is that the Marvels, even though Kamala Khan can't fly yet, we'll see if they pull that out of their ass. Is that they're all on the same spectrum of power and they're just fucking invincible. And so you got 3 Supermen, and they're all heroes, and they're fighting someone a little bit more Superman, but they got some sort of arbitrary weak spot that they figure out arbitrarily for convenience to win the day. Versus Iron Man had to kill himself theoretically to beat Thanos, the Chitauri by Loki through the portal, and that was like, if he failed, they could have like nuked New York, you know, and none of them could have fixed it or just like, oh, let me just punch it. Like he's got Thor, but Thor isn't the one to throw this bomb into space.
They're all very limited with what they could do. The Hulk can't fly. Thor can fly to an extent, but you know, there's a limit to his power too, like a little bit. There's more obvious limits. He can't go the speed of light kind of stuff. He's got limitations.
He needs the hammer.
What he can do. Well, yeah, but it's like he can't go top speed. He can't go as fast as Captain Marvel.
They all have
apparently.
pros and cons, and so you can delineate, you can distribute roles versus when it's like, oh, well, I can fly and phase and laser beam with hands, and I can fly through suns and ignite them. The perfect
example is the Avengers when, okay, you try to bottleneck the portal and take out some of those ships. You smash things. You guys try to get people into safety. You know, I'm going to try to redirect people over here. Hawkeye, you take a higher point so you can get a better vision and help direct us. Iron Man, you fly around and try to do something. That's where, yeah, with you just said with the Marvels, they all have the same power pretty much. So it's like, whatever.
They're all Super Saiyan.
3 that can do the same thing. And it's like,
yeah, the pushback as far as Superman, the compelling thing about him, he's a man from Kansas, right? He's trying to coexist with the world and still relate with humanity because
Yeah,
he's
no,
a nice
I
guy,
appreciate that.
and he can't, like, is this code, he doesn't want to kill people, but if he has to because it is in comics. He did kill people, same as Batman. That's why, like, people miss it, like, oh no, Batman does kill, oh Superman does kill. Yes, they do. When when they're forced to that, like, Pacific Point, they have to. They
You have to write it
because it's for the greater good, right?
properly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my thing. Like, is Superman the most compelling character? No. I love Batman and everything he stands for. Red Hood is actually a pretty intricate character as well. So, like, that's probably the best animated films of all time, Red Hood, right?
It is
If you
pretty
ever
good.
seen that. Yeah. So,
Well, no, my point of mentioning Superman was just like the people that wrote the Justice League comics, like Bruce Timm and stuff. So like themselves, like it's so hard to write Justice League plots when you have Superman on your roster because he's a nuclear option against almost every villain.
It's like, point being, you can't just have this guy's going to rob a bank. Well, okay, Superman's around.
He can literally just fly through him.
So it's like there's 1,000 ways that can be stopped. So it's like, what is a way that Superman can be involved or around that it makes sense considering the power that he has? Like, what can we do that makes this tough for him? How many times can we do a scenario that makes it a challenge for Superman to overcome?
Yeah, the fact that they have 4 seasons of Justice League cartoons with Superman on the roster is crazy.
Well,
I commend them for that, but like they've said themselves, like I've seen what I think Necessary Evil, the DC special, and it's like, yeah, he's so hard to write because he's
I feel like
got so many powers.
I feel like they
you
nerf
can't
him in
nerf
a way
him
where
it's not Superman.
Well, I mean, they nerf him in a way where like powerful punches can stall him a little bit, or like electricity can zap him, and again temporarily make him go and then like need a minute to get up or something. Like that's as most as they can do, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like you haven't seen success with Superman in the modern day because he's not a character that is durable for all time, in my view.
Well, I think they should write him in a way as Homelander, but not quite, right? That, like, the demented part where he has to hold back. It's like, I know I could kill this person, but I have to hold back in such a way where I don't kill this person. Like, I think it comes down to writing. And then when I'm talking about these other characters, like, let's talk about Shazam. Shazam has no weakness unless he says, Shazam. Look at Wonder Woman. She really doesn't have a weakness. She's pretty much Superman, but she uses a sword. So, like, they're far interesting characters. I think it comes down to the writing in general on how to write these characters. The farm boy, the Middle Eastern, the Midwestern character is compelling to me because I'm from the Midwest and I'm a farm boy and someone that lifted weights, whatever, wanted to aspire to be Superman, blah, 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 and always be nice. And you're always going to experience those type of bullies. So that's where they need to capitalize on that. And like, man, so I understand the criticism, right? As far as they don't go to the traditional route, and like the stuff with Lois Lane and Superman or Clark Kent is vastly important. They need to bring that back. Hopefully James Gunn brings that back. But what I'm saying with the new stuff, right, it needs to be people that are outsmarting Clark Kent, Superman. It cannot be like just like, it needs to be mind benders like Brainiac. They haven't brought him on the big screen yet. Let's do that. Let's like bring on Darkseid. Like they tease that in Zack Snyder. Everyone wants to see Zack Snyder 2.0, whatever they're gonna do, right? But like, I'm not a Snyder Cut person. I just want to clarify.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys mentioned that earlier. I'm not a Snyder Cut guy. I'm glad they're moving on. Just let it go. Let the past die, like Kylo Ren says.
Yes.
I'm done with the Snyder Cut, dude. I don't hashtag that crap anymore. It's not crap, but come on. At this point, just let it go.
Yeah. But no, I guess my thing with Superman personally is like, I don't understand why he has such a variety of powers. Like, I like the concept of he's an alien from another planet that on here, the sun kind of gives him a little bit of a different type of boost, gives him super strength, and it's the flight is a little weird to me.
The
still,
yellow sun, by the way.
Right, but still, why does that equal? Now I have ice breath and laser beams out of my eyes, and seems to have these other abilities. That it's like, well, I don't really
He's the
I'm
first
okay.
superhero, so
I'm more
it's
okay
stupid.
with. That's what the kind of reason is. My thing is like, okay, the super strength and flight and like speed, I can kind of, I guess, more get behind because energy with the sun, but the ice breath and laser beams and any extra powers he has, kind of like, come on, man. Like, can even, I know
X-ray
that bullets,
vision.
I know that bullets can't I know that bullets can't kill you, but like, can some other stuff like do more damage to you compared to others? Like,
Well,
shotgun
they
won't
can.
kill you, but it's like usually just kind of like boop, rather than like ugh, ow, something to, at least a little bit. Other than I feel like that would help him, even if he's invincible. Like, still feel pain and show it. That it's like, yeah, you like, if nobody can survive like a one-on-one with a train, he can survive it, but it's like that would hurt a lot or something. That would make me kind of get more behind his characters. Like,
Yeah, this is a great uphill battle for like a villain. Like, how do you beat this guy? That's why The Boys is so cool, because it's like at the end of the day, we're all thinking, at what point does Homelander quit caring about reputation
stuff? Yeah,
and then it's like, you can't stop me. What are you gonna do? Like,
he's the honey badger,
I'll beat
bro.
that. It's a ticking time bomb is what Homelander is, and that's why it's interesting, because he's the overarching villain.
Angus, he's got fed up at this point. That's why at the end of season 3, dude, he just went off, bro. He just went off. It's like, I'm sick and tired of this bull crap of people telling me what to do. I'm going to do what I want to do because I'm the most powerful man in the world.
I love it because that's logical.
Amazing.
Superman is endearing because it's like, oh, wow, this guy with he's a god among us. And yet he's just going, I get the appeal of like, he's just trying to be a guy and doing the right thing. But in reality, I believe in power, and it's like Superman has like, but barring like Darkseid or like super magic or Brainiac, there's really no counter to him on our planet. And so there's no reason, like Red Sun makes more, even though that's like a Elseworld story, Red Sun makes way more sense to me with the template of Superman than, gee golly, let me just grind away at the daily planet, and just punch the clock 9 to 5 and do some journalism. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Take over the world.
In a way, you'd think that he's almost like allowing more people to get. He's allowing more people to get killed. He's allowing more people to get killed around the world because he's doing his stupid job, like for some money or whatever. It's like, I'm okay with him getting a break too. That's fine, but it is kind of interesting that
it's like, be a villain. It makes way more sense.
His day job is I'm gonna write a journal report instead of like, I'm gonna save lives. He does save lives. But that's like his part-time job. That's his daytime. That's his,
it's really a hobby. It's just like, it's like
on the weekend.
Ultimately it boils down to like, well, he's letting people have free will, and then he reacts when there's bad free will. But it's like, well, if you have this goes a counter kind of to Spider-Man, where Spider-Man's a subjectivist character where he has to do right, and like, well, what is right? It's like, well, if you are maintaining the system, you have the power to just make people do what is ultimately objectively right. Why aren't you doing that? You should be a dictator because you could dictate goodwill across the board, or I'll take you out.
This is actually a problem with Power Rangers. They're told to be extremely reactionary. Like they can never use their powers like unless they need to, essentially. But so that means they're not supposed to seek out a fight, even with the villains. The villains are supposed to do something and then they respond. And it's like, God, think how much y'all could probably have done if you just took some initiative for it.
You would like Minority Report, Rookie. I mean, I don't know if you'd like the film, but I think you'd love the concept of Minority Report. It's like 1984 surveillance state. They can like predict crimes, so now they're like convicting.
Yeah, you told me about that one. Yeah,
such a cool concept, and it's like, yeah, if you had the power, like, well, what is good? Like, we in the West, we love venerating free will and individuality.
Oddly enough, that's what Loki's thing was. I'm going to take away your free will for you because that you guys like to, you guys don't want to be having that on your shoulders. Why not?
Can I say something about that one? I'm going to inject something in here that I normally don't say, if it's okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So I normally don't talk about this. What I've noticed like I don't think the show is like overly woke, whatever. I just watch it and I think there's a
Which show?
nuance to it. Loki.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't think it's overly woke. I think there's actually good constructs or like good thought process on this. But what I noticed about the Sylvie character, she seems like the more the reason why all this is happening is because of her bad decision. She doesn't want to take accountability. It's like, no, we should just live our lives with not being checked. To me, as my mind scope and the way I look at things now, is the problem with society is because you can't have any self sort of structure or cadence or accountability because it's controlling. What Kane was saying is that life in general and countries in general, everybody else, you notice what countries are thriving and what are not. The countries that are thriving because there's a more cadence, there's more organization, because they're doing their freaking job. But modern day feminism tells you, oh no, you can't tell anyone. Like if someone's playing with fire, you can't tell them that because that's controlling. No, maybe I'm a family member and actually freaking love them and care about them. Boom.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's
Right,
exactly
you're saying that
what
control isn't just evil. That's good too. It's
yeah,
what-
that's
yeah.
that's the perception, right? It just like if my sister that is like vastly younger than me and my family left me and I'm taking care of my sister, but I tell her that you're doing wrong and you're going to come cry to me later because I've seen it be vastly a couple of times before, I'm intrinsically wrong. It's like you don't even know about life. This is the problem with reality today, is because they can't take any sort of criticism. They're like, oh no, it's controlling. It's controlling. Okay, what life experience do you have? And like, was your dad controlling because he was telling you not to go out on a Thursday night when you had school on a Friday morning? Like, what is the level of that is which I'm imposing? I find it vastly ridiculous the fact that the modern day like feminists, the women intrinsically like are saying this stupid crap. Like, what is your it's just like
they made it
don't-
orderless and more chaotic, and now it's worse for it. Essentially, things like
Yes.
that.
yeah, and they're complaining about it, but we're bringing up logical facts. And then they complain to me because I have a sister. I have like, other people in the family. But then like you're not gonna take my advice and you come back crying to me. Or it just like if you don't like your approach, what's the saying? Change it. And
Well, I like what you're
still
saying
gonna-
because it's like, yeah, I don't care about America anymore. Like this, like reverence for the flag and our values. It's like, what have our values gotten us here? Look at China. They are not straight communists. So you love to meme them, but it's like they are
they're the most
enforcing.
well put together.
Yeah, they have
Yeah.
a monoculture. It's
They've
lasted
consistent.
how long?
The state is yes, they are totalitarian. They put time restrictions. You can't game after like 10 p.m. They monitor and control the TikTok algorithm. So they're not getting weird, woke, non-binary shit. They're getting
Their
science
TikTok
and
stuff
smart
is
stuff.
vastly different. Too,
Yeah,
Angus, sorry to
because they
interrupt.
don't. They're
It's
the government
educational.
is invested in the people's well-being, and so it's like when I joke, but I'm not joking. I'm like, I'm rooting for China, I'm rooting for Russia, I'm rooting for the Taliban because they are societies of order, and maybe they won't reach the stars like America has and go to the moon with innovation, but they're not going to falter like a candle in the wind, burning bright, and then out quickly because we covet this individualistic free will crap. It's really just a poison pill. It's people like, we need to go back. We need to turn back the clock on our politics. And, no, we're here because of those values. It's always going to lead to here. We're always going to liberalize to this point at some point with our intrinsic values. A Greek historian, I love, I think it's Donald Kagan. He talks about the pros and cons of our Greek rooted heritage of really individualism. It's like, it's really great We kind of just like, ethics and equality, but then also we don't really have any fucking culture. So what's the long term value? So that's like that's the value of like the totalitarian communist regime is, yes, you're starving, but you're all starving together. You're all invested in the society and overcoming the strife. Maybe the strife's self-imposed a bit, but I see the collective value of, and not that I'm saying I want to be communist. I love being Western. I love the decadence, but I see the problem long term that we're really poisoning ourselves.
You and I had this conversation a while back where like we're like talking something about clothing. It is like about allowing when it went from women not being able to show their ankles, and then they allow them to, and then like small things in culture that we just kind of let happen, be more loose, have this, don't wear a suit when you go out, you can be lazy, wear your pajamas out, whatever. All these small things have kind of led us to this point where we're so lax with everything and want to be as free as possible because we're in America, that the value has diminished entirely. And we're all where we are now, kind of in a way, and like nobody wants to fight for the country. There's no unification of America, like he was saying, because we're free in a way. Like
it's because we're all miserable. We're all miserable. The fact that we have a lot of the feminist agenda like taken over. We can't have any sort of structure. Because it's deemed controlling when you're looking after them. It could be a family member,
dude,
or someone, or you're a friend. If you tell your friend you're fat as fuck, but it's fat shaming. It's like, lose some weight, dude. It's just like if you like look after. No, like 68% of America is fat, dude. That's a huge problem. Diabetes.
I'm unfortunately part of that. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you, but. I'm not like
no, you are.
No, but it's okay. No, I'm saying it's okay that you are because that is true. That's true. Though.
What I'm saying is like we need to take criticism, and accept it. I think a little bit of bullying is good. Like someone told me I sucked at reading when growing up. I was like, I'm gonna fucking do something about it. You're a fucking tall, lanky dude. Do something about it. I started lifting weights. A little bit of bullying is good, but we live in the soft generation. Where I saw someone get pulled over or whatever on a stupid TikTok video. Oh, I'm not binary, all this, and I'm very fragile. And this cop was super nice to her, and she was using all these excuses why she couldn't do like the straight up walk, right? The straight line. So this like generation is F, dude. It's very scary. That's all I'm gonna say.
I feel like it's not that we're all just miserable, but it's that
this stuff has led to us being miserable.
Well, I was gonna say, like we always talk about, there's not enough real problems, so we all kind of want to feel like there is, so we'll come up with the most stupid things to make the biggest deals over, like just said right there with being pulled over. Like we have no actual problems to deal with. If she had actual problems, she'd probably have cooperated perfectly and just okay, yeah, sure, yeah, no problem. I have other problems to worry about. I'm not gonna try to waste your time here with this, but she has the time to waste. She has the things that she can do with that. That's in a way I have to agree with Angus with like rooting for the other people. It just so that we need to get to a point where we are reacting to it, so where we can actually I need to take some action myself, because that's the only way we're gonna have any uprooted change ourselves, is it affecting us. When you said with the big boob teacher or whatever, like we need more of that so that people realize,
the Canada guy,
weird, because there's not enough people that are weirded out by it to say anything.
I saw the fake boob.
The giant fake tits.
Like he
doesn't wear them outside of school.
More people need to be freaked out by that to go, oh my god, that cannot be allowed, instead of just it's I don't want to say anything because that's what the times are, so I
don't want to be transphobic.
Be very transphobic, actually.
Yeah, and that's the problem too.
That's the quote of the century.
I'm not like
I have a lot of quotes tonight from me.
Whatever, but did you watch the Vivek stuff? What he was bringing up about like TikTok and everything else? Like that one, Karen lady was just trying to break him down, but he was bringing up straight facts, and then he was like, "Dude, your daughter is on TikTok. So what are you talking about? You're criticizing me for being on TikTok to reach people." But Vivek was straight on, like Middle Eastern guy, straight up bringing up facts, bro. Like, what the hell? It just,
Yeah, I
you
don't
know,
believe in this system anymore, so I'm just waiting for it to
yeah,
fall. It'll be for
yeah.
the
I
good of the
don't.
world. It'll be for good of ourselves, actually. Like,
That
no one's
was
going
my
to take
point.
America.
That was my point, Angus, was that we need to see more of the problems, which is kind of why I'm half with you. We need to have enough issues to make us take action ourselves and like regain ourselves.
Well, think of
regain
this.
our-
Think of
our
this.
strength, you know?
All right, so they just released today or yesterday. I used to be Catholic, and like I've said a lot of times, I left Catholicism and ultimately Christianity and religion because I started seeing through this commie Pope Francis. I'm like, this is the guy that's going to destroy the church. And if Catholicism be destroyed, then every other denomination is going to fall easier than the institution of Catholicism. And if this is happening in Catholicism, you should be worried for your rinky-dink, non-denominational one-off church. And that is just now they said trannies, transgender, whatever, can be baptized and godparents. So they're essentially endorsing the mental, what should be against like the theology of body and gender and whatnot. Because like Catholic Church is very in depth about all sorts of little factors of life, about how it pertains to the Bible and tradition of the church and interpreting God's word. Not that I believe any of this stuff, but it's like you see the structure and the depth of thought put into this, where it's like, well, actually, these factors of life ultimately tie back into like God's ordination of what we should do. All right.
Yeah.
And when they are undermining this, it's destroying the church from within because they're secularizing, because now they're clearly scared that you're going to lose too many people if they don't cater. And this has been the value of Christianity through the centuries, is they're very amoebus with society. There's enough disagreement with the church from society, they kind of cater. They meander the interpretations to go along, when before they would be stalwart against X thing. All right. The reason I bring this up is that this kind of backs up my point about like, yeah, Islam is, can lead to direct terrorism with its extremist perspectives, but you look at the value of Islam. That's like the last religion I would ever expect to get taken over by wokeness and this gender shit. It's not happening. They'll just kill those people. And you say that's fucking barbaric and whatever, it's evil, but they're going to preserve themselves versus Christianity is going to die from cancer within. So what's the value? Because all our rules, all of our views, first Greek and then Christian afterward, taking over the institutions for the last 2,000 years. We're poisoning ourselves with acquiescence. And so that should show you the value there.
Well, my question is, like, I've done some research. The most, like it's talked about in the Bible, the most religion that is not respected is Christianity. All the other religions get respect. So it's predicted in the Bible the fact that people will condemn all of this. They say a lot of nonsense.
So it's a self-validating thing that they wrote into their Bible, and into the Bible it's like Jesus says like, when they reject you, they've rejected me. This is self-fulfilling victimhood. This is one of my big gripes of Christianity.
Let me ask you though, is it in like Muslim, is it like in Buddha, like is it
do they have this perception that our religion will be refused by many, and this is like the struggle?
I don't know if they care.
No, but my point is, Christianity is the most rejected. People,
right? But that's also self-fulfilling.
I hear this all the time. They're like, people are just like, "Oh, it's so hypocritical," and then I'm like, "Okay, what verse is that from?" Right? And then they're just like, they pretend that they know better than me. I'm just like, "Okay, what are you talking about, dude?" And then I'll explain to them and then break it down. Like, I dated a girl. My last girlfriend was this, right? Really hard breakup, right? But it was just like the fact that like she was just like listening to the far left media and just like didn't do any sort of research, and all talking points when I pick her mind about it, she didn't have anything actually to say. I was like, okay, I would ask the question. It was just like an what is that called? An NPC, or they didn't have anything to
The
say.
repeating points.
And
Yeah, yeah.
it's freaking real, dude. Because like, let's face it, dude. Most of the media is not promoting Christian ideals. They're promoting like more so far left opinions. Like, look at Nickelodeon. You turn on, they're promoting trans kids at like 9 to 10 years old, actors. And Disney is like making everything about sexuality. You know what I mean? Like, let's call a spade a spade. Let's be fair. I don't care if someone's not Christian. You know, I'll talk with them. I don't care if someone's gay. I have gay friends, whatever. I know it's cop out, blah, blah, blah. We all have diversity friends, whatever. But I'll treat, yeah. Now, like, people are like, oh no, because you're not taller just because you say. We all get it. We got it. It's all freaking ridiculous. My freaking roommate, like in my fraternity house, was freaking black. Freaking Hispanic. I didn't give a fuck, dude. We don't care. It wasn't that segregated. We just hung out because we're just friends, bros. Yeah. We just like, that's just whatever. And society think that it's just like checking off a card with a Hollywood. No, dude, you meet organic people in life. You realize you meet people in real life. Stop like listening to a freaking Disney, all the dumbass commercials, forget my language, all the commercials, and think that's how you live. You will meet your homie G's, like I met you and you, like Black Angus and Rook, dog, and you know we're all homies. But it just like, what the hell? It's just like, oh no, you got to check a box to be friends with this person and all that, and believe everything exactly what that person believes. No, that's not the way it works. Do you just coexist? Boom. You know what I mean?
Exactly. To a degree, yeah, but our problem is we don't have cohesion because we don't have a culture anymore. We have a culture of excess and consumption. That's our culture now. Like, yeah, here's what I'd say that I've realized. Like, I mean, Hoff, he's out here in the Columbus area, and we went to this Mexican restaurant. It's really like a extension of the butcher shop. They have like a little, essentially like a Mexican Kroger chain in the area. There's like 2 or 3 of them in Columbus, and they got like a little restaurant they can go to, and it's all like real Mexicans. Almost no one speaks English, and they got all these like Mexican brands of everything in there, and you can see like the memes. All right, you go to like a Kroger or a Walmart, look at like American things. You're like, oh, Oreo, American, this and that. But like, what is behind like the fact that it's made in America, that it's an American icon as a brand? What's the depth to it? Nothing. Versus you go to like the like surface level memes of like Mexico products, where it's like they put a Mexican flag, or they put like a guy in a sombrero, or they put they'll have like the candle section's got always like a Catholic saint and like Marian and Jesus candles and Dia de Muertos and whatnot. Their surface level memes,
Jemima, bro.
Their surface level memes on their products have depth for their actual culture. Even though they're surface level, there's more depth to it.
The majority of ours is the American flag itself. Put that on something, and that's about as in depth as it can be.
Nothing means anything anymore. Like, it used to be like, oh man, I'm going to buy me a Maytag washer for my wife because it's made in America, and that means it's the best there is in the world.
But Angus and Rook, American flag is offensive nowadays. Like, people get literally offended by that, and I understand what you're saying. Like, America does not have culture anymore. We're too like washed away, because like if you have American flag, people will come up to you and be like, bro, like they'll kneel at the flag. So it doesn't, like, they're demonizing the flag of the unity. America is so divided. Yeah, America is vastly divided right now, and I agree with you. Like, we lost our culture. Like, when you go to like Brazil, right, or you go to like countries that really love soccer, okay, that is their passion. If their fucking team loses, forget my language, they freaking, like, they're all about it, man. They're all about it. So yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. Well, appreciate having you on. Anything you usually do, what, streams on Monday?
Yeah, Sundays and Mondays. If you both are watching Loki, let me know. I want to do a big finale stream on Sunday around 8:30 p.m. ET. I don't think
we're gonna be able to finish the show by then, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're only one episode into Loki so far, collectively.
Monday, though, if if you guys are free at 9 p.m. ET, I want to cover someone at the box office. I know this thing's gonna bomb, but I would like to do a character.
I would love if it actually
discussion.
makes a profit. I'm gonna fucking actually.
I wanted to make a profit because everyone's just hating on it, but like, I feel like I know it's gonna bomb, but like,
yeah,
because I watched New Rockstar, dude, that guy. Oh man, his optimism is like huge, but I mean, he does fun breakdowns, but I don't know. He was trying to say that a lot of these films that like Disney's not filming. I was like, dude, have you been watching like the last 5 films? Where just because Oppenheimer and Barbie made money, and maybe you know, the other scary movie, the teddy bear movie, whatever. All the other films bombed pretty much this year. The Mario movie made money, but like all the other films bombed hard this year. Like I don't know why.
Well, it's
he's
mostly
saying that.
non-superhero movies that did well.
Yeah,
The ones that did
so
do well, anyway.
that's what I'm saying. But like those, like there was like probably how many films came out this year? Like 100. How many of those films actually made money? To be honest,
I'd say less than 10. Really, that like made good money anyway.
yeah, and you know, The Flash lost like $300 million. Like it just, man,
Ricky
I don't
loved
know.
that movie.
I actually enjoyed the movie.
I hated the movie, but like, yeah.
No, I enjoyed the movie. I didn't think it was perfect. It was a hot mess, but I liked a lot of fan service, right? But it's whatever.
Yeah, I'm not a Flash guy in general, so
Yeah,
Which is
have any
ironic.
segments or
Fucking
DCU
ironic
or anything. So
Mr.
What big shows are you guys
That
going to watch
Flash.
so I can bring you guys back on so we can talk? Like we don't get to talk as much as we used to.
well, it's like we're watching Dragon Ball, Attack on Titan, Breaking Bad, Andor, and probably something
Loki.
else I'm forgetting. And Loki. And we never finished the Terminal List.
And we haven't finished Gen Z, and it's already over now.
That's
Ooh,
true.
Gen Z, dude.
Yeah, we're very behind. We're watching. It's funny. We're watching a lot of stuff and movies sometimes, and so we're like, there's just not enough. He has a new job, and my job is usually the opposite of his schedule. So there's like not enough time to watch things every week.
to do the time. Yeah.
Bring me on for Gen Z. Like I would love to talk with you about that.
Okay. Yeah. Once we finish it, yeah, sure. If there's another movie coming out, then like if it piques my interest, I'll let you know. I guess I'll watch it. It's one of those like it's just an obligatory comic viewing. I don't like Aquaman 1. Like it's fine. I get the appeal. It was a fun movie, I guess. But besides Amber Heard, I hate it. And even though Momoa's fun as the character, his version, it's like I kind of begrudging it. I'll be like, nope, he's a white character. Fuck that shit. That's woke.
Damn, dude.
You know, so it's like it's one of those where it's like it's same with like the Ancient One, where it's like Tilda Swinton does great as the Ancient One, but that's woke. Ironically, that casting was like, well, we didn't want to race typecast a like wizened Asian mystic. So he got a white woman to replace.
That's the funny mindset at the time. We don't want to cast directly like what they think we'd cast, so let's do the opposite.
Well, like, we don't want to be perceived as racist, and so let's erase an Asian character with a white woman, which is hilarious. Because like when you worry about wokeness, you end up showing you're racist. You know, it's like Malcolm X always talks about like the worst like racists and offenders to the black man is the white liberal. It's not the Ku Klux Klan. They are upfront. They're honest. I can make peace with that. The white liberal is insidious, and yeah, Malcolm X was the real hero. Even though I don't necessarily agree. In a way, it's a weird thing where it's like I kind of agree with him. He was actually right. Martin Luther King. You know, Vito Gesualdi on The Biggest Problem, he made a great point where it's like, yeah, I never really got behind this, like Martin Luther King, the way they like promote his peaceful protests, like the government's behind it. Like, why do you think the government is behind Martin Luther King as an icon of civil rights instead of Malcolm X that wants to essentially have like a race war to piece out the problem? And it's like you should kind of second guess your adoration for Martin Luther King. And I agree, especially being like a right-leaning person. It's like, look at Jesse Jackson. This was a confidant of Martin Luther King. There's this weird obligatory adoration by the right to accept Martin Luther King. It was like, well, he was great and good, and we should follow Dr. King's blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, no, if he lived and didn't get shot in '68, he would be Jesse Jackson race baiting. He's not the hero you think he is. He hates white people. Quit making it like just this. I really hate this idea that people have to like accept Martin Luther King. It's like, no, ultimately he would be counter to everything you believe in. Just because he says nice stuff about I have a dream. It's like he really was an enemy of. I don't know. It irritates me, this like cucking for Martin Luther King that the right has.
Angus, rookie, I really want to get your thoughts, maybe on another podcast about the Director X situation with the Hood, right? The Robin Hood stuff. I know that's for another broadcast.
I've seen a little bit of that
guy,
stream.
I've hardly paid attention to it, to be honest.
Yeah, that guy is very I'll just say interesting to be nice. So
hey, he hung out with DVS and he likes fucking the pitch he gave him on his comics. So I'm like, hey, it seems, this typecasting wokeness and the agents of wokeness is just like actually trying to meme real people is sure you get lots of NPC stuff, but like people are people. When you start like poking holes or actually talk with them, you'll get nuance where it's like, oh, well, actually you like there's this race baiter guy. It's like Ibram, but something, I don't know, some weird name. And he has all this like anti-white literature he's made. He's been this big talking head. But then like he said something that kind of outed himself as a transphobe, where he's like, he was not cool with the idea of letting his kids be trans or something. It's like, haha, see the mask coming off. You can say all this anti-white stuff, but you're not actually fully woke because you would not partake in this with your family. So you are a transphobe. And it's like, yeah, most people don't actually buy hook, line, and sinker any of this stuff. They just collectivize for a general pathology. And yeah, I don't know. So I see the value in like actually, hey, this guy actually wants to like, instead of just blocking you on Twitter and calling you bigots, he actually engages you. We need that. However much you're an enemy of these people, if they're actually going to engage you, we should embrace that, because this is what we've lost for a decade now, since like the Trump election and Ghostbusters, is we're so bifurcated we won't engage the enemy of our positions.
Yeah, and he did go on our Hypnotics channel, and he also went on Mr. H channel. Mr. H channel, he did say some derogatory terms that were kind of racist, but like when he came on Hypnotics channel, he was a little bit more reserved. They had a legit, more so peaceful conversation. Everyone had left happy, and he was a trooper. I'll give him that. But like he was kind of like, I don't know. I respect him, but like he was kind of like out of touch. Like he kept kind of going back to the Hollywood roots, because I felt like he was kind of struggling between being authentic and trying to live in the Hollywood bubble, because they can only say so much, whatever, because they have to live in the regime. And but I do respect them for going on. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, no, it's good. I would love to keep chatting, but at some point I just gotta go to sleep.
Yeah, I know.
It's getting tired. Appreciate you having me on. I had an overall good time watching Marvels because it led to this great stream. So thanks. Go check out Tim's talk if you made it this point, and check out his Sunday, Monday streams. See you later.
Peace.